Something's out there in space that regulations don't cover.
Ladies and gentlemen, these utilities.
Station MXA.
The regulations don't cover.
MXA calling.
permit our acquaintance to ripen, I'll try hard not to be forgotten again.
You may listen to this network with assurance that all sources of news will be properly labeled and will bring you frequent summaries of all information available. Exceptional importance and will bring you frequent summaries of all information available. Of all information available. Frequent summaries of all information available. Of all the left.
All right, welcome to day 2 of Monero Village at Defcon Safe Mode 2020. I'm Daniel Kim, and welcome to another day of Monero Village. We have a lineup of interesting talks for you, and also tutorials and so on. So this talk that I'm going to give is called Sound Money Safe Mode, and it is kind of a broad, big picture introduction to cryptocurrency and Monero. I will do my best to get this all transmitted in a timely manner. There's a lot of material. So because I'm assuming that the viewer here is a bright person, knows their way around a computer, but has not necessarily spent a lot of time thinking about Bitcoin or blockchain or Monero. So a little bit about myself. I studied physics at Harvard. I did bachelor's, master's, and PhD there. There I kind of had a habit ingrained in me to always look at data. So there's going to be a lot of data shown in this talk. Most of my career was spent in the nonprofit sector. So my first job out of grad school was with a symphony orchestra, where I ended up doing about 700 concerts professionally, first as a violinist and then later as a keyboardist. And then concurrently with that, I jumped through the hoops to become board certified in radiation oncology physics, where then as a medical school professor in medical physics, I helped about a couple thousand patients with their fights against cancer by helping with the technical aspects of delivering high intensity radiation to cancer. So it was there that I signed up for the executive MBA program at Yale, because I thought that I wanted to show an interest in the way that the world works in a different way than in physics. Of course, in physics, you're studying how the world works at the smallest levels, which is what I did as a particle physicist. But then to think broadly about real world human problems from a variety of perspectives, the MBA is good for that. So I ended up signing up for that. And while doing that, I made a switch to the for-profit sector. I joined a small hedge fund, small in the hedge fund world, meaning like about $1 billion under management, and I became director of research there. I was a co-author of a paper that won the top research award of the CFA Institute, which is basically the premier credentialing institute for equity analysts. So that paper was about the effect of liquidity on asset prices. So it was there that kind of in my spare time, I was getting more and more interested into cryptocurrency and blockchain. And then I made a decision that I thought that this was a genuine innovation, of which there are not that many that happen in one's lifetime. So I jumped to my own small business, which is what I do now as an independent consultant. So right now I help bridge two very separate worlds as the founder and CEO of Sweetwater Digital Asset Consulting. So you can see on the bottom, there's the world that Defcon kind of represents, which is a non-commercial, open source, cypherpunk, grassroots cryptocurrency culture. And on the right side is the very parallel universe of traditional asset protection, trusts and family office, portfolio management, estate and tax planning. These two separate worlds know very little about each other in practice. They often make assumptions about each other that are kind of, maybe based in fear and not necessarily information. And so as one who has significant experience on both sides of this divide, I help people who are in one side or the other to gain the benefits of genuine engagement of the other. So in my nonprofit efforts these days, I am also a community volunteer for the Monero project. My talking here is on a voluntary basis. I do not receive any support from the Monero project. I've never asked for support from the Monero project because actually I want to maintain my independence as my primary loyalty duty is to my consulting clients, to whom I owe the duty of doing the research and examination of the entire cryptocurrency space and making recommendations on what I think are the most compelling projects out there. And within cryptocurrency, I also specialize in tokens that do what I think is the killer app of Nakamoto consensus, which is store of value. Basically, cryptocurrencies that act like money as a private form of money And within that space, I think that there are only really two projects worth considering, and they are Bitcoin and Monero. So that's what I do for my nonprofit. In my nonprofit time, is that I help out with the community, and that's about me. All right, so this talk is called Sound Money Safe Mode, and it's got 4 parts. First, I'm going to talk about the pandemic and the economic fallout so far from the pandemic. Second is that the management of fiat scarcity in the world leads to a strong suggestion that it might be a good time in history to be looking at independent sources of scarcity. So that will be the second part of the talk. Third, I'll talk about fungibility, what that means, and why it's important as the world moves increasingly towards a mass surveillance society. And the fourth part will be how one can get involved with the Monero project. So before starting, I wanted to say thanks to a few people in the Monero community who I had consulted with while preparing this talk. So they are Howard H.Y.C. Chu, Dr. Sarang Noether of the Monero Research Lab, and Dr. Francisco Cabañas of the Monero core team. All right, so very much has been said about the pandemic, so I'm not going to go into that too much, but I wanted to show basically from a social engineering point of view, how one can see this entire pandemic that we're in the midst of. Really what this is an example of a microbe that did a very good job of social engineering humanity, basically taking advantage of a weakness in evolved humanity's ability to diagnose their disease state. So here I'm showing this in the form of a flow chart. And if you start here in this upper left corner, this is basically what people would go through as their decision process before the pandemic hit. So they would be sitting at home and you ask yourself, well, do I feel like going out? Well, if you don't feel like going out, you stay at home. But if you do feel like going out, then you diagnose yourself as being healthy because of course you're healthy because you feel like going out. If you didn't feel like going, like if you weren't healthy, you wouldn't feel like going out. Therefore, since you feel like going out, you must be healthy. So there's a self-diagnosis that gets made there. And now, now that we're in the midst of the pandemic, we can look back at this pattern of thought and think, wow, that was kind of naive. There's like this bygone era when you could assume that you were healthy just because you felt like you were healthy. All right, so going on, again, in the pre-pandemic thought process, because you diagnose yourself as being healthy, now you go out. And so now you're dealing with other people and their disease state is not known to you, but you use basically a heuristic. That is, you ask yourself, do you see anybody who's coughing? Well, if you don't see anyone who's coughing, then you just carry on. If you do see someone who's coughing, then you diagnose them as being a sick person and you want to avoid them. And then you carry on because you don't make a big deal out of it. You just make a mental note that, oh, gee, that person might be sick. Maybe I'll keep my distance. And then do you feel like going home? No, then you stay out in public. And yes, if you do feel like going home, you go home. And nowhere in this loop does kind of the possibility of actually getting sick really come up that much. And so now we can look back at this and see how basically this pattern of thought, which has, I would say, probably evolutionarily developed in humanity. After all, it's gotten us to survive for this many thousands of years as it is. And now all of a sudden we're confronted with this microbe that challenges that. And of course, it's not fun for anybody to be told, hey, your instincts are totally wrong. You need to not trust your instincts and you need to, stay at home even if you feel healthy, or put on a mask even if you feel healthy, and so on. So people generally don't take too well to being told that their kind of very natural instincts are leading them astray. But nevertheless, if you look at the objective reality, that is the fact. All right. So in addition to being having our notions challenged of who is sick and who is not sick, what the current pandemic has also done is challenge our notions of what can you get sick from. And on the right side of the chart is a published study that was published in The Lancet, which is the UK's premier medical journal. And what this is showing is an experiment that some researchers did in which they took SARS-CoV-2, and they put it on money, like cash. They put it on banknotes. So what this chart is showing is how much of that virus remained on the money over time. So here at time 0, they put the like a drop of the virus on. This is how much virus they measured. And then as time goes on, you can see that the amount of the virus remaining on the money goes down, but it goes down less quickly than one would hope. So for example, here at the 24-hour mark, there is still a significant amount of virus detected. And you have to go to 3 days out before these researchers found that undetectable amount of virus on the money. So what would happen in a real world scenario when something like this gets unleashed? And here I'm showing basically the macroeconomic effects of what's happened in the pandemic. So there's a lot going on in this chart. So I'll start with the blue line here. The blue line is showing U6 unemployment. So this is the fraction of people who are either looking for work or underemployed or working part-time when they want to be working for full-time, or are so discouraged with their state of trying to find a job that they've given up. So all these people are measured, are counted as unemployed in the U6 measure of the US government's unemployment number. This is contrasting with U3, which is only counting those people who are actively looking for work and can't find it. So U6 is a broader measure, and so it's widely considered to be more accurate. And here in this plot, I'm showing US government data going back all the way back to 1980. So we're looking at 40 years of history here. And you can see here that the unemployment line in the year 2020 spiked up to the highest level that ever in recorded history, at least of the U6 unemployment rate. It spiked up to about 22, 23%. So 1/4 of Americans out of work. And fortunately, that's gone down a bit since then, but it's still definitely not a pretty number. So what happens when this something like this happens? Like the demand for services like in travel, in dining, entertainment, all fell through the floor. And so the federal government's reaction to that was to be concerned about deflation. So deflation happens when people stop spending their money and the economy drops to a halt. So to fight that, they expanded the money supply. So they basically printed money, which is what you do to try to get people to spend again, because by printing money, that reduces the interest rate. Interest rate goes down, then it becomes less attractive to save your money and get a tiny, tiny bit of interest. It becomes more attractive to spend your money. So here in green, I'm showing the MZM money supply. MZM stands for money zero maturity. And what that consists of is the M1 supply, which is coins, currency, and checking accounts. And it combines that with savings accounts and also money market accounts, which many people use as sort of an alternate form of a savings account these days. It differs from M2 money supply in that it does not include certificates of deposit, which, as you know, you go to a bank and you lock in your money for 12 months and they pay you slightly higher interest for the time that your money is locked up, be it 12 months or 6 months or whatever the time term is that you agreed to. But because that money gets locked up for that time, that is not counted in money zero maturity, the MZM metric. So basically the green line is showing like all of the liquid money in the US. Now, it's a huge number. It's roughly $20 trillion. So because that's hard to get your head around, I've normalized that number to the gross domestic product. That is the value of all goods and services produced in the US in 1 year. So you can see that the money supply as a fraction of the productive output of the US has been going up for the last 4 years. And you can see here at 2020, the line spikes up from about 70% to over 100%. So, you know, the word unprecedented gets thrown around a lot for this crisis, but truly, if you look at long-term plots like this and you see that the size and the slope of this money printing that's been happening in the last several months is truly breathtaking. All right, so that's the money supply. So of course the government can print as much or as little money as it wants with nothing stopping them from doing whatever they want. This has been true since Nixon in the 70s abolished the linkage of the US dollar to gold. So before the 1970s, the US dollar could be traded in for some quantity of gold. And that meant that the US government was constrained in how much money it could print, because if it printed more money, it needed to have more gold in order to accommodate those people who wanted to trade in their US dollars for gold. But Nixon in the 70s did away with that kind of inconvenience for the part of the federal government. And so since then, the US government has been free to create however much money it wants, just like any other country. All the countries of the world are free to use their own judgment and discretion in controlling their own money supply. All right, so that has nothing to do with, for example, the ins and outs, the income and the expenses of the government, which would be taxes and government spending. So looking at the bottom line here, the bottom line, which is wiggling all over the place, what this is showing is on a monthly basis, how much money is the US government taking in minus how much money is the US government spending. So it's basically taxes minus spending on a monthly basis, going back to 1980. You can see that the line goes up and down quite a bit. It basically spikes 4 times a year because that's when estimated taxes are due. And so there's that seasonal structure to it. Also, if you integrate this over time, then you get the black line that's on top, which is the total federal debt and normalized to GDP again. So basically, you can see, for example, in the aftermath of the 2008-2009 financial crisis, the government was spending quite a bit more money than it was collecting. That's this area here. And as a result, when you time integrate that, you get the black line up here, in which the rate of increase of the federal debt to GDP went much faster in the aftermath of the 2008-2009 crisis. Unfortunately, in the years that followed the last financial crisis in 2008-2009, which could have been an opportunity to reduce our federal debt, much as what happened in the late 1990s over here, you can see the federal debt went down a little bit with a government surplus. No such thing happened in the 2010s. And so the federal debt kept creeping up, and now we're at this point here, in which at the beginning of the year, the debt to GDP ratio was about 110%, and that is before the pandemic. And so this federal debt to GDP number is actually lagged about 4 months. All these numbers come from the government, so there's like a significant bureaucracy behind it. And so like it's far from the situation in like a digital form of money like Monero, where you can see everything instantly. But so there's a 4-month lag, and so the debt to GDP number is only showing the first quarter of this year, but it's rather troubling to see all this. Back down here. So this line here with the monthly taxes minus government spending, as you can see, it really tanked in especially Q2 of 2020. Now, some of this might bounce back. It might not be as alarming as it looks, because if you're in the US, you probably know that April 15, which is the normal deadline for taxes to be due, got pushed back to July 15 due to the pandemic. And so basically the government was collecting zero tax between April through July. And so that's why you'll see this precipitous drop here, is that there was no tax revenue coming in, yet the government was continuing to spend money as it was before. The spending didn't stop, just the income stopped. And so this might reverse itself now that July 15 has come and gone, with a correspondingly high spike in taxes. That is assuming that this July 15 was a kind of a bonanza from the point of view of the IRS, with a whole lot of tax money coming in. We'll see if that was actually the case. Zooming into other countries as well. So in the G20, there are 8 countries that have been reporting statistics on the amount of money that's in circulation in their particular currency. And that's going back to 2018 here. So of these 8 countries, you can see there's basically this hockey stick shape to this curve of how much money of each of these countries is circulating. Here I've normalized the amount of money in every country to be equal to 1 on January of 2020. So you can see prior to the pandemic, the money creation was happening at this rate, and post-pandemic, it's happening at this much more fast rate. In the United States, which is the biggest line here, as you can see, post-2020, the M1 expansion has been to the tune of about $1.33 trillion, which amounts to increase in the money supply of about $300 million per hour. Now, if you compare this to, for example, the market cap of Monero, the value of all the Monero in existence, it's something on the order of like about $1.5 billion. So this is saying that the money supply of the US expanded by the size of Monero's market cap roughly 5 times every day for the last 6 months. And if you look at MZM money, so this metric is M1 money supply, which is only coins, currency, and checking accounts. If you add to that the other forms of liquidity that are included in MZM, then this figure jumps up. It's to more like $500 million per hour. All right, let's broaden our focus to not just the 8 countries in the G20 that have reported results recently, but let's look at all the G20 fiat currencies. And let's also expand the time frame in which we're looking to back to 2009. 2009 is the date that I chose here for the left-hand scale here. That is because that is the year in which the Bitcoin white paper came out and introduced a way to introduce digital scarcity without needing a central authority to maintain that scarcity. But since 2009, and I, again, have normalized this so that every country's money is equal to 1 at the beginning of 2009, you can see that there's been steady growth in all of the currencies. There is not one of the G20 currencies that has been flat or has actually decreased their money supply over time. It's all increased. And you can see that the average, if you pick the middle line of this distribution, it looks like it took about 7 or 8 years, 8 years for the average G20 cryptocurrency, the average G20 currency to double. So as a former med school professor who worked in oncology, you know, the exponential math of uncontrolled growth, which is something we see in cancerous tumors, is something that I think about when I see a plot like this. So here we're looking at a doubling time of 8 years. It took 8 years for the money supply to double. So it's kind of like, you know, a certain cancerous tumor that takes 8 months time to double in size. There's similar metrics that get used in the oncology literature. So, but if you look at the money supply here, it's, and this is pre-pandemic. Pre-pandemic, we're looking at a doubling time of about 8 years per doubling. So if you think about how long does, you know, average human survive, let's say 80 years, that is 10 doubling times. So 8 times 10, that's 10 doubling times, which means at this rate, the amount of money expansion in a average human's lifetime is going to go through 10 doublings, which is 2 to the 10th power, which is 1024. It's about 1,000 times increase in the money supply. And that is before the pandemic. And so now after the pandemic, we're looking at a doubling time that's closer to like 2 years. There's an interesting scholarly book called Monetary Regimes and Inflation, which did a study of 29 historical cases of hyperinflation. So this is, for example, what happened in the Weimar Republic of Germany in the 1910s, and other countries throughout history in which, you know, the people are taking wheelbarrows of money out to buy one loaf of bread, that kind of thing. That's because the money supply grows at such a large rate that the prices go up too, and so people basically find that their savings are destroyed. So if you have, you know, $100 in savings, and then in a month from now you find that the $100 used to buy you, you know, say a week's worth of groceries, but now the $100 buys you a candy bar. That's what hyperinflation looks like. And I would say, you know, at least for Americans, none of us have ever had to, you know, live through that, but all accounts of what it is like to survive through something like that is it's no fun at all. It wipes out people's savings. It promotes social unrest, social violence. It's just not pretty. But this book that studied the underlying economic causes of hyperinflation came to the conclusion that in 25 out of 29 of these historical cases of hyperinflation, the trigger was that there was money creation that financed government deficit. So these charts from the G20 money supply, this should be convincing evidence that the money creation, which is half of this equation, is indeed happening. The second half is the government deficits. So unless governments are able to make extremely difficult decisions and are able to balance their budgets, now we're going to have 2 out of 2 of these criteria met for conditions to be favorable for the development of hyperinflation. And this is not really this is sort of a phase transition kind of thing in which it's hard to predict when, because the conclusion of people that the money is no longer trustable and must be spent immediately, otherwise it loses value. That decision, which needs to take place among an entire population in order for hyperinflation to take place, it's a social thing, right? So it's like it's the herd that decides, that they don't have confidence in the money anymore. And it's hard to predict. So it's not a 100% foregone conclusion that money creation plus government deficits means hyperinflation or increased inflation even, but it certainly doesn't help the prospects. And so in this backdrop, I think the takeaway for anyone with assets to save is that, it might be wise to consider the possibility that the future might hold higher inflation than what you are used to and what you might be comfortable with. All right, so moving on to the second part of the talk. So what does this mean in terms of independent scarcity? So if the unit of account that is being used in your society is going under hyperinflation, what people often do is they look for a different sort of unit of account that is not subject to hyperinflation. It's a rather natural thing to want to do, is to preserve the value of your savings. And so historically, at least in a hyperinflation sort of scenario, there have been independent sources of scarcity that have been looked at to store wealth. So that would be physical commodities, for example, gold and silver. These are the classic ones. And since 2009, there's a new option for humanity that is in the form of digital commodities, which became possible to consider after the development of the Satoshi Nakamoto Bitcoin white paper. And as one who studies this stuff, thinks about it a lot, I've come to the conclusion that there are really only 2 projects out of the many that are worth considering. It's Bitcoin Monero. Let's think about digital scarcity networks for a bit. So let's contrast digital fiat versus decentralized digital scarcity like Bitcoin and Monero. After all, our US dollars, our euros or yen, or all of our fiat central bank monies are in fact digital these days. There is such a thing as online banking. Your banks are using computers. So the fiat money is a source of digital scarcity. It's just that scarcity is controlled by a centralized entity. So the access to the database of who owns what is protected. There's a moat of firewalls around that. And there's really just one authoritative version of the ledger. There might be backups and stuff, but really you have a moat, and then inside the moat you have the copy of who owns what, the ledger that says who owns what. And once you have access to that, you have quite a bit of ability to change things. At the lower level, like at a bank teller level, of course, you can't just create money out of thin air, but you have the power to manipulate money between accounts. For example, you can transfer money from one customer's account to another. As you go up in the system, the amount of power that you have over that database becomes higher, so that now you get to the level of the Federal Reserve Bank. When this committee of men sitting around a table. I guess there's some women on the FOMC now. I'm not totally sure, but traditionally it's been just a group of men making this decision that okay, it's time to print more money. And then when that decision gets made, some employee in the federal government goes to their computer and they click a button, presumably, that increases the US dollar money supply by, another $1 billion. Yeah, I guess that's probably a very hardworking federal employee right now whose job it is to click create money. They're kind of sitting there working overtime, clicking this button over and over. But at the highest levels of government, it becomes literally just arbitrary right access to this ledger. And of course, the software that controls this is closed source. It's closed source because why would they open source it? Because then that would facilitate bad actors learning how the system works. And there are downsides to this. Mismanagement is probably the chief one. So all these plots that I was showing of the money supply could be interpreted as signs of mismanagement. That the Federal Reserve is supposed to be imposing discipline. It's supposed to be independent of the political process. The Federal Reserve is supposed to be the entity that says, no, I'm sorry, we're not going to print tons and tons of money. Government, you're just going to have to learn to come up with a budget that you can balance. And please don't look to us to be just manufacturing money out of thin air, because that's not sustainable. That's what the Federal Reserve is supposed to do. Arguably, and these charts before are evidence showing that it's not really doing that. There's also insider abuse that is a problem with these sort of centralized security models, and that is there are plenty of examples of large banks that do egregious things to abuse the trust of their customers and get away with it just a slap on the wrist. For example, there's a case where Bank of America took its customers' personal data and created fake checking and savings accounts under the names of using the names and social security numbers of their customers. They made fake accounts, and then they proceeded to charge fees on those accounts, which the customers didn't even know existed. And this caused some scandal, and then they got a fine, which was maybe a day's worth of profits, and that was that. So the potential for insider abuse is unfortunately there for a centralized network, where basically you have middlemen between the people and the database. You have these middlemen who are in a position of power, and so they unfortunately abuse that. Another feature, or I would say benefit from the point of view of the middleman, of being a middleman, is that there's little incentive to improve. So if there's a database that holds your bank account balance, right, and for example, you want to do a wire transfer, you need to wait for the middleman to be good and ready to process your wire transfer before you can get it done. So the very fact that we have bank hours, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, in an era in which everyone has been used to shopping at 2:30 in the morning from their bed on their phone, shopping on Amazon to get whatever they want. Yet we're still in a situation where fiat money oftentimes requires the services of another human to help you do what you need to do. So the decentralized security model of Bitcoin and also Monero is totally different. So in these decentralized networks, anyone can join the peer-to-peer network. Anyone can download the Monero code, run it on their computer, and then basically become part of this network, which does the functions of what a bank does. It processes transactions. It keeps track of who owns what. It keeps track of all this. Each node maintains its own version of the ledger. So in contrast to the centralized security model, where you have a master database sitting in the middle with all sorts of firewalls and protections around it to try and defend it from misuse, here each node has its own copy of the ledger. Every node in the Bitcoin network, every node in the Monero network has a database file that contains a record of who sent what to who. In the decentralized security model, it's open source. It would have to be. If anyone is able to join the peer-to-peer network, you'd better make your code open source, because otherwise, how do you know what you're running? How do you get people to their trust basically into this network unless you publish the code as open source. And so like the Cathedral and the Bazaar, the classic open source software development book that contrasts the building of a cathedral, which is a centralized sort of process a la Microsoft, versus the Bazaar, which is just a farmer's market where everyone is free to come show up and just build something, which would be like the Linux model. This is basically the version, the Linux of money. So really these two situations, fiat versus decentralized money, it's really like Microsoft versus Linux. So the fiat monies would be like the Microsoft of money, and the decentralized solutions like Bitcoin and Monero are like the Linux of money. Of course, there are downsides to this, just like there are downsides of Linux over Windows, and that's new. Fewer people have heard of it. It's relatively inefficient, at least not the operating system now, but the use of FOSS in money is going to be inefficient because you have this decentralized network keeping track of who owns what. So if there's no boss computer, if there's no like super privileges computer within this peer-to-peer network, then how are you going to decide what the true version is of the database that keeps track of who owns what? So to explain that, currently cryptocurrencies are able to be traded for US dollars and all sorts of fiat currencies. But this used to not be the case. So back in 2009, when the Bitcoin white paper first came out, Bitcoin had $0 value. It was just a geek project. It was this, kind of interesting curiosity of a system that purported to make a new form of scarcity that kind of acted like money. But back in 2009, nobody knew that that was actually the case. Nobody knew if this thing would actually work like it said it would work. And so I think it's a good idea if you're new to cryptocurrency to, before you get caught up in the hoopla of, the prices of everything and God forbid you start searching cryptocurrency on YouTube and are confronted with 100 different channels of people making sensational hay out of like the latest price movement of this and that currency, and you get caught up in the horse race aspect of all that. Before you get into all that, I would suggest pretending that all of cryptocurrency has zero value, because it'll end up being good for you in the long run, because you'll have a more solid understanding of what's actually going on with this stuff that you're buying and selling. One Halloween of the year 2008, that is when the Nakamoto white paper was just dropped into existence on a bulletin board, like a discussion board. 2009, January 9 is when the Genesis block, which is the very first block, which is the very first record of who sent what to who in the Bitcoin network. That is when that happened, was in 2009. And since then, the network's been going, it's been running 24 hours, 7, 365 ever since. So in the calendar year 2009, Bitcoin was operational, but Bitcoin itself, like each Bitcoin unit itself, had zero monetary value, because again, it was just a geek project. So I'd like to kind of turn the clock back and summarize how Bitcoin works from that standpoint. Now, there are three aspects that you need to get working to create a private form of money. First, you have to have some sense of what is the analogy of a bank account. Second is you need to have some analogy to what it is to write a check. And third, you need to have some sort of process for that written check, once it's shown to be legitimate, to be processed through the system. So Bitcoin is based on the SECP 256K1 elliptic curve, and that's written out here. It's public knowledge what this elliptic curve is. There's nothing secret about it. It's a public standard. It's y squared is congruent to x cubed plus 7 mod this very large prime number. And x and y usually you think of as being real numbers. Like if you think of like high school algebra and you want to plot this curve, you will make a nice kind of curvy shape out of this if you let x and y be real numbers. But in this case, we're restricting x and y to be integers, right? And furthermore, these integers are modulus this prime number, which is basically clock arithmetic. This is saying that 1 o'clock, 13 o'clock, 25 o'clock are all the same, because the number on the clock dial is pointing to the 1. So basically every 12, your counting goes back to 0. So that's the case here, except instead of 12 numbers, you have like this, 70 some digit prime number. So you have a clock with just an unfathomable number of numbers on its dial. All right, so the way to think of this X and Y is basically you have this, universe-sized sheet of grid paper. And on grid paper, you can have X, Y coordinates that are each integers. And some of the points on this huge, gigantic sheet of grid paper are solutions to this particular elliptic curve. And if one was to try to guess just random combinations of X and Y to come up with a solution to this, your chances of coming up with a solution to this elliptic curve would be 1 in that prime number's probability. So 1 in 10 to the 70, I forget the exact number, it's like 10 to the 70th, something on that order. So basically to come up with a solution on your own it's basically impossible. But so fortunately, part of the elliptic curve definition is to provide you with a solution called the base point. The base point is a solution, x sub b, y sub b, which is known to solve this equation. And furthermore, because of the mathematics of elliptic curves, it's possible, if somebody gives you an integer n, it's possible to come up with another point, another solution. So basically, if somebody gives you this base point solution, it's possible to compute another solution to this, which would be another point on this grid paper. And this other point on the grid paper would be n times the base point. And that would be p sub n, which is equal to x sub n, y sub n. Now, it's much more complicated. It's not just that you take the base point and you multiply both the x and y coordinates by the number n. It's more sophisticated than that. But the idea is that if somebody tells you n, you can compute the nth point that is a solution to the elliptic curve. The thing is that it's a one-way function. So if someone tells you n, you can get p sub n. But if someone tells you p sub n, you can't get n. You have to brute force that. And again, to brute force this is a 10 to the 70th chance of getting it right, which means, might as well just not try. And so that's the key to this, is that the public key, which is the location of that base point, is itself the Bitcoin address. Now, it's not a number like I'm kind of implying it is here. The number gets translated to a string of letters and numbers in Bitcoin, which is a Bitcoin address. But at the heart of it, that Bitcoin address is representing an XY coordinate on the SecP256K1 elliptic curve. The private key is n. N is the which solution to this elliptic curve is your point. And again, it's a one-way function. So if you give your Bitcoin software the number n, which is basically the seed to generate a public address, then you can get the public address from your private key, but you can't go backwards. So the private key is like basically it functions as an authorized signature to spend. So getting a new Bitcoin account is tantamount to picking a number. What can you do with this elliptic curve point? So big deal, like why make such a big deal out of having an XY point that satisfies this equation? You can do something very useful with it, which is secure message signing. So if you are in possession of a public-private key pair, and you have a message that you want to send to the world, and you want to make sure that everyone in the world knows that that message came from you and only you, this is the way you would do this using elliptic curve cryptography. You would take your message and you would combine it with your private key. So you would have to manipulate those in a routine. So the combination of the message and your private key scrambled up together will produce a signature, which is just a block of bytes that is unique to the combination of the message and the private key. Then as the sender, you would send your message in plain text, and you would include with your plain text message the signature, which is this byte block that you generated by processing your message along with the private key. As a recipient now, you get this message and you got the signature from the sender. But now you're not sure if this actually came from the sender or not. So what you do is you take this stuff that you came from the purported sender and you combine this with the public key, which you know to be from the sender. When you combine all three of those, you get a binary verification result that says, yes, this was a legitimate message from the sender, or no, it was not. This type of cryptography gets used all over the internet. For example, it gets used in the HTTPS protocol. In Bitcoin, this was used in a novel way. That is, the sender's public key was used in a further kind of interpretation to be an analogy to a bank account address. So the public key then becomes your Bitcoin address, and the private key becomes the signature that's needed to spend the money that's associated with the public key. So sending Bitcoin means sending a signed message to the Bitcoin network. And it's analogous to a check, as I'm showing here. So knowledge of the private key is tantamount to speech, which is tantamount to money. So finally, once a valid check gets written and signed and sent to the Bitcoin network, how does it get processed? Well, in Bitcoin, the network is controlled by a group of gossipy accountants. So these are computers. Again, anyone can join the Bitcoin network simply by downloading the software and putting your computer on this. When you do that, your computer is going to start to download the entire transaction history of everything that's happened in Bitcoin since 2009. It's going to get that from being gossipy with the other Bitcoin computers that it's connected to on the network. And those other computers will willfully share little pieces of the database. And there's redundancy because you want to make sure that the database that you're getting in from your neighbors is correct. So there's checks and balances for that, namely the hash value of the blocks. So that is what is used to guarantee kind of authenticity of the database through the system. So again, miners are peer-to-peer Bitcoin accountants. And what they do is they process blocks. Blocks are lists of valid signed spend messages. It's basically the current list of pending checks to be processed. They get packaged into a collection called a block, and then the block gets added to the blockchain, and therefore it's basically one page worth of transactions showing who sent what to who. That's what a block is. Part of what the block has is a nonce, and the nonce is just a little data field within the block, which is free for the miner to choose whatever they want it to be. So the miner can just guess a number and put that in the nonce. Why do they have to do that? Well, one requirement for a block to be considered valid is that the hash of the block, and of course, being Defcon, I don't have to explain too much. Hash is just a one-way cryptographic hash function with fixed output length. So you take as input a file of any size, and you get as output a block of bytes that is basically a signature that is extremely sensitive to even bit level changes in the input. All right, so the thing is that a block has to have a hash value that is lower than a difficulty number. The difficulty number is dynamically adjusted so that the number of valid blocks that happened in a 10-minute interval is 1 on average. So there's a maximum acceptable value for the block hash, which the accountants in this network are busy trying to satisfy for a given block. The computer in the network that does that gets what's called the block reward. That is a Bitcoin payout to the nonce solver. And it's important to know that in Bitcoin, and also this is true in Monero, and it's actually quite rare for cryptocurrencies to have this property, is that all of the accounting money, all of the money in existence came into existence as a payout to a random computer in the network that was helping to secure the accounting and the bookkeeping for that network. None of the block reward in Bitcoin was shunted off and a cut went to a group of people or to a foundation, or you didn't have a portion of that money got set aside and then used to do marketing or whatever. All of the money went directly to the computers that were actually doing the accounting work for that network. And this is relevant from a regulatory point of view because FinCEN, which is one of the financial regulators in the US, defines a decentralized cryptocurrency as a currency in which the block rewards all go directly to the decentralized network that's doing the accounting. That's important because if you have a chunk of money that's going to a group of people, then that group of people could be considered as being basically the masterminds of the operation. And so they have to be subject to increased regulation in terms of compliance with AML KYC rules. So it's important that the block reward, both from sort of a philosophical and a fairness point of view, and also a regulatory point of view, that all of the unit of currency in existence went as a reward to the decentralized network of miners. Conflict resolution. So again, there's no one boss computer that is in charge of having, the correct version of the ledger. So how do we know if you have a conflict in the network, who wins? Well, the answer is that the chain with the more hash power is going to be the one that is deemed to be the authoritative version of the blockchain. So this basically functions as a self-healing mechanism. If there's a discrepancy in the state of the network in two geographically distant parts of the network, basically the tie break will be resolved at the next block that comes, because then that will have that chain will have more hash power. So at least relative to the state of the blockchain at the time when the chain fork happened. All right. Anyway, I'm getting a bit too technical here. So back to the blockchain. The definition is it's a distributed append-only linked list of blocks with low value hash. And sorry if I've gone too fast here, but there's lots of big concepts here to understand. And if this is all new to you, I would suggest taking the time to think about it until it makes sense, because especially before getting into this circus, which is kind of the cryptocurrency world of today. So to summarize the Bitcoin white paper, Nakamoto consensus synthesizes digital scarcity. There's a few different kinds of scarcity that we're talking about. One is account level scarcity, that is property rights, the establishment of property rights. How do you know that who owns what in this system of accounting? So that is enforced in Bitcoin by the users, the individual's selection and subsequent protection of an elliptic curve private key. How do we know in aggregate how many Bitcoin there are? How do we know that we're not going to have a situation like we have in fiat banking, where we have a money supply whose quantity is unpredictable over time and is subject to the hopefully wise, but in practice not always 100% wise decisions of a central group with arbitrary control of that money supply? Well, that is enforced by an open network of peer-to-peer accountants in Bitcoin who are rewarded for behaving consistently with the consensus rule set. What that means is that the majority of nodes in Bitcoin have decided in advance, it's been coded in advance, that the Bitcoins that are given to a miner as a reward is going to decrease over time. And therefore, the total number of Bitcoins that are going to be rewarded to miners in the network is going to be a total sum of 21 million Bitcoin forever. So any new computer that comes onto the network and has a different idea of what the money supply should be, let's say there's a computer that Joe noob hacker comes up with their own version of the Bitcoin client, in which they program that the block reward is going to go to their personal Bitcoin address, and then they put that on the network. What's going to happen is that it's just going to get ignored, because you need majority decisions on this network to be considered correct. That's how you get around the fact that there's no boss computer. Basically, the majority rules becomes the boss, right? And so a rogue computer that's introduced to the network is going to have zero effect on it unless it can manage to get 51% of the hash power, which is expensive and difficult to do. Finally, you have database modification scarcity, which is record permanence. The number of opportunities that the Bitcoin network has to modify what's in the Bitcoin database is severely limited. And it's severely limited by this proof of work mechanism, like the nonce stuff that I was talking about. Basically, when a Bitcoin computer comes up with a nonce that satisfies difficulty, it's coming up with a block of data, that block, which is extremely rare because its hash value is arbitrarily low. It's got a whole bunch of zeros in front of it and then numbers after that, which does not really happen if you just have randomly generated blocks. If you have randomly generated blocks, then you would have random numbers for the hash function. But every single block in the Bitcoin blockchain, and also this is true in Monero, has a low hash rate. It has a low hash number associated with each block. And so that makes each little piece of data that gets added to the blockchain a rare piece of data. It took a lot of trial and error effort. In other words, it took a lot of proof of work to get that piece of data added to the blockchain. And so as a result, it's extraordinarily difficult to make modifications to that database, especially as time goes on and more proof of work gets piled on top of the older transactions. It becomes near impossible to modify older transactions. Okay, so how is Monero's features of scarcity? How do they differ from Bitcoin's? Probably the most important, I would say, from a assessment point of view, when assessing, is Monero something worth considering, given that Bitcoin was there first and it has the largest network. Currently, it has the largest, market share, the largest mind share, the largest network value. But if you look at Monero, it is not a code fork of Bitcoin. So most all of the cryptocurrencies in existence today simply did a copy paste of Bitcoin's code and then changed a few little things. And that, they said, oh, I like this about Bitcoin. I don't like that about Bitcoin. Made a few oftentimes trivial changes to the code and then published that and call it your own cryptocurrency. And because we're in a time in which I would say the sophistication level on a dollar weighted basis in the crypto market is rather low. It's basically like the early days of the dot-com bubble, in which the internet was new. And because the internet was new, it was like, there's all sorts of technological utopia talk going on about how the internet was going to revolutionize everything. And as a result, because you had basically, a bunch of geeks who understood how the internet worked and a bunch of normies who had really no idea what even email was. So you had the situation where you had, stupid idea plus internet equals sexy company. So you'd have things like pets.com, which in which the business model was to, FedEx 50-pound bags of dog food to people. But they were using the internet to get the orders in for these dog food orders. And so therefore, this was just like a hot company back in the early days of the internet. It's funny for us to look back at that and kind of laugh at that. But we are in exactly the same situation now with cryptocurrencies, in which stupid idea plus a little bit of blockchain buzzwords equals hot new cryptocurrency. And that's enough to get a bunch of people who have basically profits in mind above any sort of technological benefit to get in on a bandwagon. So anyway, one criteria that one can use to whittle down the subset of cryptocurrencies that are worth considering are this: is it simply a Bitcoin fork? How much original intellectual effort went into the creation of this other cryptocurrency? In Monero, it was started from scratch. It has its own separate code base. In fact, it uses a completely different elliptic curve than Bitcoin. So Monero uses ED25519. That is the very XY points on this gigantic sheet of grid paper, which is fundamental to how the cryptocurrency works. That very equation is different in Monero than it is in Bitcoin. So this is a form of technical hedging, to the extent that the elliptic curve used in Bitcoin may or may not have weaknesses associated with it. This is a form of technical hedging in which Monero has chosen deliberately a different elliptic curve. In Monero, there are two forms of private keys. There's a spend key and a view key. The spend key works like the Bitcoin private key. So if you know the spend key, you are in complete control of your account and you can see everything that goes on with it. In contrast to Bitcoin, there's also a view key in Monero. In Monero, the view key is used to basically see details of your account. So by default in Monero, lots of the details of transactions are encrypted, because by default, the details of transactions are nobody's business except for the people who were involved in the transaction. It's their business. So in Monero, there is a public blockchain, which everyone in the Monero blockchain, everyone in the Monero ecosystem gets if they run the Monero software. But many details of this blockchain are encrypted, because by default, a random person downloading the Monero blockchain, it's not their business who sent what to who, like all the details. Like they can know like very high level details about what's going on, but why is it their business to know exactly who sent what to whom and how much they sent? So in Monero, this necessitates the use of two different keys. There's a spend key and a view key. Those are both private keys. All right, in Monero, the address space is larger. So we're talking about 10 to the 76 different bit addresses to choose from in Monero versus 10 to the 60th in Bitcoin. This means that there is more security in terms of the birthday problem. So when one is choosing a cryptocurrency account, one is simply picking a point on this grid paper and calling it your own. When you do that, you have to consider what is the risk that somebody else in the world is going through this same process and picking a random point on this grid paper, and what's the chance that they pick the point that I picked. If they pick the point that I picked, then they will know the private and public keys for that elliptic curve point. Therefore, I'm going to be basically sharing my money with a stranger somewhere else in the world. That is a possibility. So in that sense, there is security by obscurity in cryptocurrencies, but that is mitigated by the fact, by the vast number of addresses that are possible. And there is an even more vast number of addresses in Monero than there are in Bitcoin, by 10 to the 16th, that many times more addresses in Monero. The drawback of this is that you have a less user-friendly experience, because the address lengths in Monero are long. They're very long strings of numbers and letters. The emission schedule is different in Monero relative to Bitcoin. So in Monero, it's continually decreasing. There's not a 4-year halvening. So in Bitcoin, every 210,000 blocks, the miner reward that goes out to each miner who successfully adds a block to the network gets cut in half. That means every 4 years, if you're a Bitcoin miner, there is a date circled in red that's coming up sometime in the next 4 years, in which your income from helping contribute to the Bitcoin ecosystem gets cut in half. And so from a business point of view, if you're doing mining for a business, it's a rather disruptive thing. This is something in which Monero has basically looked at the granddaddy cryptocurrency and kind of thought about what they're doing, and maybe trying something a little different that might help matters a bit. And so in Monero, the emission is continually decreasing. So we are spared from this drama in Bitcoin of having every 4 year, a large disruption thrown into the mining ecosystem. There's another form of unwanted scarcity, and that is future miner rewards. So as I mentioned before, all of computers in the Bitcoin network and also in the Monero network are programmed with a understanding of how big is the reward going to be to each computer over time. So now and into the future, how big is that reward going to be? In Bitcoin, this reward is predefined to get cut in half every 4 years, as I just explained. What that means is that in, say, 40 years from now, the Bitcoin reward is going to have halved 4 times. So 1/2 to the 10th power, that's about a factor of 1,000. So the Bitcoin reward to miners in 40 years' time is going to be 1/1000th of what it is now. So this brings up a concern, like are miners in the Bitcoin network in that length of time from now, are they going to find that to be enough incentive to keep working for the network? There's some academic research that shows that the solution that Bitcoin has come up with, which is to institute a fee market in which the people who transact end up chipping in and basically engaging in an auction-like process to bid up the fee that they offer with the transaction in an effort to get their transaction into the next block. That idea may not be enough to incentivize miners in the future. So in Monero, what we have is what we call the tail emission. That is that the block reward in Monero is never going to be less than 0.3 Monero per minute. And what this means is that over time, the number of Monero in existence is going to linearly increase forever. And so this gets kind of portrayed as being quote unquote infinite emission by people who are not thinking about it very, I would say, fairly. But the reason is that the absolute value of emission is not relevant in any macroeconomic theory. Any macroeconomic theory that takes into account what the money supply is and the effects of changes in that money supply in the macroeconomy will look at the percentage increase of that money supply. So it's not the absolute value of US dollars increasing that's relevant. It's the percentage increase in US dollars that's relevant. And if you have a money supply like Monero that is increasing linearly over time, what that means is that if you look at the percentage increase of the money supply, every year it's going to get smaller and smaller, because every year the money supply is going to expand by a fixed constant amount which is what linear expansion just means. Every year is a constant amount of Monero is going to be added, but that's going to be added to a pre-existing base of Monero that is going to be growing. Therefore, the inflation rate on percentage terms is going to be decreasing and asymptotically going to zero, which means that that is the relevant input to any macroeconomic theory that uses the expansion of the money supply, an asymptotically zero inflation rate. And so to claim that identically zero inflation rate is significantly different, it's a totally different situation than an asymptotically zero inflation rate is silly. It's just not factual. It is easy for normies to understand that 21 million Bitcoiners is the only amount that's ever going to be created, but it leads to a bit of a laziness of thinking in which one comes to this false conclusion that one must have a identically zero inflation rate in order to be macroeconomically negligible. What do we gain in Monero for having this tail emission? We know in Monero that miner incentives are going to be there in perpetuity. In Monero, we do not have a civil war over who is going to be paying for miner rewards in the future. Now, this sounds like it might be kind of a trivial and academic thing, but this actually happened in Bitcoin. There was a civil war that was partly caused by a disagreement over who is going to pay for the network's operation in the future. This whole position in Bitcoin that we are going to get the users of Bitcoin, the transactors of Bitcoin, to engage in this competition in a fee market to get the transactions processed in the next block. The viability of that was debated within Bitcoin and was one of the factors leading to the divorce of Bitcoin versus Bitcoin Cash. Now, if you think about it, like who wants to like go to eBay to try and get a financial transaction going? Like who wants to like engage in a bidding process to try and just, you know, send $10 to your buddy for lunch? But anyway, we avoid all that again in Monero by having this tail emission. So here's some charts that show what I'm talking about. This is actually empirical data on the left. So to the left of the present, and I'm looking at a timescale of 2009, which is when the Bitcoin white paper started, and I'm going out 15 years into the future to the year 2035. This is the amount of the number of coins that will be in circulation. So in Bitcoin, there have been about roughly 18 million Bitcoin created, and there are going to be 3 million more created for the rest of time. So you can see to the left, this is what the money supply has looked like in Bitcoin. And to the right of this, in gray, we can reliably predict in the future what the future money supply is going to be, because again, the miners in the network are kind of programmed with that information in advance. The same is in Monero. So in Monero, we also have a predefined schedule for what the coin emission is going to be over time. And so on to the left of August 2020, you see what has actually happened in Monero. And this curve here, it looks so smooth and perfect. It looks like it's a theoretical line, but this is actually empirical data that I'm showing on the left. This is what actually happened in terms of emission in the Monero blockchain up to now. And then in the future, you can see the tail emission in Monero shows up at this as this very slight curve, straight line that's slightly tilted up to the right. That's the tail emission, in which there's going to be a fixed number of Monero dedicated to be given out to miners every year in perpetuity. This differs from Bitcoin, in which the 21 million limit is a hard limit. Once the number of Bitcoins emitted gets close to the 21 million, that's going to go to zero. And again, they have a problem to deal with, which is how do they guarantee that the miners in the far future are going to be incentivized to keep using their electricity and their silicon to keep supporting their network? If we take the time derivative of this last chart, you get year-over-year supply inflation. So what I'm doing is I'm taking what is the supply of a currency today versus what is the supply of that currency 1 year ago on the same day. And I'm showing what do you get for Monero, Bitcoin, and also gold. So the World Gold Council keeps track of its estimate of how much above ground gold there is in the world every year. And you can see here that the amount of gold in above ground that's known to exist and has been processed and refined into bullion and jewelry, that has been increasing at a pretty constant rate of about 1.8% per year. So if you think of sound money as being something that is gold-like in that there is no entity that can artificially create gold out of nothing. Like you have to do the work of mining it yourself. Then even gold inflates at a rate of 1.8% per year. So if you use that as kind of your litmus test for defining something called sound money. So sound money, a working definition of sound money would be something, a source of scarcity that inflates by a level of about 1.8% per year or less. So that would be kind of a working definition of what sound money is. So as you can see, Bitcoin and Monero both are coming up on a new area of scarcity, starting now here in 2020, going into the future. The inflation rates of both Bitcoin and Monero are going to be lower than gold. And so these will satisfy that definition of sound money. It's like a digital form of sound money. In contrast to this, we have a kind of scary situation with the money supply of the US dollar, for example. This is again money zero maturity, which is the broadest measure of liquid money in the US. And this is looking at year over year supply inflation. How much US dollars have there been versus how much US dollars have there been a year ago at the same date. You can see as a result of the pandemic, this has spiked up recently to about 30%. Now, I showed a version of this chart just 6 months ago at a keynote talk that I gave at the Critical Decentralization Cluster at 36C3 in Leipzig, Germany. You might have seen the Monero Means Money documentary film that was made out of that. And relative to that, which was just 6 months ago and just before the pandemic hit, I had to adjust the vertical axis here. It used to go to 20%. Now I had to adjust it to 30% to fit fiat. Again, it's a scary situation. Hopefully it works out for the best, because if it doesn't, there's going to be a lot of suffering by humanity. But the situation is what it is. And for those people looking for a source of scarcity that is gold or gold-like, this is what you're looking at. You have gold and you have new digital alternatives in the form of Bitcoin and Monero. There's another form of unwanted scarcity I want to talk about, and that's mining hardware. So in the Bitcoin white paper, Satoshi used the phrase one CPU, one vote. What that means is that this is the idea that the miner reward should scale with miner expense. So you want the probability that a miner computer gets the Bitcoin reward, you want that to be proportional to basically how much money and effort that they spent into buying the computer and paying for the electricity to run the computer and so on. You don't want a situation in which somebody with a whole bunch of wealth can come up with a way to do mining much more efficiently than a little guy who doesn't have much wealth. And yet that's exactly the situation that has come to pass in Bitcoin. And that is because of the economics of silicon manufacture. Silicon economies of scale destroy the linearity between miner expense and miner reward. And that is because you have different pieces of silicon with different capabilities and different specializations. CPUs, like the things that run your computer or your cell phone, those are general purpose computing devices, and they're made to be pretty fast at doing everything. Whereas ASICs are custom pieces of silicon that are custom designed to do one thing and do that one thing extremely efficiently. So it turned out that in Bitcoin, the proof of work algorithm that's used is simple enough to encode on a piece of silicon and have a dedicated piece of silicon that does nothing but the proof of work in Bitcoin. So basically, if you have $50 million, you can make a silicon fabrication lab and you hire a bunch of PhD electrical engineers to make this thing happen. And then you can, basically print out chips that do nothing but the Bitcoin algorithm and do that more efficiently than anybody else in the world. And so currently that capability exists really on an economically competitive basis, really only in China. And so at the current date, Bitcoin mining is a Chinese-dominated oligopoly. If you're in Shenzhen and you got about $50 million, you mines Bitcoin the fastest. Otherwise, you're out of the game. If you are just a regular guy with a CPU, just a gaming computer at home, and you want to join that to the Bitcoin network and try to, see if you can maybe hit a block, maybe you can get a reward. you have a higher chance of winning the lotto than getting a Bitcoin block reward. It's just it's not worth your time. It's not worth your time. It's not worth the electricity the extra electricity that your computer is going to eat while it's trying to come up with blocks to satisfy the Bitcoin network. This has the unfortunate effect of centralization. So now Bitcoin mining is effectively a Chinese oligopoly. You need to be one of these chip fab makers, or you need to be buddies with one of the chip fab manufacturers to get a realistic shot of amassing enough Bitcoin hash power to make a difference, to have a realistic shot of getting a block. So in Monero, we've looked at the situation in Bitcoin and asked, what can we do? What is going maybe not so great over there, and try to come up with solutions to mitigate that. So in Monero, what we've done is we have evolved the proof of work algorithm to keep small independent miners viable. So this is quite remarkable for any cryptocurrency, but if you look at Monero's proof of work since 2018, it has changed 4 times. And each of these 4 times has required a hard fork. So there's been an enormous level of effort that's gone into this. First, you need to come up with these algorithms. You need to notice that they're ASICs. You have to have a community consensus that this is a problem. You have to have a community that's willing to all upgrade their Monero clients to keep up with the latest changes, because these changes were all hard forks. That is, they were not backwards compatible. So it's a testament to kind of the persistence and really the unanimity of the Monero community in having this goal of keeping decentralized, a situation of decentralization really viable in the real world, and not just a theoretical thing, but something that's actually decentralized in practice, with small independent miners having a shot at getting a block reward in Monero. This chart is showing data to support that narrative. So here I'm looking at 2014 to the present, and this is a chart of the Monero network difficulty. So again, previously I talked about how Bitcoin works. There's a number called the difficulty, which is a number under which blocks have to have a hash that's under in order to be considered a viable block. So as more computers get onto the network, you can see that the difficulty will increase. So through version 0.11 of Monero, the proof of work was Kryptonite. And so you can see that the difficulty was proceeding along for several years. And then now there's a spike upwards in the difficulty. And this is basically interpreted as ASICs coming onto the system. So basically, there were chip manufacturers who looked at the Monero block, the Monero proof of work, figured out how to program the Monero proof of work into a custom piece of silicon, make that piece of silicon, plug it into the network, and then start getting a disproportionate share of block rewards from Monero. So once that happened, there was some alarm in the Monero community. There were signs that ASICs were going to dominate the network and have a situation in which you have to have connections with a bunch of buddies in Shenzhen in order to be able to have a realistic shot at mining. And so work commenced on a variant of the Kryptonite proof of work. So Kryptonite v2 was developed and tested and then deployed on the network in early 2018. When that happened, you can see the difficulty took a nosedive, and that is because all these ASICs that were previously viable and collecting a lot of the block reward were now shut out because the proof of work changed on them. So that proceeded for several months, and that's the lead time in silicon design, is that there's like a several month lead time from the time that you design an ASICs to the time that you actually fabricate it in enough quantity to make a big dent on the network. So several months later, there was another upward spike in the difficulty. So that was ASICs coming back online. So Kryptonite was patched again to preserve the network viability of getting block rewards for the little guy. So again, there was another hard fork in late 2018 to change to Kryptonite v3. That worked for another few months. Then the difficulty spiked up again. And then finally, there was Kryptonite R. Well, not finally, almost finally, there was Kryptonite R introduced in early 29. Then kind of mercifully, there's this silence from the ASICs manufacturer, which was a nice sign to see in the Monero community. And then finally, there was a kind of a revolutionary change in the proof of work algorithm to RandomX, which uses a randomly generated computer algorithm that must be executed in order to do the proof of work. it uses not only integer operations, but even floating point operations. And so it's a very interesting example of a proof of work algorithm for which the customized piece of silicon that will do RandomX the best happens to be, for example, an AMD Ryzen Threadripper, which is something that you can buy on Amazon. So it's basically commodity hardware is the most efficient at doing the Monero proof of work. It's not something that you have to, go on Alibaba to try and get for yourself, and then suffer through like the very many shenanigans that are associated with having a centralized mining operator. So, for example, these ASIC manufacturers do not have the most honest reputation, shall we say, of immediately shipping their product out once a customer buys an ASIC. There tends to be a several-month lag due to testing and other very unexplainable reasons that their shipped product gets delayed. And why would a ASIC manufacturer want to delay shipment of product that's been paid for? Well, they want to test the thing by running, by basically collecting Bitcoin block rewards with their customers' hardware before they send it out, right? So that's basically the shenanigans that one has to deal with when one does not have a commodity piece of computer hardware to do proof of work with. And so since RandomX has gone into effect, CPUs have once again been dominating the network. Arguably, that was also the case with Crypto28 R, but we see that there is basically a regime change in the proof of work. The metric of difficulty became apples and oranges once RandomX came in. So this increase in difficulty is not to be interpreted as meaningful. It's just that what is meant by a hash now is different in RandomX versus Crypto28. So there's a one-time jump in the difficulty, which is meaningless. But since RandomX went in, it's been, all signs have been that there have been only CPUs on the network. Another form of unwanted scarcity is access to layer one. So Bitcoin's 1 megabyte block limit caused a project fork. So there was a controversy as to whether this hard-coded line of code, which Satoshi had put into the Bitcoin client, saying that blocks have to be no larger than 1 megabyte in size, which is something that Satoshi did to as a kludgy way of preventing the network from getting spammed. That has remained in there for, the decision has been made, at least in the dominant, dominant implementation of Bitcoin, post divorce of Bitcoin. The most dominant one has preserved this 1 megabyte block limit, subject to very marginal level changes like SegWit, which actually made it like 1.3, but whatever. That the idea that there's going to be a hard block limit that doesn't change has survived in Bitcoin, and so you can see the transactions per day here, and I'm showing a exponential scale. So this is 10 transactions a day on the bottom to 1 million transactions a day on the top. In Bitcoin, you can see that just like the mining reward asymptotically hits a ceiling, the transactions per day in Bitcoin have also asymptotically hit a ceiling, and that is due to this 1 megabyte block limit. Again, in Monero, we look at what's happening in the dominant granddaddy cryptocurrency and give it all due respect as being the pioneer and the first to exist. But we're on a case-by-case basis looking at what could be done as an alternative solution to some of these issues. And so in Monero, we use what is called an adaptive block weight. It used to be called the adaptive block size, but now there were modifications to the algorithm, so now it's called the adaptive block weight. But the basic idea is that there is no hard-coded limit on the size of a Monero block. It dynamically adjusts along with the network so that it can dynamically expand if there is organic growth in the demand for Monero transactions, which, as you can see from this past history of transactions per day, you can make a pretty good argument that the trend line of this transactions per day is on the way up. It's unlikely to be spam related. It's unlikely to be like spammers are just kind of carefully spamming the network by just a little bit and then increasing the amount of spam that they send over time. This, by all indications, seems to be organic growth in the demand for Monero transactions. It looks so from here to here, from like this time in 2016 to this time today, that's a 10x increase in the transactions per day. So 10x in 4 years. is what we're looking at in terms of transaction per day growth. It doesn't look like much on this chart, but if you think about it, that is quite significant. In four years from now, at this pace, we're going to be looking at 100,000 transactions per day, and then in the year 2028, hope maybe in DEFCON we'll be showing 1 million transactions a day. Who knows? But in the adaptive block size, there is a miner disincentive that kicks in when blocks get too big. So that disincentivizes miners from including a whole bunch of transactions into a block. And if that happens, there are user fees that also increase if the blocks get too big. So miners will continue to be, they won't be so disincentivized that they stop making blocks, because their reward is not going to go down to zero, because user fees are going to kick in. Yet there's a disincentive for miners to just blindly process like spam. All right, so moving on to the third part of the talk, which, so up to now, there have been kind of, I would say, technical under the hood differences between Monero and Bitcoin. At this point of the talk, I want to talk about fungibility and transparency. And this is where the two kind of mission statements of these two cryptocurrency projects start to diverge quite strongly. Bitcoin is transparent. Etched forever for everyone to see forever is, for every transaction, you can see the sender, the receiver, and the amount. For every address, you can see a complete live balance history. And so this is contrary to what you might have heard from the popular press if you're kind of new to getting into the real details of cryptocurrency, because the news reports always make Bitcoin out to be this anonymous currency that nobody knows anything about. Nothing could be further from the truth. It's actually completely transparent. It shows every single detail. So, for example, for the high net worth clients that I work with in my consulting practice, this tends to be a showstopper once they know about it. Once they become aware of this fact that, hey, did you know that if you put, say $1 million into Bitcoin, and you have a Bitcoin address that has a million worth of Bitcoin in it, everyone can see that. As soon as they know your Bitcoin address, anyone in the world can go to their blockchain explorer, type in that address, and see, oh, hey, there's like 100 Bitcoin in there that's worth a lot of money. This is a showstopper for really anyone with wealth. Like, no one with wealth wants to broadcast that to the world. It's just it's indiscreet, and it's unsafe to do that. So the fact that there's this transparency in Bitcoin puts innocent people and businesses at risk. Also businesses, because businesses have, as part of their secret sauce as to how they are able to serve humanity, make a profit at the same time, is that they have suppliers and customers. They have a certain pattern of suppliers they get their inputs from. They have certain vendors that they deal with, and they buy products from their vendors at a certain time. Then they sell their products to their customers. So oftentimes the prices of those products might not be public knowledge if it's a business-to-business sort of transaction. And so there are lots of trade secrets that businesses have, and there's no shame in that. Whereas, for some reason, for some people, like any sort of desire for privacy gets portrayed as being something nefarious. For businesses, they routinely need privacy in order to survive as businesses, in order for their intellectual property, their trade secrets, to not be copied by competitors. Another problem in Bitcoin that goes beyond privacy is fungibility. That is, that reputation transfers in the Bitcoin network as well as value. So for every coin in the Bitcoin network, it's traceable back to the miner. So it's as if you have a $10 bill, and on the back of the $10 bill, there's a neat chart that shows for the entire history of the existence of that $10 bill, your, basically your address, your bank address. It might not be your name and picture, but it's your bank address, let's say, your bank account numbers. And then the account numbers of everyone before you who had that $10 bill, going all the way back to the US Mint that fabricated the $10 bill. And you have a nice, neat chart for all to see. It's even worse than that, because it's not that the $10 bill has that transparent list on it, because if it were actually on a physical piece of paper, then the holder of the piece of paper would be the only one who could see it. In Bitcoin, everyone in the world can see that nice transaction list for every piece of currency that's in the entire system. Every coin is traceable. The who owned it is traceable all the way back to the miner who first mined it. And what that does, it invites voyeurism. So if you know a Bitcoin address, it's just natural to go to a Bitcoin Explorer and type in the address and see how much money's there and see how many transactions they do. It's a part of the culture of Bitcoin to basically it's normalized being nosy. I think it's a pernicious social effect of this feature of the protocol. There's also guilt by association, and this is far more serious. There are now many companies in existence whose job it is to try and associate names and faces with every account in Bitcoin, every address in Bitcoin. They're trying to dox everyone on the Bitcoin network. And what do they do with that information? They basically come up with the equivalent of a social credit score. Because every Bitcoin in existence can be traced as to who owned it, they can make a graph showing people transacting money with each other. And if any of these people happen to be a quote bad person, then those people who happen to have exchanged money with that bad person are now flagged as potentially being bad themselves. Now, the problem with this is that it's based on imperfect information that is often easy to misinterpret. So, for example, let's say somebody buys a car, right? Somebody buys a car and they pay for their purchase with Bitcoin, or let's say the opposite. For example, you're selling your used car and you want to get Bitcoin for it, and so the person who you sell your car to gives you Bitcoin. And now, unbeknownst to you, the person who sold your Bitcoin, to the person who bought your car and gave you Bitcoin for it, the way that they got their Bitcoin was that they were, for example, selling drugs on the dark web, right? And that's how they came up with that Bitcoin, which now you own because you sold your car to this person. And you also failed to do, like everyone else who sells their car to a stranger by posting an ad on Craigslist, you didn't do a thorough background check on this person who bought your car, because they just had some Bitcoin. They had Bitcoin, you had a car, you did an exchange, you went on your way. Unbeknownst to you that they were a quote unquote bad person. And now because they were a bad person and the companies that are doing blockchain analysis know that, now they are looking at you and thinking, oh, this person just got $10,000 worth of Bitcoin from a known drug dealer. Maybe this person is supplying drug paraphernalia to that dealer. So now you are under suspicion for that, and it had nothing to do with you, right? But it had to do with the fact that this money is completely transparent and has this history behind it. What this means is that there is a social level of censorship, because now when this person who sold their car and got this tainted Bitcoin, now this person tries to put their tainted Bitcoin into a crypto exchange to get USD out of it. Once they send their tainted Bitcoin to their exchange, it gets frozen because now it's under suspicion. And now the customer who's done this has to go through all sorts of extra hoops to kind of prove their innocence. And to do that, they're trying to prove their innocence to somebody who really doesn't care to know the truth. They just want to cover liability on their side. They just want to make sure that they don't get in trouble. So probably the easiest thing to do is just to quarantine that money, not give it back to the customer, and wait for the authorities to give them permission to give it back, something like that. And none of this had anything to do with the innocent person involved. So this is why the transparency of Bitcoin is a problem, even for innocent, squeaky people who have nothing to hide, is that because the system is transparent, false accusations can be made against them due to false assertions, incomplete misunderstandings that other third parties are making based on that transaction data. In contrast, Monero is fungible, which means that every Monero is indistinguishable from every other Monero. There are three technologies that promote this indistinguishability. One is ring signatures. So those keep transacting senders private. Stealth addresses keep transacting receivers private. And ring CT keeps transaction amount sent private. So all three of these are present on the Monero blockchain. But when a person joins the Monero network by downloading the Monero software at getmonero.org and running that on their computer and downloading a copy of the blockchain from their peer miners, then they are getting a complete history of who sent what to who in Monero. The difference is in Monero, it's all encrypted, because by default, it's none of your business, like what the details of those. You will know that transactions happened. You will know when they happened, and you will know that they happened, but you won't see the details of what happened. You won't see the details of who was the sender, who was the receiver, and or what the amount was. Two of these three technologies were included in the original white paper that defined Monero, which is the CryptoNote white paper, ring signatures and stealth addresses, but ring-CT was not. Ring-CT was a innovation. And the history of how this got into the network is an example of the dedication of this group of people to put it in. Ring-CT required several ingredients to come to fruition. It required original cryptographic research. We're talking postdoc, PhD, mathematician level cryptographic research that goes through audit and peer review. Second, you need development of code to implement this new math. And you need to be on the sharp end of the bell curve to be doing this, because like the math is not trivial. And then to write code that faithfully implements that new math is also not trivial. To write clean code that does not screw up somehow in implementing that is even harder. And so that was another ingredient in getting ring-CT implemented. Also, just in case there were problems in the code that got written, it got subject to external audit. So basically, the Monero community was solicited for donations to pay for external auditors to examine the code of ring-CT and make sure that there were no subtle errors of memory overwrites or stuff, or such. And that got approved. Then finally, it doesn't matter if code gets written if nobody actually runs it. So the community of Monero node owners needed to get on board and download this and agree and update their computers once the new code came out. And because this was a hard fork that ring-CT was. Again, a hard fork being that it's not backwards compatible, which means if a node owner fails to update their computer, they're going to be left out. They're going to be kicked off the coin. So all these ingredients had to happen for ring-CT to go in. Here are some charts that show the kind of the evolution of how this went down. On the top, I'm showing daily average bytes per transaction. This is how many bytes, like how much disk space is taken up by a transaction on both the Bitcoin network and the Monero network. Bitcoin is the chart you see in black, and it's been pretty constant over time. So that's one of their, that's part of their community ethos over at Bitcoin, is that they want a stable protocol. They don't want to rock the boat. They don't want to make too many changes because they feel that they have an enormous amount of money in custody under their control. They don't want to do anything that might jeopardize safety in their view. Of course, if you take a broader view, the amount of money in Bitcoin is just like a trivial amount in terms of global finance. So it's arguable as to whether that sort of high horse view of the importance of the intrinsic goodness of what's already been done is maybe subject to question. That's something that's different in Monero. In Monero, we are used to acknowledging that this is all experimental, acknowledging that there's going to be new research, new innovations that make fungibility even better. And we go through the trouble, the time and the trouble and the effort to actually make that happen. So in Monero, you can see that the bytes per transaction started out as being pretty high. They're much bigger than in Bitcoin. And this was in the early days of denominated outputs. So in the early days of Monero, you had, for example, little nuggets of Monero. You can think of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Monero, like little like dollar bills, but they're like Monero bills. So doing a Monero transaction in the old days meant that if you were going to send 123 Monero to somebody, you would need to scrounge around and find a 100 Monero chunk, a 20 Monero chunk, and a 3 Monero chunk, and then you would send those out, and then those like little dollar bills would have to get broken up and then sent to whoever you were sending your money to. And so as a result, there were a large number of inputs, large number of outputs on every transaction, and there were the transactions were rather large. But this had the drawback of if you can see the denominations that are being sent around, that's harmful to fungibility, because you can see that this, certain accounts on the Monero network seem to have been identified with certain denominations of Monero chunks. And so you can make some assertions about that break fungibility in that case. And there were some papers that were published that made the case that fungibility in Monero was potentially breakable under certain circumstances. But these papers were written before 2017, and yet they continue to be kind of parroted about to this day as and shown as examples of weaknesses in Monero, whereas this got fixed in 2017, kind of an eternity ago in cryptocurrency standards. So ring-CT was enabled in 2017, at which point the bytes per transaction went up by quite a bit. Then ring-CT became mandatory. And now you can see that transactions were about 1,000 times larger than Bitcoin transactions throughout 2017, 2018. This was until bulletproofs came around. So this was another independent research effort in which it was found that the higher level math that ring-CT used in order to ensure that the value of outputs was the same as the value of the inputs, i.e. ensure that no money was being created out of thin air, that cryptographic proof could be done in much smaller byte space than could have been done earlier. And so as you can see, overnight, basically the transaction size dropped back down with ring-CT and bulletproofs. Now, recently, there's been CL-SAGs. This is a new research initiative that was developed by the Monero Research Lab, and it's gone through audit, and the audit came back good. And so in October, we are projecting to go with another hard fork to implement CL-SAGs, and that is going to decrease the transaction sizes in Monero by about 20%, which this dotted line is kind of showing you the magnitude of that. So basically, there is ongoing active research in Monero to improve the the way the engine works under the hood. This is the kind of thing that is actually rare to see in other cryptocurrencies. Other cryptocurrencies tend to make big announcements, use lots of buzzwords, and not actually improve anything. And it's actually the opposite in Monero. There's not a lot of big splashy announcements. People work generally quietly without fanfare, and from time to time introduce something that improves the actual product. All right, and the bottom here, you can see the daily average transaction fee. And so over history, and the scale here is, again, quite large. So it's 1 penny to $100 per transaction. So at times of peak demand, like for example, in the last bull market in the end of 2017, you can see that transaction fees were in both Bitcoin and Monero were quite high. They were in like the $50 range. But then now since then, bulletproofs have gone in. When bulletproofs went in, not only did the transaction size drop, but also the fee to send a transaction dropped by that order of magnitude sort of level. So that now transaction fees in Monero are on the order of a penny. Whereas in Bitcoin, now that there's what is potentially a new bull run starting, you see transactions in Bitcoin creeping up again to now the $5, $10 range. And if there's another burst of interest in cryptocurrencies that is driven by the price, then you expect to see, again, another spike in the transaction cost for sending Bitcoin. It might spike again in Monero too, who knows, but we're already at a sub-penny level already. So we're looking good on the fee front. So Monero benefits people with nothing to hide. And primarily it does that by eliminating the risk of receiving coins that are tainted due to no fault of the receiver. It's even worse than that. So for example, let's say you're an owner of Bitcoin and you get hacked. Somebody steals your Bitcoin, right? And let's say that the person who stole your Bitcoin now goes on the dark web and spends it. Whereas let's say you are a squeaky clean person, you don't even know what the dark web is, or you do absolutely nothing that could get you in trouble. You're totally 100% squeaky clean, but you have Bitcoin, and this Bitcoin is on a transparent ledger, which is completely traceable. So now you get hacked, you've lost your money. So in addition to suffering the loss of your money, now it turns out that the person who stole your money is now using it to buy drugs, right? So now your address, your identity is associated with drug buying, right? Let's say something really bad happens. The person who stole your money does something extremely bad with it. Now your identity is caught up with that. And so now you have, you might be even investigated for crimes that were committed with formerly your Bitcoin that got stolen. And so now not only are you suffering the loss of your money, you're having to now explain to people that no, it's not the case that I paid this guy to buy drugs for me. I actually had my money stolen from me. You have to, all sorts of headache can happen. All right. One way to look at this is in the Akerlof framework. So this was a Nobel Prize winning paper in economics. It has to do with used cars. And so I relate this. So first I'll explain the paper and then I'll apply it because that has applications to both safe mode, Defcon, like our virtual meeting that we're doing, and also a surveillance state with transparent coins. So there are two used cars types. There are lemons and there are peaches. Lemons are the cars that are going to break right away, and peaches are the well-maintained used cars. So sellers know which type of car they have. If you own a lemon, you know it because you were there in the hurricane that when your car was under 5 feet of water and flooded your car, it was yours, and you know that happened, and now you're trying to sell your car because it's damaged. That's a lemon. A peach is a car that, this is the type of owner who goes and changes the oil and does all the maintenance that you have to do on a car to keep it in good condition. So the sellers know what kind of car they have, but the buyers don't, because both lemon sellers and peach sellers make sure that the paint job on their car is extra shiny. So as on a superficial level, both lemons and peaches look identical to buyers. So the buyers can't tell lemons apart from peaches, but they know that they are ignorant in this situation. They know that they could end up with a lemon. So the Akerlof paper brilliantly explains this race to the bottom that happens in this asymmetric information market in which buyers are armed with less information than the sellers are. If you look at what is the offer price that a buyer is going to offer for a car, the offer price is going to be equal to the lemon price because that's the minimum possible price that a car could be, right? Lemons are worth less than peaches. So at the minimum, you're going to be offering the lemon price. And then you're going to offer more than the lemon price, but that's going to be contingent on what you think the probability is that you're going to get a peach versus a lemon. So if you think there's a 0% chance you're going to get a peach, well, you're just going to offer the lemon price. If you think there's a 100% chance that you're going to get a peach, then you're going to offer the lemon price plus the difference between the peach and the lemon price. In other words, you'll offer the peach price. If you think the probability is somewhere in between, then you're going to adjust your offer price to be somewhere in between. So that's the offer price that a rational buyer is going to offer for a car in this market in which they are ignorant, but they know that they're ignorant, and they can price their uncertainty. They can adjust their offer price to account for this uncertainty. So what do the lemon sellers do when they see this price? Well, they see a great offer because they're selling a lemon, and the sucker here, the buyer, is offering quite a bit higher price than the lemon price. So the lemon seller is delighted. They're going to say, okay, I thought about it, and yeah, I guess I'll accept your offer, right? So that's what the lemon seller says. The peach seller, they've done the maintenance on their car. They know that the value of their car is worth what a peach is, but the buyers are ignorant. Like, you can tell them all day that you've done a great job of maintaining your car, but the buyer is, at the end of the day, they're going to be skeptical. They don't know if you're really telling them the truth. They don't know if you're telling them the partial truth. So the price that the buyer is going to offer is less than that of the peach price. And so what's going to happen then? The peach sellers are going to become discouraged. They're going to be basically kind of disappointed by the fact that the market is not taking into account their goodness. Their moral goodness in taking care of their car is not going to be reflected in a high marketplace price. So they will leave the market. They will delete their Craigslist ad. They will stop selling their car. They will just keep their car until it runs into the ground. What happens then? Because the peach sellers leave, like a few of them leave, now the proportion of cars in the market that are lemons have gone up. A greater fraction of the cars that are available for sale are now lemons. And eventually, buyers are going to get wise to that fact. When they get wise to that fact, they're going to lower further their offer price. And thus, the negative feedback loop is born because the offer price keeps going down. Every time the offer price goes down, lemon sellers still accept it because they're getting an offer that is still higher than the lemon price. They're making a profit. And more peach sellers are going to get more and more discouraged and leave the market. You have a situation at the end where only lemons exist in this car market. So this was the Akerlof paper that got the Nobel Prize. Let's think about this in terms of the pandemic. So in health terms, peaches are people who are healthy, right? So healthy people are the peaches, and they are now faced with the decision of, do I engage in this super thing called Defcon, in which a whole bunch of smart people get together and talk about cool, geeky stuff. And you make new geeky friends, and you hang out in Vegas and have fun. So that decision is basically, are you going to engage in this social marketplace in which you are dealing with other people? So you could be dealing with all peaches when you get to the live in-person DEFCON. That is, everyone could be healthy, but you are aware that that's not the case. There are going to be some lemons. There are going to be some people who are sick and don't know it because of the nature of the virus. So basically, you have to gauge your overall social utility of going to the conference by the probability that you're going to end up with a lemon, i.e. get sick. And so the rational decision, if the penalty function of getting a lemon is large enough and the probability of it is getting large enough, then the rational thing to do is to withdraw from that marketplace and decide to do DEFCON in safe mode. And that's exactly what we've done this year. Let's apply this to the marketplace for transparent coins. In transparent coins, or surveillance coins, as I like to call them, the complete history of every coin is traceable going back. That means if you're a squeaky clean person, the analogy is that you are a healthy person. You are a peach seller. You are a squeaky clean person with a good reputation. And so your kind of social status is healthy. The thing is, if you deal with Bitcoin with other people, are you going to unknowingly be dealing, are you going to, by mistake, do a transaction with somebody who is not healthy in terms of a legal status? You don't know that. Just like the lemon buyer and just like the person who's thinking about going to a con. You could suffer a lemon consequence just by dealing with other people in this network, because this network has this undesirable feature that the coins are not fungible. Right? So what is a squeaky clean person going to do? They're going to tend to want to go to a coin that rewards them and does not put them in jeopardy due to the actions that they can't control of other people on the network. So you're going to see the squeaky clean people going to something like Monero, which is counterintuitive, certainly according to the biased and misleading portrayal that often gets put on Monero. It's the squeaky clean people who need Monero the most. So Monero is what Bitcoin noobs think they bought. It's sound money in safe mode. All right. I have limited time, so I'm going to just go to talking about how to get involved. One way you could get involved is to purchase some Monero, because again, I started this talk talking about the kind of out of control expansion of the fiat money supply around the world that is currently happening as a result of the pandemic. And that led to the idea that one should maybe spend some time looking into alternate forms of scarcity that are not controlled by governments. That would be precious metals, and also, now that there's Nakamoto consensus, Bitcoin and Monero. How does one kind of process the relative expensiveness or cheapness of these assets? So here is, I think, probably the only price chart that should be looked at by anyone who's looking to think of cryptocurrency as an investment. And that is, I'm doing a long-term timescale. So this is from 2009 to the present, 2009 being, of course, when the Bitcoin white paper came into being. And what I'm doing here is I'm showing the value of all the world's Bitcoin, and I'm dividing that by the value of all the world's gold, all the world's above ground gold. So there are several variables that go into this chart. First, there's the number of Bitcoin in existence at any given time. There's the price of the Bitcoin. There's the amount of gold in existence at any given time, and there's the price of gold. You need all four of those ingredients to come up with this ratio chart, which I'm showing a log scale again. And then I've done that again for Monero. This is the value of all the world's Monero divided by the value of all the world's gold. And what you see here is that currently all the world's Bitcoin is worth something like 2% that of all the world's gold. And all the Monero in the world is worth about 1/100th of 1% of all the world's gold. You might be aware that there's been a recent kind of spike of interest in cryptocurrency prices. Bitcoin is back over $10,000 for the first time in a few years. So there's been a lot of hype, but you don't see that here because there's also been a spike in the price of gold, right? So basically the relative valuation of crypto to gold has been flat in the post-pandemic time period. Now, given that gold is a physical good, which is subject to all of the surface contamination issues that any physical object has the disadvantage of suffering in the COVID era. Is this rational that crypto to gold cap ratios have been flat during the pandemic? I'll leave that to you to decide. Second, of these two cryptocurrencies, there is one that actually acts like gold because it's fungible. Gold does not have on the back of every gold bar a list of everyone who owned that gold bar before you did. And so it's actually a more apt comparison to compare the value of Monero versus gold. So is it rational that the valuation of Monero is 1/10,000th of that of gold, whereas the valuation of Bitcoin is basically 1/50th that of gold? So that's another question to think about. One thing I also wanted to show was a chart that I think counters this still and very stale narrative that there's infinite inflation in Monero. So what I've done is I'm answering this question. Let's say you have an investor who today decides that they want to buy 1/1,000,000th, so 1 out of every 1 million of one of these alternative forms of scarcity. And to protect themselves against inflation, they are not going to buy 1/1,000,000th of today's supply. They are going to buy 1/1,000,000th of the supply in 100 years' time. So they're going to look at what is the supply of this scarce asset going to be in the year 2120, and I would like to buy 1/1,000,000th of that today. So that's the question I'm answering. First, let's look at gold. So currently there are about 200,000 metric tons of above ground gold, and gold has been expanding at about 1% per year. When you compound that over 100 years, that ends up being pretty significant. So in 2120, at that rate, there's going to be over 1 million metric tons of gold, which means to buy 1/1,000,000th of all the gold in the world, you're going to have to end up buying more than a metric ton of it, which is at the current price is going to be $76 million worth of gold. That buys you 1/1,000,000th of the projected gold supply in the year 2120. So let's do that with Bitcoin. So with Bitcoin, they're going to be very proud that 100 years from today, there's going to be only 21 million Bitcoin in existence. And that's an easy number for even normies to remember and understand. So today, there are about 18 million Bitcoin. In the future, there'll be 21 million. How much does it cost? $244,000. How about in Monero? Well, here's today's emission. Now we have the tail emission, right? So that commonly gets thrown about as being infinite inflation. Well, actually, we know what it's going to be. And in 100 years from now, it's not that bad. The coin supply in 100 years from now in Monero will be less than double what it is today. That's not too bad for a century. So to buy 1/1,000,000th of all the Monero that will be in the world in the year 2120 will cost you a total of $3,000. So some more framework for people's consideration when assessing the relative valuation of these assets. Okay, thank you for listening. If you want to learn more about Monero, there's monerovillage.org for the rest of the festivities happening this week. Also, the official, the website is getmonero.org. That's important to know. It's getmonero.org, not .com, not other variants. If you want to get in touch with me here at Defcon on the Discourse, I'm INTJ440. Or if you want to get in touch with me over email, it's Daniel@Sweetwater Consulting. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Daniel Kim. We are going to take a short break, and then we will be back with Dr. Sarang Noether from the Monero Research Lab. So just give a few minutes, stick tight, and we will see you shortly. We are good. Please stop. Okay, I believe it has switched over. So, okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Monero Research Lab office hour with me, the host, Justin, and the person you actually want to see, Dr. Sarang Noether. So to start, I would like to have Dr. Sarang Noether introduce himself. Before we get started, I think it would be useful to set expectations for what this session is. It's very casual on purpose. We are here such that we can answer your questions. Mostly it'd be Mr. Sarang Noether answering your questions. And yeah, so I will be paying attention to YouTube. I'll be paying attention to Discord just to relay questions over. But otherwise, this is really your time to make of it what you would like. So yeah, we're here to answer anything you have. So how about Sarang, can you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. So I am Dr. Sarang Noether. I'm a cryptographer and mathematician who is a research contributor to the Monero Research Lab. The Monero Research Lab is a research and development work group. It's not the only one, but it's a research and development work group that conducts research and development for the Monero project. So that ends up being stuff involving protocol research, some of the math, prototyping, coding, all sorts of things to kind of push the Monero protocol and privacy-preserving digital assets forward in general from a technical perspective. And like Justin said, the purpose of this office hour is to give an opportunity to just kind of very informally give video forum in this case in order to answer any questions that come up, topics that people want to know more about. So this could be Justin and I sitting here in the quiet for an hour, like often happens in kind of standard university in-person office hours, or it can be really whatever sort of technical aspects that folks want to talk about. So I guess I'm using whatever media you I guess have access to. Justin, you said you're watching the Discord and YouTube. Is that right? Cool. Yeah. So for any questions that people have, go ahead and shoot them off to us there. We can talk about them. Otherwise, I'll sit here with my little cup of coffee.
Perfect. I brought my coffee. I haven't had a lot of coffee with my actual coffee chats recently, but I feel like doubled down on the coffee the last few days. Were you the type of person in high school? Well, maybe high school depending, but in college that went to office hours? Were you the type of person that would usually go, or is this something you did not go to that often?
I did go to office hours, when I had questions, and later as a TA, and even later as an instructor. I don't know. Then I had a new appreciation for the nature of office hours when I was the one, running the office hours. But I did discover that oftentimes it was like this really cool combination of folks who came because they really wanted to understand something that they didn't, prior to that. But there were also a lot of students who really did know what they were doing, and they were just really interested in making sure that they, kind of had as much face-to-face time to kind of go over new problems as they could. So one thing I liked is that it was like, oh, this is not some kind of sign of weakness to go to office hours. It's like a sign of, I guess, being motivated and dedicated to what you're learning. But there were still many times when I had no one show up to office hours, and then it was just me reading books for an hour. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I guess.
Do you have any questions or any topics of any kind?
At the moment, there are no questions and no topics of any kind, but of course it's open.
I mean, we can also just talk a little bit of, I guess, some.
Yeah, I was thinking one way we could do is sort of troll the answers out of people. We can just start saying like, well, what do you think about this obnoxious thing, just to get people all riled up about it. But before we do that, how about you talk about what you've been doing with the Monero Research Lab the last month or so?
So I would say probably like the most interesting thing that people might care about, or hopefully at least they'll care about the effects of it, is going to be CLSAG, which is it's a new linkable ring signature construction that was really intended to kind of be a drop-in replacement to the linkable ring construction that the Monero protocol used to use, which is called MLSAG. I will say that in hindsight, I really regret us not giving it a cooler name. But you know
what would have been a cooler name for that?
I have no idea. If anyone has any ideas, you should tell us.
I mean, we ended up getting a pretty cool CLSAG logo. Basically, the community came together and we had a few ideas that were pitched, one of which we ultimately went with in the blog post, and they're credited at the bottom. But, it's not quite as easy to market as something like Halo or Arcturus.
Because originally so prior to like the confidential transaction model, the linkable ring signature scheme was won by some other authors. It was called LSAG, linkable spontaneous anonymous group signatures. And then from that point on, moving into the confidential transaction model, where we replaced, kind of in the clear amounts, commitments to amounts. And then we moved to one that was developed by Sarang Noether and others, kind of more of an in-house kind of thing. And that was called MLSAG. It was a multi-layered linkable spontaneous anonymous group signatures. The idea there is that you had both information in the signature that dealt with both like signing keys, but also certain commitment keys. And by kind of cleverly setting up and arranging how you do that signature, you could both, show this kind of signer ambiguous, signature model that you're looking for, but also throw in a proof of balance, which is very important, but also completely in a signer ambiguous way. The downside to the MLSAG signatures, of course, is you basically kind of have two sets of data floating around in the signature itself. You have some sets of data that deals with like the signing keys and a kind of a separate set of parallel data that deals with the commitment keys. So the scaling on that, is not very good. It scales as, the anonymity set per transaction goes up, it scales that way. But at the same time, every time you're adding on, new ring members, you're actually adding on two pieces of data effectively, one for signing keys and one for commitment keys. And so the kind of the new hotness now is CLSAG, which is concise linkable spontaneous anonymous group signatures. So it is what it is. There was a name that was chosen and thought about changing it, but then we're like, you've already named it. Can't really rename it. So people already knew it by that. We didn't want to make everything more confusing. So, but the idea there is to kind of take this information involving these this data for signing keys and this data for commitment keys, and it turns out you can combine them together in this weighted fashion that involves some hash functions to ensure that someone can't kind of maliciously go through and run a forgery on the signature, and basically do the same thing that MLSAG signatures do, both show in a signer ambiguous way that you were signing a message on behalf of one of the unknown keys, I guess one of the set keys, but you don't know which one it is, but also basically signing with this other commitment key that you need to prove balance. So it's more or less a drop-in replacement, but now effectively you only have to have one set of data involved. So one piece of information per ring member and then some additional auxiliary information that's used just to make the algebra work. So the benefits to this are that it's basically a drop-in replacement, so that's great. Everything involving key images sticks around, everything involving the way that these keys are structured gets to stick around. But the benefits that you get for it are that first, the signatures are much smaller. So effectively, the signatures that you get for CLSAG are about half the size as for MLSAG. That's just the signature alone. Transactions include more than just the signature. So they're smaller in that sense, but they're also faster to verify because it turns out you can do some optimization with the way that these operations take place. Because before, you had to do some cryptographic operations on like the linkable side of the data and on the commitment side of the data. And now you can effectively do them at the same time, and you can optimize that away a little bit. So benefits there are that you end up with about 20% faster signature verification. So transactions that spend multiple inputs, which most transactions spend between 1 and 2 inputs and generate some other outputs. But for every one of those spent inputs, you need a separate signature. And so it turns out that for the most common forms of transactions, like a 2-input, 2-output transaction, for example, you end up seeing overall about a 25% decrease in the transaction size, and overall probably about a 10% speed up in the overall transaction verification. So that's pretty good. There's really no downsides to this. Of course, we want to make sure that the security model for this was very strong. So the security model, it basically just says, what properties do we want this construction to have? And for our particular purposes, we want there to be these properties involving forgeability and non-slanderability and linkability, and there's kind of this list of them that you want this linkable ring signature construction to have. So what you do is you basically build this kind of hypothetical model of an imaginary attacker, and you kind of give this attacker different powers to do things. So you might give this imaginary attacker like the power to convince honest users to hand over their private keys. Or you might give this imaginary attacker the power to persuade honest users to, build arbitrary transactions on the attacker's behalf. And then you show that, even if the attacker had these powers, it still can't go and like generally break these properties that we want it to have without also, breaking some computational problem like the discrete logarithm problem that we assume is computationally feasible to do. So you basically say, aha, this hypothetical attacker can't exist, and therefore we're okay. And so we decided to kind of beef up the security model that was used for CLSAG compared to like LSAG and MLSAG. And in doing so, ended up with, I would say, like a pretty good model for how we want it to work. So that's pretty good. We're pretty sure that the same security model would equally apply to MLSAG, but we didn't go back and kind of retroactively do that. It was considered to be pretty straightforward.
Do you know of anyone else that is actually using MLSAG in a sort of production like Monero is? Like, is there any other application that's widely used for this?
Oh, you mean besides like projects that use it for the same purpose? Yeah, I guess like code forks or different digital assets that have at least like the same or a similar protocol presumably use it. But I'm not aware of any other direct applications. So originally LSAG, one of the in the original paper that originally introduced LSAG, one option that was listed was like voting schemes, for example, where you want to be able to ensure that someone can't vote twice for a particular issue, but also have some ambiguity among the set of possible voters. I don't think that that's actually been implemented yet. I mean, secure voting is really hard for a lot of reasons, but it happens to be really good for the purposes that we use it for. And so I guess to kind of finish up too, the Monero community commissioned an external audit of both the paper. I should be very careful to say preprint. This preprint is still technically a preprint, so that means it hasn't undergone any other peer review aside from what I'm going to talk about. But we decided to have the preprint externally audited, as well as the implementation for the upcoming October network upgrade audited. So that was done. There were two auditors who were commissioned to do that, and that was in kind of in consultation with the Open Source Technology Improvement Fund, which is a nonprofit that does support for these kind of things, and supported by Monero community donations. And the auditors had a lot of really good suggestions for how to improve the overall CLSAG security model and preprint. So ended up changing a few of the proofs around, and generally just improving how the security model and proofs were structured and run. And those didn't actually require any other changes to the scheme itself. So the construction itself, and therefore the code, didn't change as a result of that. But we're now much more confident in the way that the security model was arranged, some of the definitions, the cryptographic hardness assumptions, and things like that. So that's great. Those changes have been made, and that's now up on the IACR ePrint archive. And then the implementation, surprisingly, didn't require any real changes for security, which I feel like usually you get some in there. They did it. There were a few kind of informational ideas for how to simplify the code, but we considered that changing those, they would have been fairly extensive in how we handle certain key structures and such. And it was thought that it was probably more likely to introduce risk if we made kind of these big sweeping, more informational changes than if we were to just leave it. So yeah, so the report's available. There's a blog post up on getmonero.org about it. You can read the full report, take a look at the preprint, look at the code if that's your thing. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that's scheduled to be deployed in the October network upgrade. So all you need to do is just keep your software updated. If you use a hardware wallet, like a Trezor or Ledger, that's in process as well, getting their firmware and apps updated as well to make sure that that's good to go, kind of day and date when we're ready to go to. So if you use those, make sure you keep your firmware updated as well. And we'll be good to go.
Very cool. We had a question come in from Andres. He asked if there's any plans to, in the future, move past ring signatures to something that is not just hidden between other decoys, but have these additional protections beyond just a decoy level protection. So I guess there's quite a few things that I know are involved in this question. One is like we have the current decoy selection, which per transaction has a relatively small number of decoys per selection, which provides reasonable mass surveillance protection, but less so good targeted surveillance if someone knows information about particular transactions. So I guess given the current situation, what is the approximate timeline forward, or not necessarily the timeline, but the set of potential improvements forward for whether or not ring signatures are sort of the right approach for the future, and how you've approached dealing with the core problem of the relatively small per transaction decoy levels?
Yeah. So really the question seems to be kind of about per transaction anonymity sets. I increasingly dislike the idea of using the term ring signature to purely mean a limited anonymity set, just because while it has been the case so far that our ring signature construction does have a limited anonymity set, I don't think it's necessarily the correct term to use. So it's possible to build transaction protocols with limited anonymity sets or full anonymity sets. And you could probably do all sorts of other things. We know that there's transaction protocols that have no anonymity sets. But those are typically not the ones we're interested in. So what we do right now is we do in fact use a linkable ring signature as kind of a building block in a limited anonymity set transaction protocol for the Monero protocol. That's not the only way to do it though. So it is possible to build limited anonymity set transaction protocols that use, for example, specialized zero-knowledge proving systems. So I really don't like the whole idea of zero knowledge meaning full anonymity and ring signature meaning not, because that's not, that tends to be certain implementations now, but it is not generally true. Those things have much more technical meanings involving kind of proof and signature constructions. But using them the way that we do today, so it's possible to kind of migrate over to a still limited anonymity set construction, but one that permits much larger anonymity sets for reasonable transaction sizes and times, but in a way that ideally would help against certain other forms of analysis or attack. Because again, right now, the way that the transaction protocol signatures scale is that they scale linearly with the size of the anonymity set. So you're really kind of stuck there. And there's been some proposals for ways to use different kinds of specialized zero-knowledge proving systems. Some examples of that are OmniRing is one of them, Volantis is another one, RingCT3, Triptych, Taurus. There's probably other ones that I'm just not thinking of right now. But all of these essentially allow a transaction proof, along with possibly some other auxiliary proofs, that scales much better in terms of size and scales a little bit better in terms of time. So verification time is unfortunately kind of the sticking point for this. So if you want a trust-free, like a non-centralized, trusted setup style proving system and transaction protocol, you can make those proofs very small. We know how to do that already. They're not as small, for example, as the proofs, not the transactions, but the proofs in, say, Zcash, but they're still quite small for the size of the limited anonymity set you can get. But verification time is always a sticking point. So with those particular kinds of protocols and proofs, you do need still a almost linear verification time, and that'd be the sticking point. So that's kind of the limitation that exists. There are options. They've all got some trade-offs in terms of what you can do with things like tracing and how the construction works. Some of them involve changes to multi-signature operations. There's changes to the way that linking tags work, which would kind of require almost sort of like a pool migration that could still be done safely. And so which one of these, if any, should be the one going forward is kind of up in the air right now. A lot of it depends on what trade-offs people are willing to accept, and also what trade-offs people are willing to accept in terms of namely transaction verification times. Obviously, we'd like verification to be as low as possible, because that means, faster operations. But that has to be balanced again what kinds of analysis and attacks you want to be able to protect against. So ideally, what we'd love to do is move to something that is, in fact, full anonymity set. Kind of the classic example of that right now is something like, the Zcash protocols, where different anonymity sets that are involved there are basically enforced using proofs that, do things involving Merkle tree proofs. And what that effectively does is it effectively gives you, a full anonymity set within that pool, absent external information. That would be ideal, but right now, all the proposals that are kind of on the table for doing that suffer a lot in terms of either centralized trust or in terms of, say, proof size or time. Right now, you can't really have everything if you don't want to have centralized trust. And of course, there's also other issues with that. For example, in many of the protocols, hang on here, there's someone else joined the room here.
Yeah, I think he's probably one of the next speakers, I assume.
Yeah. So anyway, right now, like that's kind of the limitation. So under the assumption that the project and its community are unlikely to move to something that would require centralized trust, right now there has to be a limitation of limited anonymity sets, and so there's still questions about how do you end up choosing those anonymity sets. There are definitely ways that you can do it that I think provide improvements over the way we do it now. As you get bigger anonymity sets, you can do you can do certain kinds of binning with the outputs in those anonymity sets, and that can mitigate certain kinds of heuristics involving common ownership and the source of where those outputs came in terms of transactions earlier on the chain, as well as timing analysis. So there's a lot of interesting stuff you can play with, but I don't think there's a really good understanding right now of what exactly those precise trade-offs people are willing to make are.
Yeah, in my experience,
honestly, we have code that can do this now, but I think it's a matter of kind of the community and researchers and developers kind of getting into agreement on what those trade-offs should be. So, and again, hopefully, eventually we get to something that is efficient and trust-free, which would kind of check all the boxes for everyone. And from there, you could, very likely build a protocol that uses such a system and does, in fact, give you effectively, full anonymity, which presumably would be enforced.
In my experience, when people talk about full anonymity or limited anonymity, it's sort of in an academic only way, and then it's applied to it's typically the way things are currently, right? So limited anonymity looks like a Monero's case, right? And that, in many cases, people think that just can't even really change. They don't really think about these. Limited is just, anything less than the full pool. And that could be a larger number than the entire size of the pool of a different network, theoretically. And then people are like,
yeah, and it also depends on what exactly your threat model is, right? Are you concerned about a nefarious actor making a bunch of controlled purchases and then examining the possible transaction tree between you and an exchange with whom this person or entity is colluding? So given that, it's very difficult to get, I would say, practical anonymity, in that particular circumstance. And there's plenty of other circumstances that you can dream up where under certain threat models, limited anonymity just, won't work for you. So it's one of those infuriating it depends kind of things where, it's like limited anonymity right now is a trade-off. It is like an absolute trade-off. And we all look forward to the day when we can do something that's trust-free. And, frankly, if your particular threat model is going to require, a more full anonymity scenario, then, you might have to consider whether or not going to a trusted setup sort of scenario is something that you need to do. That may come with its other trade-offs, based on things like ecosystem availability and, a host of other questions. But it's absolutely a trade-off. And I think it's important to acknowledge that. We have things like the Breaking Monero series where we kind of try to tease out some of the particular scenarios under which limited anonymity can be a problem, and those for which it might not be as much of a problem. But I feel like it's not fun to sit down and try to enumerate and think about the specifics of a risk model. But it's something that unfortunately right now I'm kind of have to do.
We haven't had a Breaking Monero series in a while, so I guess given that we haven't, what episode ideas would you like to see there be episodes for?
Oh man, I think it'd be interesting to do one that talks about, I guess, some more specifics on things like churn and self-send operations. So I would say things like that. Something involving things like output merging would be very, very interesting. Where outputs from different transactions end up being pulled into different anonymity sets into the same later transaction. I'm looking at ways to possibly mitigate that. Larger anonymity sets with good output selection can mitigate that example. The churn example is a bit tougher because you could look at things like, possible chain history sizes and distributions and look at, what happens with that. I think it's, there's a lot of interesting things to talk about. but I think it's important to do them in a way that doesn't end up kind of just rapidly devolving into, confusing graphs and, irritating math. But at the very least, I think I'm really happy at least to see that there is a lot of interesting research into this area. A lot of folks want general zero-knowledge proving systems that are trust-free and efficient. And that would, I think, would be like the ideal, checking of all the boxes. And it's interesting to see what different projects do, right? I mean, things like Zcash and related projects get, efficient proofs that are very fast to verify, and you can do things like effectively full anonymity set transaction protocols. In theory, ideally, Zcash kind of has their whole optionality part to it, but are willing to sacrifice trust to a degree to like a multi-party computation. And there's always kind of the question of like, for your personal use case and how you tend to view multi-party computation, do you think that a multi-party computation setup kind of diffuses the trust out enough to where you're okay with that, or are you not okay with that? Because in theory that does provide like a guaranteed, this is how the soundness of this operation could fail scenario if the multi-party computation were, misused, for example. So many questions in this space and so many trade-offs. I feel like a lot of cryptography is basically just like the precise study of mathematical trade-offs. But no, I don't really have a good timeline for when we might be able to move to something that is what you consider full anonymity. But there are options for increasing the anonymity set, which lets you do a lot of other cool things, hopefully mitigate some analytical heuristics. So wouldn't solve everything, but I think it'd be an improvement.
So that's on the tip for October, right? Kidding.
Not for October. So I mean, there's other interesting things, on the horizon too. Ideas for making range proofs a little bit more efficient have come up. There was a preprint that came out on improvement to bulletproofs called Bulletproofs Plus. The plus actually means
fancy.
The plus actually means taking away a few proof elements, but bulletproofs minus doesn't sound as good. So I don't know. There was a proposal to do an implementation of that. It's really new. It's kind of it's an extension of the way that the bulletproofs inner product protocol works. And it's cool. Does this cool weighting operation with it, and it would let us take a few dozen bytes off of transactions. In theory, they'd be like very, very marginally faster to verify, but in practice, it would pretty much be a wash, I think, in the grand scheme of things. So really the question about whether or not it is worth moving to that is worth the effort. And the possible risk of something that's a bit newer has yet to be determined entirely. Were there any other questions that came up besides the one that got us into a very long discussion about protocols?
Yeah, there's one. It's still a protocol related question, so it is going to be a follow up though. It says, so the ideal solution for Monero would be ZK snarks like thing that doesn't require a trusted setup. And I believe you basically said yes, but also needs to be efficient.
Yeah. And specifically saying like ZK snark specifically, it's there are different ways there are different building blocks you can use to construct protocols, and I think it's important to consider it at a protocol level. So, for example, like you could basically build something akin to, like the Zcash sapling protocol, for example, but without using ZK snark construction. You could do that with bulletproofs, for example. I don't think this has actually been done, but I know that there were some estimates made to say, okay, bulletproofs is a zero-knowledge proving system. The scaling is, in terms of verification, is not as good, just absolutely not. But what it lets you do is it lets you prove things about circuits in a trust-free way. So that is trust-free. And so in theory, you could take, the circuit that's used in Zcash sapling and some of the other constructions, and you could build that in bulletproofs, and you get rid of trust. And the size would still be pretty good. The estimates in the size are like, it'd be competitive. Not quite as good, but still pretty competitive. But the verification would be, no, it wouldn't work. Estimates I saw are like still on the order of a second, which are like, well, a second, that's pretty fast. It's like, yeah, but then you got to do that like a million times. So you can like amortize that down with batching and stuff, but it seemed like it was not quite doable at this point. So I would say something that would let you do like the whole Merkle proof kind of thing that effectively lets you do a full anonymity set based protocol would be ideal if we could make it mandatory, which other projects have shown you can do that to ensure optimal privacy. But also, I think ideally is making it trust-free, or at least diffusing the trust and the soundness out to the point where everyone is satisfied with it. And I think it's been the general view of a lot of folks who support the idea of Monero to just reduce that trust down to nothing. Whereas for other projects, they've decided that they're okay with kind of delegating that soundness risk off to a large enough set of participants in a multi-party computation that they are safe, secure enough that they're, I guess, okay with the security of. I don't really know a great way to say that. But that is risky. Like the Sprout multi-party computation that started Zcash, for example, did have a soundness problem. And there was a kind of a whole deal where they had to end up taking down the proof transcripts and hoping that no one was able to figure out and abuse that. So like there's a real non-trivial risk involved, even to something like such a multi-party computation. So that's not without risk either. And it makes the trust situation a little bit more tricky. So I guess I am personally of the opinion that, I like the idea of I guess, kind of minimizing the possible soundness problems. A soundness problem for something that involves like a trusted setup is the trusted setup in a multi-party computation. For anything that uses, for example, Peterson commitments, which Monero does, other projects do too, Zcash does, Nimble-based assets do. In theory, if you could break Peterson commitments, that's a problem with, something akin to soundness as well. So it's definitely kind of like this different like threat profile, and ideally we want to minimize that.
Got it. Something that was discussed quite a few years ago, but I don't think has really come up super recently, is the idea of second layer networks on Monero. Like, what if you wanted to put the Lightning Network on Monero? What if you wanted to put this, that, or the other on Monero? What if you wanted to put a like ZK Snark mixer on Monero, like as an optional thing? Like, so I guess what sort of building blocks need to happen to allow greater compatibility? Knowing that right after this, we also have a talk about atomic swaps for Monero too.
Yeah, which is a really cool new thing that's still in progress, but yeah. So there's some other researchers who were looking at the possibility, what would it take to do, say, atomic swaps between something like Monero and something like Bitcoin, for example, where in Bitcoin there's a lot of stuff you can do because Bitcoin has both scripting capability, but also some different kind of setups in how its protocol works and in how it runs things like signatures and the like. And that gets really tricky because Monero does not have inherent scripting capability. Adding inherent scripting capability would be pretty awful for fungibility. So I tend to view that as probably a non-starter on the Monero side. So given that, the question is, well, okay, so what could you do for something like atomic swaps? And one idea that maybe talked about in the next talk, so we'll try not to give too much away, involved a particular zero-knowledge proof that was kind of unspecified at the time in the write-up. In theory, we could have done it with something like bullet proofs, but it would have involved hash functions, and that's kind of gets messy to do in circuits. So that was not ideal. But then they came up with another idea that uses this clever cross-group proof, where you basically prove that across two different groups, which are otherwise basically algebraically incompatible, you can show a quality of like an unknown discrete log. And it turns out if you can do this, you can very cleverly kind of build it into this protocol involving some Monero transactions and some Bitcoin-style transactions in a way that could let you do atomic swaps. It's pretty darn interesting. There's still some kind of open, ongoing questions about how you need to structure those transactions, just to make sure that if one or more of the parties that are involved in this doesn't follow the protocol, what are the risks to funds, if anything? What's the worst case scenario that could occur? And even then, saying, well, okay, suppose that the protocol does work exactly as you expect, and the swap does happen. What information, if any, does that leak across one or more of those chains? So, for example, if you use a centralized service to do swaps right now, like that can obviously have some risk because that entity knows presumably where assets came from and where they're sending them to. So, that kind of is a central storage kind of risk. But also you can do different kinds of timing analysis and other amount analysis across different chains to try to determine, what's going on and what funds are moving where. And if that's a risk for you, then you don't really want that. So I think the question of what, if anything, about that kind of analysis would transfer from the current setup, which is like, I use a centralized service to do my exchanges, versus saying, well, I'll just do it atomically without a central service. Like, what kind of analysis could still happen? It's not nothing, because metadata always exists. But I think the question of to what extent does it happen, and is that something that you want to do, I think are still open, but very interesting nonetheless. There were some other ideas for stuff like payment channel networks, even within Monero. Like DLSAG was another signature construction that some other researchers came up with. And we looked at it, and unfortunately it had like this tracing problem that would have required this whole self-spend thing. And it kind of got messy, and there wasn't really a great solution for it, unfortunately. So that kind of ended up being dead in the water for that purpose, at least, which was really unfortunate, because DLSAG would have opened the door to some interesting stuff.
Got it. I know this is
one of those LSAG names. Just eventually
just go through every letter.
Something involving an LSAG construction, just for even more confusion.
So I know this isn't your work directly, but I know Isthmus recently opened a community crowdfunding system proposal to look into potential limitations in Monero related to quantum computing. He was going to look at the initial scope of what basically challenges Monero needed to address going forward. Can you speak a little bit about what this general work is doing, and then also speak about Monero and quantum computing generally?
Yeah, so this is work that's ongoing. I believe we're going to work on it for 3 months. They're about done with the first month, I think, of that. So again, I'm like not directly working on this, so I don't want to try to speak for them or anything. But their idea was, okay, under the assumption that someday quantum computers would exist, and there's definitely debate on like to what extent people think that this would be a problem in the future. If so, how far into the future, and if all of that, what actions would we want to take now in the protocol to try to mitigate the possible future effects of quantum computers. And they want to look at kind of for different parts of the protocol, like range proofs and ring signatures and kind of the one-time addressing construction and all of this stuff. To what extent would different parts of the chain be considered a risk? The way that Monero keys work, there's a private key and a public key, and they're related by this algebraic group operation. And it's pretty well understood that the one-way map right now from private key to public key, where we assume that it's computationally feasible to determine the signing key just if you see a key on the chain, we assume that that's very difficult right now, and it's a one-way operation. It's pretty well understood that given a sufficiently advanced quantum computer, that map would be reversible efficiently. So at that point, like, spend anyone's funds, which I know that's a problem right now, but to some extent, like, it's not necessarily just a problem for Monero. This is kind of a broadly applicable problem. The entire internet runs on these one-way maps right now to a large extent. So it's kind of one of those, well, your house is on fire, but the rest of the world's on fire too. Doesn't make your fire any less bad, but it does mean that there would be a lot of problems to worry about. But even beyond that, looking at things like what would that allow you to do to ring signatures? So as one example, since the way that the key images or linking tags work within the Monero protocol, it would allow you to look at different outputs that are part of a ring and determine which of them is the signer. Because of the way that the keys work right now, they involve private keys, and you can basically do like a kind of a guess and check testing operation. So, again, under the assumption of a hypothetical quantum computer, this isn't possible today as far as we know, you could figure that out. There's some other questions right now involving things like, what could you determine about stealth or one-time addressing operations? And that's still, I think, a little bit ambiguous right now. One question that I have that I know is not unique to Monero is saying, well, okay, suppose that I will have a transaction here. Maybe I can't just use that transaction to, for example, figure out what the wallet address of the recipient was. Because remember, in Monero, wallet addresses never appear directly on chain. They're used to derive these one-time addresses. So right now, I mean, without external information, you can't just use on-chain information to link those one-time addresses back to the wallet addresses. So the question might be, even with the quantum computer, could you take a transaction and determine its recipient wallet address, just kind of with no external information? Or if you, for example, had a candidate list of possible recipients that you think it might be, because maybe you have a hunch or some other external information, are there ways that you could go and basically check those to determine which it would be? And again, the address space in Monero is like the possible wallet address space in Monero is unfathomably huge. And a quantum computer doesn't just mean like can do everything fast automatically. There's particular algorithms that we know that can be used against things like the discrete log problem and stuff. So even if you had a hypothetical quantum computer, saying, well, couldn't it just go through all possible addresses and see which it is and figure out what recipient is linked to what transaction? That's likely not going to be directly possible. But the question of what could such a computer do if it had like a small known list of possible addresses? So questions like that, I think, are still kind of up in the air and are part of the subject of the research that they're working on. And I do know that they're also looking at kind of what current directions might protocol development take that could more efficiently, I guess, work on trying to like mitigate the effects of a future quantum computer. I guess one problem with a lot of algorithms and constructions that are conjectured to be post-quantum secure is efficiency. They often tend to be much more inefficient than I guess would be reasonable to have on chain. Right now, if like post-quantum signatures, for example, can get pretty large. And there have been some ideas for how to do some constructions like linkable ring signatures even, but they're very large. And even if you were to integrate them into the protocol, we still deal with today's computers that, still have to store things and do a lot of processing. And if it gets to be too large of a transaction that's too slow, no one's going to use it. So, ideally, we'd like to migrate the protocol immediately to something that's conjectured to be post-quantum secure. But there's a lot of parts of the protocol that it's really uncertain if there's anything at this point that's efficient enough. Research in this area is always ongoing. So obviously, what's the state of the art today is almost certainly not going to be even close to what the state of the art is, in 10 years, 20 years, further down the line, when maybe we have a better understanding of the likelihood of seeing a practical quantum computer. So I think one thing that they're trying to do, and I don't again, I don't want to speak for them, but just my understanding of the work that they're doing is to, look at what are at least some directions in research that might give us an indication about what could be efficient down the road for protocol improvements. I guess the general thing is like, to some extent, like in the age of post-quantum computers, like a lot of the internet's kind of screwed in terms of security. So like Monero would be, at least to some degree, not immune to this. The extent of which different parts of the, I guess, previous chain's history could be known, I think the exact nature of that is what they're trying to determine now. It's really interesting work. Whether or not you think that it's going to be applicable in your lifetime or the lifetime of people you care about, I think that's also very much kind of a contentious issue right now. I don't think that there's really universal agreement on when, if ever, folks might end up seeing a practical quantum computer that would affect projects that they use. And I'm not even close to an expert enough in that area to be able to even hypothesize.
Got it. So switching gears, what research have you seen outside of what you've specifically done for Monero, I would say, that has been not necessarily useful, but just really interesting and really surprising?
I would say, I think just like the extensive work that's been done on general zero-knowledge proving systems, I think is really cool. Right now we use very specific zero-knowledge proving systems in different projects for different purposes. Bulletproofs, for example, is a zero-knowledge proving system that does like one particular thing involving Peterson commitments really well. However, that's just one application. There's kind of a variant form of bulletproofs that you can use to take different algebraic statements, kind of mess them into this particular circuit format, and then build a proof over the circuit arrangement in order to prove that I guess like a witness that ends up satisfying the circuit without revealing what that witness is. And that's kind of the general form of like a general zero-knowledge proving system. And so if you have like a protocol that you really want to implement, if you can put it into this form and do this kind of representation, then there's all these different tools that you can use right now to prove things about statements relating to this language that you built. So Bulletproofs can do that. The different proving systems that are used, in stuff like the Zcash protocols can do that. There's a lot of stuff involving like ZK Starks. And, there's a whole host of really interesting research on how to do this and what the different trade-offs are. And like I said before, like kind of I would say the holy grail for this is trust-free, small, and efficient to generate and verify proofs. And ideally also stuff involving things like batching that lets you kind of amortize the cost of verification over multiple proof verifications. Like just the fact that there's so much fascinating work going on relating to this is really interesting. And unfortunately, none of it that I've seen, I think, kind of applies directly to the Monero protocol based on what folks want from it right now. Right now, the whole trust thing seems to be a pretty big sticking point. And like I said, for users who decide that they need a protocol that does more than what Monero can offer, like you probably at this point are going to have to sacrifice that whole where does the trust lie question. But at the same time, the fact that the research is ongoing and has undergone so much improvement over a pretty short period of time, I think speaks really highly to where that area of research is going to go in the future. So, I mean, I think it would be great to be able to move to a general, idealized future zero-knowledge proving system that lets us build really cool protocols that give us everything we want someday. It's not today. Hopefully it's not too far off.
There has been a lot of work in that area. It's been
it's insane.
Shocking.
Yeah, and to be clear, like I'm really glad that other projects are doing research in that and putting that kind of stuff into practice. Like as with all projects, including Monero, like I think it's important to talk about limitations and trade-offs, like which we've tried to do through things like this, through breaking Monero. But it's still good that those different kinds of applications are also furthering more research.
Sorry, I'm also helping some other later speakers come through. Okay, so you have another 5 minutes. There aren't any other questions that have come in, sadly, just the two from on today's. So thank you, Andres, for answering those questions. We appreciate them.
No one else came to the office hours. They're true office hours. No, that's okay. No, I mean, it's good to kind of, I guess, recap like how stuff has gone and hypothesize as to where it might go. I mean, research is interesting. You never know what's going to come up, what's going to work, what's not going to work. I think the upgrade in October is going to be exciting because Bulletproofs was, I think, a cool example of something where transactions got smaller and faster, and there were really no big trade-offs that folks had to consider. And I think CLSAG is another example where the transactions get a bit smaller, they go faster, and not to the extent that Bulletproofs did, and there's not really any security trade-offs. If anything, working to CLSAG helped to kind of improve the way that we understand linkable ring signature security models. So if anything, like I feel like there's more confidence now about the security of the setup that we're going to have. So if anything, it's not really a trade-off. It's just a kind of an increasing stack of benefits.
You're saying that it would be weird a little bit with whatever comes next, because with Ring CT, for example, it was an absolutely necessary change to get to hide the amounts of transactions, and all the other benefits came with them. And I think the issues with denominated Monero were not, they still continue to not be well documented in, I think, like a very clear way. We know they're bad, but also I don't think we've had many research papers yet showing how bad they were.
Well, I mean, the early Monero chain is, a fantastic source of material for analysis. I mean, it's well understood that the effects of, a lot of optionality in the protocol has always been problematic. And a huge number of early transactions, were effectively, I would say, de-anonymized in the sense of like ring-based signer ambiguity. Not based on walled addresses or anything. And I think that's kind of still influences work that goes on today. Like there's still parts of the protocol that have some optionality in them. And it's, if you can argue that it's good to have some flexibility in the protocol to allow for alternative use cases that you might not anticipate. But at the same time, like a lot of the work that especially folks like Isthmus and his group have done has shown that optionality, can lead to fingerprinting if you're not using standard software or using a service that does something in a strange way. And I think that a lot of folks are coming around to a better appreciation of the fact that limiting the protocol to improve uniformity and decrease fingerprinting is very much like a one-sided, increasingly lopsided argument toward limiting the protocol. And there's still things to do in terms of that. And I think the more that we understand about some of the early protocol decisions and how that optionality was bad, I think the more that can influence better decisions going forward. Like the protocol will always have like the old chain to deal with. And I think the best thing we can do is try to make good decisions going forward to improve uniformity that can decrease risk and improve safety.
Understood. Andreas asked the last question here. Are there any projects working on voting based in Monero? I know like that one Italian government wrote up that one thing about how they maybe were
yeah, that was a political party, right?
Yeah, it was.
Mistaken? Yeah, I don't know if that ever actually got implemented.
I don't think it did either.
Voting is, I'm by no means an expert on voting, but everything that I know, and folks who do different villages at Defcon involving voting probably know way more than I do that electronic voting is tricky. And if you think you found out all the ways it could go wrong, like it will always surprise you. So I don't know. I thought it was cool to see in the original LSAG paper an application to voting, just kind of as a fun academic thought experiment. And who knows? It's presumably something involving, good signer ambiguous proofs going forward. Might be beneficial. Who knows? For voting, but I don't think that like LSAG or CLSAG would be the thing to use. There's enough efficiency problems that trying to scale that out to the. Because again, like the whole idea was that you basically have like all the different possible voting entities is like part of a ring or the entirety of the ring. Like that isn't going to scale reasonably well. And the trust model is so much different for voting that you could probably get away with something that ends up trading certain kinds of trust for, I don't know, maybe that ends up trading that kind of trust for better efficiency. I haven't thought about this nearly enough to be able to speak well to it. So I'll just keep rambling.
Yep, understood. Okay, well, that's the time that we have. Thank you so much, Sarang Noether. If people want to follow Monero Research Lab, there's always the Monero-Research-Lab channel. Sarang's always there, of course, 24/7 manning this.
Yeah, there's definitely the IRC channel. If folks don't want to be on IRC, posting questions in our Monero, there's a lot of folks there who are good at research and development who can answer. On the Monero project's meta repo, on the issues there, you can see when all the meetings are, and logs from those meetings are always posted as well after the fact. So folks want to see like what people have been talking about. And everyone's welcome into the meetings if they happen to have anything that they think is interesting or useful research the group might like to see. So excellent. Yeah, a lot of great contributors, not just me by any means. A lot of really great researchers and folks who are interested in protocol improvements and improving privacy in the digital asset space. So thanks to all the other contributors.
Well, thank you so much, Sarang Noether, for joining us again. We are going to hop directly into our next talk, which is on Bitcoin Monero atomic swaps. I know this is a very hot level of research going on recently. There's a ton of interest. So ZKAO, okay, you got the screen share going here.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes. I'm going to, since everything seems to be working on our end, I'm just gonna hop off and just let you take it from here. How about that?
Oh yeah, so basically I would like to do it more interactively, so feel very welcome to ask questions or ask questions that people drop on the chat. So basically, like in 2017, we were in CCC and we were discussing, and we found it would be very interesting to create a project to swap Bitcoin for Monero in a trustless manner, atomically. And after we, it was just for the because it sounded very, very interesting, and my colleague hashed couldn't get his head out of that, and we ended up working on this project much more than we initially expected. So, one of the things that cryptocurrencies bring is like this permissionless way of exchanging money online, for example, on the internet. Before, like all the electronic money was intermediated. Can you actually see my screen? Okay. And
yes, I can see your screen. Yes.
All right, and there is an issue with this because we have cash in society, and cash is a bearer, peer-to-peer, permissionless, and privacy-preserving form of money. And who has it can spend it, has the right to spend it by having physical possession. Peer-to-peer, you can just meet someone and give it to this person directly. If it's peer-to-peer, it's also permissionless. Nobody is on the way to intercept this transaction. And privacy-preserving, you can be like locked in a room, make a money transfer, give cash to someone, and nobody else needs to know about it. And cash is legal. We should not like downgrade our online money like by using a totally or accepting a totally transparent financial system like Bitcoin. We have to have ways to be able to exercise privacy by, for example, swapping Bitcoin into Monero and going into some private world. But you should do that in a permissionless manner. Like you should not ask permission to go private. So it looks like from this definition of cash, Monero is cash and Bitcoin is almost. Bitcoin has this property of permissionless. So you could spend your money in the wrong way and nobody could prevent you from doing that. However, because it's not privacy preserving, people can watch what you're doing with your money and they might go after you because of that. So this is very problematic in an open society. So, so like the way we see atomic swaps is more like a cash-to-cash exchange. So you have euros and you meet someone who has US dollar, you agree on an exchange rate and you exchange it in private. Nobody else needs to get involved in this exchange, only the people in the exchange. And we think that atomic swaps, they are very similar to this. So it's a cash-to-cash exchange. And in the same way that like you wouldn't want to, if someone tries to buy your motor for like $2,000, you might take cash and not worry too much about it. But if you are trying to sell your house and somebody shows up with $1 million in cash, you are going to worry about it because you would want to know where it came from and if it's not counterfeit. So there is like this natural tendency of people to judge the quality of what they're getting in exchange. So like in the crypto space, now people are responsible for taking care of their private keys. They could also be responsible for not engaging into suspicious looking transactions. Like if a transaction is too good to be true, it's probably not true. So one thing that Monero would gain, so Bitcoin users for sure would gain a lot of privacy by being able to switch to Monero in a trustless and permissionless manner. But what Monero gains from Bitcoin is its liquidity. It has like 100 times higher market cap, and it's much more easily accessible. So Bitcoin is easy to get, and if you have a network that you can get Monero, exchange Monero atomically, then you could go into Monero through that path. So it's very interesting to have a permissionless entry into a privacy currency. it's not nice to have to ask for permission to go private. So with this, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna try to go through the protocol in the form of a diagram. And so here first I'm going to show, this is the paper that includes, it's the complete paper after the research. So this research started like literally like 3 years ago, and Hashed really did a good job, and you can find the summary here. And so I think the easiest way to understand the atomic swap is to play for the protocol. And we have a representation of the protocol as a patronet. Can you guys tell me if you can see? If I zoom out, can you still see like this?
Yes, we're largely able to see. I'm getting a good quality coming in from you. So the people watching the stream should still be able to read the text. Okay, that's great. Okay, so I'm gonna just show like this. So here we have basically the protocol representation. So here you have Bob, who starts with Bitcoin in his private wallet, and Alice that starts with Monero on her private wallet. And if the protocol goes through, like Alice should end up with Bitcoin and Bob should end up with Monero on their private wallets. And I'm going to play the protocol, and slowly I'm going to explain more and more what each transaction does and how they're looking like. So basically, all the logic will happen on the Bitcoin side, because Monero doesn't just speaks keys. So how we do it is like you do a whole game theory on the Bitcoin side. So like Bob with Bitcoin is gonna need the protocol by creating 2 transactions. A swap lock transaction that's gonna be the transaction that locks the Monero, the Bitcoin that is gonna be sent to Alice. So it's the locked Bitcoin is gonna end up on this with this script on this output. And a transaction that is a refund transaction, and Bob already partially signs it and sends it to Alice. And this refund transaction is going to spend the swap lock output and give the money back to Bob, basically. So this is a refund path. So Alice checks the information that Bob gives, and Alice signs the refund transaction because all the information is correct. And having the refund, Bob can safely lock the money on this swap lock contract and publish it to the blockchain, wait for it to be mined. And the money is going to be on this very special output here. Nothing happened on the Monero chain yet. Alice has to lock her money as well. And Alice is going to feel convinced she should do it because she can see that the locked Bitcoin is locked in the correct address. So basically, Alice locks her Monero in this special address. This address is derived by both Alice and Bob, actually. So none of them control this address. They only know half of the private keys. So what is interesting now is that whoever learns the other half of the private key gets the Bitcoin, gets the Monero, sorry. And it's either going to be a refund or a complete swap. So at this point, Alice can't do anything. Bob has to reveal a special secret. This is just a synchronization secret. It's like the authorization of Bob to let Alice move on the protocol. So Bob shares the secret. This secret is needed to unlock this output. So this output needs this secret, synchronization secret. It needs Alice. This Alice half key is the
is the private span key that is locking this output here. So Bob has half of it. Alice has the other half. So basically, in order to Alice to span this output, she's going to have to reveal this key. How does she reveal this key? Is through this. So basically, we use this ECDSA adapter signature, which is basically like Alice's. Bob gives Alice an encrypted transaction that, in order for her to an encrypted signature, and in order for her to decrypt the signature and use it here, she has to she's gonna, when she decrypts it, she leaks this key basically, because if you have the decrypted, if Bob has the decrypted and the encrypted version of the signature, he can recover easily this key. So basically, you force Alice to reveal this key, and Alice gets the Bitcoin in her private wallet. Now, this key that got leaked can be used by Bob to claim his Monero on the other side. So that's how the protocol would run in the successful case. But of course, there are tons of cases that are not the successful case. And for example, I went back in time a little bit. For example, here, like basically Bob decides that he doesn't give this secret to authorize Alice to continue running the protocol. So he doesn't trigger this. What can Alice do? The only thing she can do is, like, after a timeout, this is a she can publish the refund transaction. Okay, now let's try. Now we're going to understand a little bit the refund transaction. So Alice published this refund transaction because Bob wasn't responsive. He wasn't triggering this one. And so, like, right now, if Bob does not become responsive, Alice is going to be able to take this path and take the Bitcoin. But if Bob can, he should become responsive, otherwise he's going to lose his money. And he's going to try to consume this output. And again, this is like the same scheme as before with adapter signature, and this key is going to get leaked by Bob decrypting Alice's signature that is needed on this transaction. And it's interesting now that because Bob leaked his Monero key, Alice can claim her refund on the Monero chain like this. So this is very interesting because like we managed to, like, although we don't have any time lock or any scripting capability here, we managed to gain liveness by forcing Bob to act. So we forced Bob to leak this key, and so basically it's we managed to make this protocol live just on the Bitcoin, with Bitcoin game theory on the Bitcoin side. And yeah, so many things can happen here, like even things that should never happen. For example, let's go back in time. Should never happen, not it should happen on the protocol, but in practice it will not happen because of game theory. So let's see, for example, if you would allow Alice not to lock her Monero, if Alice just refuses to, oops, let's go here. So Bitcoin is locked, and there is no, and Alice doesn't lock her Monero. Then, like, Bob goes, okay, I'm going to claim the refund after time lock. And now what if, so there's this path, for example, here that Alice can spend the refund. So if this would happen, Alice would end up with both Bitcoin and Monero. And that's totally not an atomic swap. So, but this path is very important. for the game theory that we explained before. It's to force Bob to react. So in practice, this path will never happen because Bob can directly move the Bitcoin from this output into his private wallet by publishing this transaction and this transaction together. And this transaction, he could pay tons of fees to make it pay for the child. The parent pays for the child. Yeah, so we are pretty convinced that by basically embedding like the Monero private span keys as the encryption keys for like some Bitcoin signatures is a very interesting way to basically leak keys that can be used on the other chain. And with the trick that Sarang presented before, explained before in the previous talk, you can because Monero and Bitcoin use different curves, so you can prove that key is actually the same on both sides. So we're pretty convinced that the protocol is complete. Yeah, so if you guys have any questions specific to the protocol, I think it would be very interesting, especially now that we can try to play it.
Sure. Thank you so much. First, I just want to point out that I'm paying attention to the YouTube. I'm paying attention to Discord. Sarang Noether is still on, so if he does have any questions, of course, Sarang, hop on in. I guess first question, so you've architected the general process for how it works. What is the next step to implement this into a functional system? What does that look like?
Oh, so we have to first start organizing ourselves to see how big of a project this can be in terms of how many people should work on it. We are currently 3 people, and maybe we want to work with more people if on this project if it happens. Basically we're still in the phase of trying to write some timeline of a project, some deliverables that we know are necessary, let's say prerequisites for achieving the final goal. And so basically I think in the next months or so, I think we're gonna basically present this to the community and make a CCS proposal, and depending on how it goes, then we decide how much we'll see how much effort we can put into it. So, but there's a lot of things to be done, a lot.
Understood. On the GitHub page that you shared, I also sent this on YouTube for people to see. I'll post it in Discord also. Is this diagram available there too?
Oh, the issue with this diagram is that it uses some weird software to play it. And today my housemate took 2 hours to get it to work. So we can. The description, it's easy to give, but this software is very weird. Greatest PN editor, but I could share the diagrams. But
yeah, I can't say I've heard of this before, but even a PDF export or something.
oh yeah, that for sure. That's easier. So I think we can share the subgraphs for sure like this, but it's we want eventually to make some playable JavaScript thing out of this, but we have to do by hand. Yeah. Okay,
understood. It is really cool to see a walkthrough with this, because I know that you publish some stuff on GitHub. I personally haven't really looked through it in full detail. Just I don't have those skills personally. I know other people in the community are excited and have looked at it. So it is cool to be able to sit down and have this walked through right in front of me. I think is a very good initial starting point to get some of the ideas in here.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I think that
No, go ahead.
Sorry.
You go ahead.
So I think it's so like this kind of diagram helps you bind together all the information, because you have all these like Bitcoin transactions, and it's a little hard to see what they are like, what are the requirements of them and things like that. And here, like, it becomes like, oh, like becomes you see the function and you see the function of a transaction. Is like, oh, this transaction is making him leak that key, or it's forcing him to act quick before that path becomes available. And I think this is where this kind of diagrams, these are called patterns, they bind everything together, and it's much easier to go through it. And this is actually a formal diagram. It's not just a graph. So
I did have one question. 99.9% sure I know the answer, but I think it's helpful to ask anyway, just to clarify, especially for anyone else who maybe hasn't read your PDF yet. This doesn't require any particular protocol changes to on either the Bitcoin or the Monero side. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. That's
Which,
like
because I seem to remember seeing a couple of questions just in other media that basically, seem to imply like, oh, when would a network upgrade enable this? Just to be clear, like, there wouldn't need to be network upgrades to enable this. I mean, in theory, people could be doing this right now, although it seems very unlikely without software support, right?
Yeah. So for sure, like we don't need anything right now. Even the ECDSA has been done already. Like we were totally unaware of this work, but it looks like very high quality. So I think we can just use it. So like basically we just use like a normal key in Monero, and in Bitcoin it's scripts. There is fingerprinting like from the Bitcoin script, so people are going to be able to possibly tell that, oh, this was probably an atomic swap, like this follows like that protocol there. So however, after Taproot soft fork, I think it's BIP341, like we could hide this protocol in the success cases if people all agree on it. So then it would be pretty interesting, because then you wouldn't have any trace left on the Bitcoin blockchain about the swap.
Okay, sorry, just to be clear, you may have said this and maybe I just wasn't listening closely enough. So as far as a soft fork is concerned, are you saying that's a soft fork in Monero or Bitcoin to enable that, where in the best of cases, if it goes through and there are no contentious problems, that it would be much more difficult to mark the Bitcoin as related to a swap? So soft fork, is that related to Monero or Bitcoin?
Bitcoin. Sorry, this is Bitcoin. It's like it's the BIP Schnorr, BIP Taproot, Tap script. It's like so it's if when Bitcoin gets Schnorr, Bitcoin is going to get Taproot as well. So that's what I'm talking about. So, but before you can look at it and say, oh, that could be an atomic swap. After that, then you can't say anything. So it's very interesting.
Okay, very interesting. That'll help prevent surveillance software from just marking it all as higher risk.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the last question. Just putting it out there for those that are watching this on YouTube or anything. If you have any questions, now's a great chance to answer them. We have just a few minutes left. Although it doesn't seem like this research team is going anywhere. It looks like they're just getting started. They have their work cut out for themselves. But it is exciting to hear about it. Really no questions coming in. Sarang, did you have anything else that you wanted to get at? You may have walked away. Oh.
No, I'm here. No, I think this is extremely exciting. I think there's still questions to ask about, especially what was brought up about, possible fingerprinting, I think is very important. I think making sure that it's clearly understood what the privacy implications are about how the transactions are, initialized initially. And there have been some talk on the Monero Research Lab channel about this too. But, I mean, this is great. Previously when it was first brought up, it was kind of this, if only we had, proven systems that could show this particular equality. And we're like, yeah, wouldn't that be great? And now it turns out like this cool adapter signature and cross group stuff, it can be done. So I think it's very exciting.
Yeah, I have to say, when I first saw the pitch of like Monero Bitcoin atomic swaps, I just assumed it was someone trying to pitch like a centralized exchange that they were just calling a swap. And then I had to do a little bit further to be like, oh, actually, these people are not kidding around. This is actually something that's not just.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we started at CCC and we were just like, how do we make Bitcoin private?
And I guess one last question that I had that that is mentioned in the paper. I think it's actually mentioned pretty clearly in the paper too, that this is not just limited to Monero or to Bitcoin. In the paper, I know you and your colleagues talk about kind of pretty specifically what the requirements are for each of the different kind of types of chains and protocols. Is that right?
Yeah, like basically, like think about it. How much are we using of Monero here? Like it's just a normal address. Like so, it's like there's nothing special there. So anything that has as much capability as Monero can be one side of the Bitcoin trade. But so like if you go, so Bitcoin is already very capable. So if you go to things that are more capable than Bitcoin, then it's like it gets even easier. But of course, then you get more fingerprinting, like even like so you have like much deeper traces of what you've been doing left on chain. So yeah, like so for sure, like and I think the trick of the cross group equality that makes like the bridge between any elliptic curve. I think like so then like you can just basically cross across any chain basically if you can produce these proofs. So I think it's pretty like the protocol itself, because we can play like the game theory only once on one side, shows it that it's possible to build stuff with very limited resources. I think protocols should be very minimal, and like we cannot use complicated primitives or let's say complicated systems to deal with simple things like accounting.
And it sounds like on the Bitcoin side, at least, maybe the big limitation right now is just ECDSA. Is that right?
Oh yeah, that makes things like ugly and hard. To do that, the adapter signature on Schnorr would be trivial. Like,
yeah.
For example. Cool. Thanks for the questions.
No, thank you. I know we were brought in here at the last minute to do something, but it was definitely worth it. It was great to have you included at DEF CON. In just 1 minute here, we will have Michael, who will be doing another badge clinic. If I just can pull up the description for you. Badge clinic by Michael. So he's going to be talking about the several recent hardware devices like they have for the Monero devices, the Monero Village collaboration devices. But it's also like an office hour. So if you have any questions on hardware, that will be up first. And then following that, which will go for an hour, we will have Diego rehrar Salazar giving a talk. So he is currently streaming. I am going to stop streaming on this end. Again, thank you, ZKAO, for joining us. Really appreciate it. And then,
thank you.
Of course, I am going to stop streaming.
Sí, resulta que sí, que ahora cantan tan afinaditos, cortesía de auto. ¿Y qué pasa si yo olvido el tono de esa canción? ¿Me querrías todavía o cambiarías de estación? Aquí voy, algo insegura, pero voy haciendo malabares, papá. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, I think things are okay now. Um, kind of okay, because I realize now that I forgot to change the title of this presentation from yesterday. Yesterday we did a presentation called Getting Started, the Village Badge. And today it's called, what is it called? Today is the Badge Clinic. So this is, a general purpose office hour style, ask questions and provide and share answers. Interactive, okay? So I'm going to be checking in on the Monero, let's see, on the Monero office text channel quite often. Okay, so it seems we have a visitor AF3 arson there, and I'll try to keep track of the general text channel as well, but maybe we should just have one channel next year. In any case, that's what the office hours channel is for now. And until any question or request comes in, I'll just go through some general purpose information. Does that work for you? Really? Okay. All right. I can't see anybody. Probably there's 3,000 or maybe 4 people or 1.5 people watching. I don't know. So we've got all of these badges here. We've got one from last year as well. I don't have from 2 years ago, the Bicos badge, but we've got some other things to look at. We've got this little thing here. We may have some more advanced purpose, for advanced people who have soldering skills, and we can get into that, some impersonation, some copying of tags. And good news, folks, I have today a closed circuit a microscope. So we can take a look at some really small parts. Things like this little switch there, you see that? Right, so we've got all of these options. So we've got all of these options is what I wanted to say. And just checking the channels. I don't want that. No voice. This gets confusing. Okay, here's the right channel. All right, so these are the villages that are participating in the inter-village network project badge, and Monero is producing the hardware. Monero Devices, in fact, that's a commercial group, a company. The biohacking village is involved, IoT as well. We have good friends there, and the red team. Rogues Village produced a game. So if you look at the manual that comes with the badge, let me just open that. It's so large that I can't even fit it on the camera. All right, sorry about that. Here's another brought to you by, just to kind of a reminder. And there's a few people not associated with the villages who simply helped so much or provided and contributed things like artwork, legal advice, materials. So that's why they're in there. It's maybe a good start to check out the manual. Each one of these blocks or pages describes something else. There's a quick start here. So whoever doesn't know what a badge looks like, we can follow along this quick start. Yesterday I had Monero orange badges. Today I think I will change to the attack red style, if you don't mind. There's several colors. Right, so the one thing when you get started, before we get into the advanced portions, so you might have a phone like this, and you want to make sure that you're logged in. How do you even say that? If the screen is dark, if it's not active, if you can't use it actively, what's basically happening is asking, are you a human? Do you have permissions to use this device? And if you haven't done your code or whatever you do to get in yet, then the NFC circuit will not accept any transmission. So you need to be inside the screen. You need to be able to swipe around and use your phone. Once you're inside, you need to make sure that your NFC circuit is turned on. And sometime today, maybe tomorrow, but probably today, it may focus. Oh, goodness. Okay, folks. The camera is good enough. So anyway, you do maybe can tell that there's an NFC symbol there. There's an NFC symbol there, and that needs to be turned on as well. So what are the situations where you cannot use your NFC powered badge? Is when it's turned off like this. When it's off, you're not able to use a phone. Then nothing happens if I start pushing buttons and try to use the badge, okay? You need to turn it on, put your code in, and once you do that, at this time, you can use your badge. Let's see what happens. I'm quite curious. I'm gonna push this moon button, okay? You hear that button when you push that? So it's a tactile button. It gives you some feedback to tell you, yes, you pushed it. You idiot, you pushed the button. Okay, so I'm going to, wow. Can you see my hands? That's from working on these badges. I got chemical injuries, chemical burns all over my hands from making the stupid badges. All right, so that really zooms into the injuries. Anyway, I'm gonna push on, I'm gonna make sure it's turned on, and I'm going to push on the moon, and let's see what happens if I just do that correctly. All right, it seems that nothing happened. I was expecting it to go to the browser. I'm not sure what happens if I have the browser on. So that is surprising. Let's try another one. Maybe it doesn't have a URI programmed in. So let me push on this moon here. Yeah, okay, so I'm surprised. I thought that Android had a MIME type set up for URIs, that when it detects a URI, it opens the browser automatically. But it also could be, it also could be that I have my NFC application turned on, so it's capturing all of the MIME actions. God, that's hard to push it. Oh, it also could be that I didn't program this one like a dummy. So let's try one that's programmed. That one's not programmed either. Okay, so now I'm finally, so let's just go back a bit. Now I'm finally reassured that my observation matches what I actually believe to be the case. When you have a badge like this one, and you push a button on here, which is programmed with a URI, a Universal Resource Indicator, and that URI is a HTTP URI, right? Then it will open your browser, right? So you can see that I have this phone just to an empty page, and I'm going to push now on the moon button, which is per default out of the factory programmed with a URI. Got to push that. Okay, opens the browser automatically to the URI that you programmed in. Okay, so the whole runaround about this is that the four suits, so that's the name of the group that is the team called Rogues Village. They created this this game, and I've only gotten a few screens in, so I'm not a pro at this. I'm not in any shape to explain it, but the game works with this badge. All right. So that's the one thing. And you can see that. So we've kind of covered the quick start pretty well. You know, you have to push a button and the thing needs to be turned on. On the last screen here, it kind of is telling you, okay, this is the URI. This is the one that's programmed into the badge. All right, so you can do all of these things using these two applications, and we hope that more people will develop applications or improve these. We can take a look at those in a minute. Let's see if there's any questions about that. Seems there isn't. Just wanted to make sure. I haven't. Don't know. I guess that question, I guess there was a question, but it's crossed out. So it's crossed out. So I must have answered it while speaking. All right. So what else can we look at in this manual? The bill of materials is okay if you kind of are experienced with hardware, but some of these things are understandable, like the faux leather, the leatherette, the PET plastic overlay is the thing on the front. For all of the different colors, it's the same overlay here. It's the Defcon28 color scheme with like a pastel green and some of these neon colors. Right, and the liquid photopolymer, that might be a bit confusing, but that's what creates these frame enclosures, right? They harden to standard rigid plastic when you shine a high intensity ultraviolet light into the liquid. Right, so that's just to answer a few questions. We can, do you like the Gunter here? I'd like to know, Justin, do you like this Gunter? Say yes or no. I think he's wonderful. I mean, this is a modern Gunter made specifically for us, contributed by Andres, who maybe he's watching. He's just one of the most wonderful illustrators in the world. And I mean, not just illustrators, but he created the design, the entire manual pretty much. So I'm just astonished. Right, so we've got a big mix of a lot of different work from people like the Rogues Village, Monero Village, Monero Devices, me, Andres, a few other people that are mentioned on the front. And I just think it worked out very, very well. In any case, so that's the manual. Could you demo? Yes, that's a good idea. So we have a question. I'm going to read it out loud in case someone isn't on Discord. Could you demo the Bob Monero Devices Com app? I wasn't able to get any functionality to work, even using the links on the badge. Okay, so there's good news and bad news. Where is this headed, right? So the bad news is that the implementation is not finished yet, but we can take a look at it. Let's see. We can kind of try to understand the intention and figure out how to complete the implementation. All right, so village slides, talking camera. How do I go? I think this is it. Right. Okay, so yeah, exactly. I think, I'm not used to broadcasting. So if we have some, let me just go to some non-Monero page. Let's do Monero Village. These are the standard run of the URLs. The one that we're thinking of now that we want to reference, which is written in the manual as well. This is bob.monerodevices.com. Does anybody know what BOB stands for? I'll bet you don't. This time I'm not going to tell you. I'm just going to wait a whole hour until somebody comes up with the answer. BOB. All right, so I'm going to hit return there, and this is the front, the home page for the Inner Village badge, for this year's Village badge. Okay, I wish we could have some camera at the same time. Messed that up a bit. So on the left, we've got all of these menu items, which we can toggle on and off. Obviously, this is just the beginning stuff, right? I know that I know the thing that you're you're probably wanting to see, but you can kind of get informed as to the status of. Okay, we can go to status as well. All systems are in operation, but if we take a look at some of the more in-depth things like the network, this is undergoing heavy development. Or we go up here And I think, okay, some of the actions, for example, expert mode, I'm hoping here that we can do some formatting of the NDEF EPROMs, things like that for experts only. So this mode, this is not yet implemented. And keep checking back or develop it on your own and do a pull request, and we'll get that done so that we can use these expert mode things with a badge. And then the status will probably write a better message than systems in operation. We'll probably say, okay, expert mode is in operation now. All right, but this is very fundamental and very primitive at this time. So some of these buttons are there, but as you can see, they're not well aligned. This is going to be this is going to be the entry point for programming your badge if you don't want to use the NFC tools application. All right, the NFC tools application is very full featured. They've worked on it for years, 3-4 years, I think. So they have all of the functionality that you could wish for in the NFC tools application. And what we're doing here is trying to just very specifically implement the features that some of these villages, like for example, the biohacking village, the Monero village, might want to see in their badge, in their inter-village badge. So I'll go back to that in just a minute, but I'd like to draw some things. So I'm going to get a new piece of paper to explain how this will look once we get it working as we want it to. Is this making sense to you? Well, I don't know what this person. Interesting. There's no name attached to this. So as if you have a specific question, then you can ask it. But this is the Bob website. We're doing high-tech slides today. So what you see here is really a paper-thin e-paper electronic device, right? It has a battery connected. This is really high-tech, folks. It only looks like paper. It's not really. This is high-tech. This is high-tech, okay? All right. So this is a Bob website slide, and you're seeing this created by me live. All right. So the Bob website. We took a look at it on the web browser before, and we've got the thing over there. This is start, and this is network. The rest of them, this is status, help, and so on. We've got a few things up here like expert mode. You read that okay? I think it's okay. So start is going to give you choices for, let me see, maybe I should, instead of using such a thick pen, some of the fine things. So start is going to give you village choices. We've got Monero, we've got biohacking, we've got rogues. You get the idea. So I'm going to check off biohacking and Monero. Those are my two favorite. And at the bottom, then we're going to have 3 buttons. We're going to have, so this is approximate, right? I think you can read that. Can you read that, rehrar? Is rehrar even here? What happens when you go to school and you miss your class, rehrar? I think we'll have to take points off. So the whole idea of this start menu item is that this is where we're going to be able to write and read profiles. If we're unhappy with the factory default profile, which is really generic, it doesn't have any village identifiers at all. It's basically an FUD, which we can even see here. Let's quickly, this could be interesting. I'll take better get a badge that's working. So I'm going to use the NFC tools application, and then I'm going to push the star button this time. All right, push the star button. All right, so this So here we have an FUD. FUD, what does that stand for, Justin? You don't know? AJS, do you know? Okay, FUD stands for factory unique identifier. All right. So FUI just doesn't do it for me. I needed FUD, and to do that, we need to call it factory unique identifier. All right, so that's what's programmed into most of these badges, except for the middle one, the moon, which comes out of the factory with the game. So if you look at the record 0 there, the data, that's what's programmed into the moons. Okay, and if I didn't have this application running, then it would go right to the website. So let's keep that in mind. We can consider that when we're thinking of how this start menu works. So I click on read, and the profile that comes up is going to say something like factory profile with a FUD identifier. All right. Now, what happens if we're not happy with this? We then check our villages, the ones that we like the most. We can check more than one, hopefully, and then click write. And this writes a new profile. All right, so after we click Monero and biohacking and click write, we will need to place the badge against the phone, push one of the 3 buttons, and your new profile will be written to the location in question, the one that you pushed. If you want to write a profile to the sun, you push the sun, you know what I mean. You could do the sun, you could do Monero alone, you could do moon for just Rogues Village alone, and the star could program red team, IoT, biohacking, and wireless. No, wait a minute, crypto privacy. They're kind of on board as well. All right, so that's the whole idea behind this this custom tailored application, kind of making it easier for you to hop on to the village, to the intervillage network. All right, so how's that going to work? I'm going to use a different page. Just check quickly for a Discord question. All right, so I'm going to go to a different page. This was explaining the start menu button. Now we're going to talk about the Bob website. And we'll focus on, is this marker on paper working for you, Justin? Because this is for you. So this is a website. And we've got start up here. And then we've got net. It actually says network, I think. You get the idea. And then we've got a few more down here. All right, so this one is what we're talking about now. And let me see what it was. Oh yeah. Okay, so according to my memory, because I don't have my notes, we're going to have a few different commands for the network. This is the backend network that connects the different villages that are participating. This may have a proxy, a bridge to Discord, to IRC, to some other networks like that, but really it's based on MQTT. So when everything is broken, as for example, we heard from the PHV, the Packet Hacking Village, that Discord is having some problems that they're working on. When all of the networks are broken and not working, as long as you have IP connectivity to our MQTT network, then these commands will still function. Right? The other things are just kind of bridges, which are optional. But for the village network, we will have these commands. We will have, first of all, sorry, So first of all, we'll have connect. This will simply do a ping out to the network, and if there's no return to the ping, it means that you're mobile and your battery's dead, or you're in airplane mode, something like that. So we connect to the network. The next one will be authenticate. This is optional. Maybe some networks, some channels or network topics are simply there for test purposes. You don't need to authenticate. So in some cases you do need to authenticate, in others you don't. I think authentication is maybe relevant when we need to have a unique user so that people can talk to each other, just like modeled after IP itself, the Internet Protocol, right? Different nodes, computers, devices, objects on the Internet Protocol network, they can't talk to one another if they're not assigned a unique number, which is called an IP number. So we'll have a similar thing here. In fact, that's why at the factory we program these factory unique identifiers. And once we let's see. So once we use the start and write our own unique identifiers, like we're big fans of biohacking, for example. So we use the biohacking write data. It will no longer be a factory unique identifier. It will then be a it starts with S. It will then be a sensitive unique identifier. No, SUI. Sensitive unique identifier. Imagine that. We'll say the word as is it written in the dictionary. All right, so the SUI will lead you to these numbers which you can authenticate with. All right, so the third command will be knock. And this basically takes an argument we want to knock on. I don't know how we're going to code these arguments, probably as buttons, because this is all HTML. But we'll probably be able to knock on the, what's a good village? Intrusion detection village, IDV, which doesn't exist in safe mode this year. So it's a good village to choose, isn't it? So we're going to knock on a village door, and assuming that they have not locked the door or that the Discord channel is not set to close, then this automatically opens the door. So you kind of understand where this system is headed. This is what is commonly known as, let me just find it, it's on the other side. So this is what's commonly known as a village network story, kind of a gentle, gamified, step-by-step type of introduction to the intervillage network using badges, okay? But this is not my decision where this is all headed. This could go anywhere. Anybody can influence how this story appears. In fact, my original idea, folks, which we had to cancel because too few people were interested, was to make a kids version, a kids story, something like Memory with, you know, dogs, cats, rock players, guitars, things that kids like. So there was a kids story which is slightly different than this, but made sense to those young hackers under 15. So if you're a hacker that's only 8, 9, 10 years old, you should have a service from us that represents your interests. That's my opinion, okay? So I was really interested in having a kid's story, which didn't work. So we'll probably get it done next year, but we had to cancel it for this year. And in this year's version, we just have these two. We have the Rogues Village game, and then we have the portal that allows you to choose profiles. Right, and so what comes after knock? What traditionally happens after you knock on a door? The door opens because it's automatic. You know, no human is there, but you can go in the door. Or a human is standing there. You know, maybe the human wants to know what you want. They're saying, what's your name? Do you have permission to enter? These type of things. So any command that could follow here is kind of up to you and me. It's our imagination. And I'll tell you, it's quite a lot of fun to design and implement a whole new network using all of these opcodes, right? Especially if the job is easy because you're limiting this to like a half dozen opcodes. And so I don't think it will be too difficult. But the bad news is, so that's the good news. The bad news is that this just isn't finished yet. yeah, I was working until the last minute, soldering and pasting, adhering, creating these hardware devices. So that's why I didn't get to this. And the other people who said they would get to this kind of didn't either. So that's why it's not well, it is well designed, but it's not well tested. So the things that we have working, they're kind of in different pieces. And there is like the checkboxes are on one page, and then there's a tab which doesn't belong in this user interface. And the tab was giving us write, and then there's another place which is a button for read. So that's why you're not seeing this, because it's just too poorly organized. And the part that is well organized, which is on the website running right now, that's this thing here. There's a little bit of eye candy there from Andres, so it's really nice stuff. And this is the part that's well organized. You know, it's got fading in and out and things and illustrations. However, it doesn't have the functionality. So we've got to combine these things, right? It might be worth mentioning. There is a connection here as well. You know, if you're interested in using a hardware badge, the one that actually is in circulation, there's a few different places you can find them. And I think this is working. I'm actually not sure. Let's check this out. All right, so that's Hack 5. That's the one place you can find the black badges. This is kind of testing in action, real time. Here is a Cipher Market, the premier place for Monero merchandise, everything from shirts to stickers to badges. All right, so here you can get more than just the black badges. You can get all these different colors. All right. And let's see what the very last one is, the factory store. How do I get to that? Okay, here. And this is yet a different store where you can find things like last year's Monero Ising badge, for example. I got a few of these done. I think there's 5 or 6 which are ready to go. Not very many. And another thing that's maybe interesting, because this is commonly confused, I think, it's only, I couldn't convince the other folks to carry this. So this is the DIY, the do-it-yourself version, which looks like this. It doesn't have a enclosure, and you have to put the parts together yourself. So it's much more inexpensive, and it gives you an option to really look at the circuits before the leather comes onto it, which can be an advantage, right? So that's the only place to get the DIY badges, and that's up here. So because the start ops and the read write buttons are not connected to actual JavaScript, which does those operations, we'll have to use NFC tools during this office hours, during this badge clinic. What I also want to mention is that, is it here? It's still not here, unfortunately. Unfortunately, okay, so yeah, so unfortunately, there is something you need to do in order to use phones with, I'm sorry, not phones, but websites with the Village badge. The Chrome team had a program, so I won't make it a long story, but a program that ended on July the 29th. Really nice guys, right? To end the program, the thing that we really need to use. On the 29th, could they not wait a week or two? No, they ended it on the 29th, which means that you need to jump through hoops in order to use a web browser with anything that's NFC powered. Oh, I can do this on the larger. So I will go through the steps now, just in case it gets confusing later. You do have this demonstration then. So this is going to be well documented here in the welcome part of the site, okay? But the thing that you need to do, I thought I had this somewhere, but it caught me off guard that they ended the program on the 29th. So the first thing is, unfortunately, Firefox hasn't been able to make it work, and all the Apple things, they've decided they don't like NFC at all in their websites, right? So this is Apple that I think it took them 8 years to put an NFC circuit in their phones. So it might take them a very, very long time, folks. I would not wait for Apple to actually start implementing the things that are available in Android today. So if you type on version, you can see what version of Chrome you're using. And what we really want is flags. Okay, do you see that URL there? Chrome flags at the top. Okay, this is all what? This is in German. I'm sorry about that. But it's clear enough because lots of stuff here is in English. So I'm just going to leave the German stuff up here. It basically says, be careful, warning, these are experimental features. Only turn them off, only turn them on if you know what you're doing. So we're going to search for, I think it's called something platform. There it is. All right, so I just had to search for platform, and there's a few things that come up, but the very first one is this one here, experimental web platform features. So this is disabled because in my case, I'm using a computer, a big computer that has no NFC circuit. That's why I don't need this. But if I do enable this, just like this, and then I relaunch, I'm not going to relaunch, folks, but you understand the procedure here. And this will be enabled, and if it's running on a phone, any device with an NFC circuit, that's when you can start to use NFC from your phone in a website together with your Intervillage badge. I hope I explained that well enough. I'm going to look and see if there's any questions about it. Seems there's not, unless it's up here on general. Let me check the general text. All right, so everything's fine. If you're watching and you kind of got the picture about this, where you're going to need this turned on, unless the Chrome team re-enables the NFC for certain sites. All right, and after you do this with the Chrome flags, then you can go to Bob. The website is there, but it's not hooked in to the NFC JavaScript features, which you'll probably want to use. You'll probably want to onboard to your village of choice, like the Monero village or the Rogues village, Red Team, Crypto Privacy, all of these different villages that are participating, like biohacking and IoT. You can first read data if you're feeling a bit, if you want to test it to know if your badge is working. And once you do that, there will be text that comes below that telling you which profile you have. Probably it has the factory default profile with the FUDs, the factory unique identifiers. All right, then write data will simply write what you have selected in onboard village. So if you have all of the villages selected, which means biohacking, Rogues Village, Monero Village, Red Team, IoT, Crypto Privacy, is that the name? I think it is the name, Cryptography and Privacy Village. So that's when your write data will simply write unique identifiers, which are SUIs, sensitive unique identifiers, to your badge for all of those different villages. All right, so that's kind of the cheap way to describe and demonstrate what happens with the BOB application, which is the main website for the Intervillage badge this year. All right, that's the website, the homepage, and the portal for making everything work over JavaScript. Don't forget that you need to turn on the NFC Chrome feature, the experimental platform, in order to use the BOB website correctly. Until the 29th, you didn't have to, and right now you do. Who knows if in another week or so, the Chrome team will make that work again. And if we're really lucky, then in less than 5 years, Apple will actually make NFC available to people using Apple devices with websites. All right, so that's what we have here. We're going to be able to connect to the back end, to the MQTT network. We're going to be able to authenticate with our FUD or our unique identifier. What is it? Sensitive unique identifier. That's it. So that's how that's going to work, authenticate. And if we just provide nothing at all, then we will have access to some of the test channels. And then we can knock on a village. And if it maps to a village, so a real village name that's on Discord, there will probably be a bridge, which will then write a knock message to that village. In fact, if you look on the Monero villages channels, you will find one that's called MV-proxy. And that proxy channel, okay, I'll finish the sentence, MV-proxy-text, okay, it's a text channel. And what that is intended for are these type of applications, you know, bots and automated applications that work with the Discord channel system. AJS had a very, very, well, he does have a very, very nice and interesting bot that is a tip bot. The reason for that is a very similar story to Chrome teams deciding to block NFC on the 29th of July. The folks that are running Discord for us, they're doing a great job. We're very grateful and thankful that they're running and maintaining Discord channels for Defcon. They just couldn't get all of the bots online. It was too much. It was just too much work and too high a risk without being able to be certain that every bot was doing as they were told, right? So they kind of canceled the bot system. That's why we couldn't get AJS's tip bot onto our proxy channel. How can I, yeah, it's too, I wonder if I can very quickly add a source in OBS, show you these channel names. This will be kind of difficult. I'm not going to be able to do it in time. In any case, this will simply be another application running through these proxy channels. And that's the best answer I have to the question that we got before about could you demonstrate the Bob application, right? So not all of this is working completely. The hardware is complete. Everything is finished from the membrane overlays, that's in the front. The embossed places, full color. On top of that, the parts inside, which look like this. And basically everything's finished with the hardware, just not the software. The back-end system is kind of working. I mean, it's working great, but it's just not very, very rich. It's a very primitive system. All right, so what we can do is take a look maybe under the microscope at some of these things now, just to switch gears a bit from this that we had before. So I'll find a blank piece of paper. I'm sorry, a blank piece of electronic EPD high-tech, cutting-edge, foldable screen, multi-thousand euro devices. There is a badge. This is a prototype. And what you can do if, for example, especially if you pick up one of the DIY, the cheapest models, which when you get it out of the box, it looks like this. It is here. Okay, there we go. You can see that pretty well. So it is assembled for you, and the reason is that some of those parts on there are very, very small. Okay, so it just wouldn't make any sense at all to send a package of parts which you need to very carefully put down with tape, get the contacts right with these dome switches, and the ICs that are involved there, they're 2 by 3 millimeters large. Okay, and if you can imagine, like these dome switches, they just slide around. As you can see, they go all over the place. You've got to perfectly align all 3 without the use of tools, and then get the right kind of tape on there that's trapezoidal shape, and then avoid the avoid the through-hole gold contacts. So a lot of that stuff, I just thought it would be probably too difficult, especially soldering these parts. So this is how your do-it-yourself kit arrives. You receive this. You receive So my workplace here, it's just a big mess, and I'm not seeing where, oh, here I found it. It's a small miracle, but I found a do-it-yourself kit. So you get a front overlay. I can't get the light just right here, but you can tell this is a overlay with a adhesive back, right? And you get, there are two pieces. So there's a piece of leather, which this is all adhesive, so you don't need to mess around with glue. No glue and no tools required. This is really for novice users. If you want to assemble your own PCB, you can probably do that. In fact, I don't know if this is secret or not. The very first 100 devices that we sold, they included a bare PCB with no parts at all. So I was thinking, will people assemble them? Probably not. But if you were one of the lucky first 100, then you got a bare PCB. And I guess, you know, I don't know how to distribute them because it's all going by post now, but I have no problem. I have enough bare PCBs if other people want those. Just have to let me know, tell me, and we'll have to just discuss and figure out a way to distribute them to you. So while I was talking about these very small pieces, I think I can finally demonstrate, because we do have a microscope now. Just have to switch to the microscope screen. All right, so let's just start with let's start with the back of this is a Monero Rising. I'm not sure where it says Rising. You will just have to trust me. This is how the front looks. So there you can see that it is truly a Monero Rising. This is always a problem with microscopes, with document cameras. You can have it big, you can have it small, but you can't have both. Okay, here are some of the parts. There is the PMIC, the Power Management IC, that belongs on the Monero Rising, which controls all of the various lights. Here's the microcontroller. All right, so now we're going to take a look at the size in comparison. Maybe I'll have to focus a bit. In comparison to the very standard size microcontroller, here is the size of the NFC EEPROMs that we're using this year. You see the difference? It's giant. And even that one microcontroller is really not that big, right? So let me just take this over here. This is what we were just looking at. Can you see the microcontroller? Can you identify the part that we were just looking at? Well, not if it's not in focus, but if it is focused, put my finger on there. There we go, now it's focused. So the microcontroller that we were just looking at is right here. It's really not a very large piece. And if we compare that with the parts that are on this year's badge, they're very, very small. All right, so I keep saying it's small and small and small. You get the point, right? We can go back to the microscope and look at some of the other things. Microscopes are always very intriguing. So it's a very simple system this year. We don't have 100 or 120 parts as we did last year. You can see the traces, all of the schematics, which means where these traces go. Here's a tip of a ballpoint pen. So all of these traces, they're basically connecting legs or parts. No, not parts. They're connecting the contacts of these integrated circuits with other things like the antenna, for example. Where you see a hole here, this is quite interesting. This is called a via. And this via simply traverses the board, right? Because the board is what, 1.6 millimeters thick. Is that how thick they are? Yeah, 1.6 millimeters. And it goes to the bottom. And if we turn the board over, which I'll do quickly now, then we can see holes on the bottom as well. So basically, that via is connecting a track from the bottom to the top. Right, so that's what vias do, and that's how we connect the different parts together. And if you want to be a hardware hacker and solder some headers on to this, I did make a mistake. I made them separated only, what? They're 2 millimeters apart. They should be 1.27. So there's a few mistakes that will cause you a few headaches, but you can still solder headers on there. They just won't line up to the traditional, Arduino and breadboards. So here is that's really fine etching, isn't it? So one of our subcontractors did a good job this year, the etchers. And this is the antenna, right? And you can see where the antenna connects to the front, because somewhere there must be a what? A hole. It's called a via. And there it is. So this hole is connecting to the front, and in this manner, we're getting now I just put some ink on there. And in this manner, we're getting the antenna, which is on the back, going to a track, which is on the front, connected to these three parts, U1, U2, and U3. And those U1, U2, and U3 connect to, can you guess, to these. Okay, it doesn't make sense to use a microscope for already very large things. And those three EEPROMs, integrated circuits, which you can actually see because we made the windows, we made the front overlay transparent. We put windows in so you can see your electronics. I mean, you could chip away the plastic and connect taps to the legs of the EEPROMs, but I don't know, I don't recommend that. So anyway, that's how you do this. So as a last demonstration before we end, because we're getting close to the end, aren't we, Justin? And there are no more questions. So last demonstration, I will show you how I write information to my badges. So I'm going to go away from the browser, and I'm going to use NFC tools. You can do Pro or Tools, doesn't matter which one. All right, so I'm going to do write. I'm going to add a record. Going to do a URL. Did you see all of the different, I mean, this is all the things that you can do with a badge. You can even put a Bitcoin address on there. This is what most people will probably do in the Monero village. All right, that was a joke, by the way. Okay, so you can put your email address on there. You can do multiple. All right, so I'm going to do a demonstration now. I'm going to put a URI. I'm going to choose HTTPS. I'm going to choose rehrar's excellent website. Rehrar, is it an excellent website, or is this just kind of a half, not very good website? What's your opinion? All right, so now we have a piece of data that we can write to the badge. You see that? I'm going to even do a second one now. I'm going to put I'll just put a text record on there. And I'll call it the intervillage badge. All right, so now we have two pieces of data. Which one occupies the first slot? Well, we can change the order. This is very important because if you're planning to have your badge activate the web browser and start the web browser running automatically, must have a URL in the very first slot. If it doesn't, then it will activate some other MIME type, right? Some other application. You might get your editor starting to run. So now I'm going to do write. And which should I use? Let's go back to the red one. So I will write it to the star. Is that okay with you folks? I'll write it to star. So I'm gonna click the star after I put it on the back, like this. Okay. I'm gonna line it up with the antenna of my phone. Then I'm going to click the star. Ready for this? 1, 2, 3, click. Oh no, where is it? 1, 2, 3, click. All right, did you see and hear that? So now if I close this, open it again, this time I'll open, I had Pro already running. So this time I will open Pro and I will do a read. I will click on that star and see what happens. All right, so it got a read. And what records are in there? Do you see that? That's how this works with the read operations. This is what the website will do as well. but just not now because the pieces are disorganized. All right, so that's kind of a demonstration of writing with NFC tools. All right, and tomorrow I'm just going to give you, okay, we've got a few minutes, I think. I'm not sure about this. Tomorrow I'm going to do a different demonstration. Tomorrow is another office hours, another badge clinic. Do you see this box of chocolates? What do you think is inside here? AJS, what do you think is inside? Or XMR Scott? Do you have a guess about this? All right. It's chocolates is inside, guys. Right, chocolates are inside, but another thing that's inside is a phone. All right, so what do you think is going to happen? And this phone, I've got it taped. It's very well secured. Do you see how it won't fall off? So what do you think if I put this box of chocolates with the phone inside? Oh, at a dentist's office. Well, you wouldn't want to put a box of chocolates at a dentist's office, you know, like the waiting office of an airline or something like that. It's just going to be there. It's going to be shrink wrapped so nobody looks inside. And people are going to put their NFC embedded cards on top of that. And tomorrow we will see what happens if you use an NFC device which does not have protection against opportunistic data theft like this inter-village badge. And that's the demonstration for tomorrow, and that's the end of our God, I can't find anything. This whole place is a mess, right? But SDP, we're just 2 minutes before the next presentation. So that means I'm going to quit while we're ahead. And that means I'm going to say bye-bye, folks, and thanks for coming to the badge clinic of the Monero Village on Saturday at Defcon28 safe mode.
Get
Hey, how's it going, everybody? It's me, rehrar, Diego, that one kid that you know. You're probably not seeing me as much these days as you would if we were in the physical thing and I'm running around the village and stuff, but that also means you get to experience all these other things that people do. How's DEF CON been for you guys, huh? Digital. Is this something you'd like to repeat? Is this something you'd like to do another time? I don't know. Hopefully, if we do decide to do it, it's not going to be under the virus situation, but whatever. Daniel Kim's got some good stuff. I've been chilling in the Discord. We have some people hanging out in the voice over there. If you have questions about Monero or you want to talk about pretty much anything, drop by our Discord, the Monero Village area. We've got a voice chat where at least somebody's usually hanging out from the community to answer questions. Okay, I am set to speak now. I'm set to speak today. I got a little bit of a half-hour slot to fill, but this time I don't have to fill it with a bunch of filler because it's an actual talk that I'm going to be giving. We're going to talk about decentralization in a centralized world. Apologies to all the people tuning in from Europe. I'm spelling it with the Z, which is the American spelling of decentralization and centralized, instead of an S. And when I see it with an S, it makes me cringe inside. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started on this. Decentralization. When people hear about blockchain, right? Or when a blockchain is when a blockchain project is talking about their project, they're like, yeah, you know, we have these goals of decentralization. You know, we really feel that decentralization is gonna make all the difference. And like that's one of the things we're working towards on a technological level. And nobody ever stops to ask and think, why? What is the purpose of decentralization? At this point, it's really just kind of this buzzword, right? That they say decentralization, you go, that's good, right? Okay, so if they make that a goal and it's good, then that means that everything's good. But it's not quite that simple. It's not quite that way. If we don't know what decentralization is for, if we don't know why decentralization is a thing, why it's important, and if we don't know like the ways to achieve it, then really we're just throwing words on things and nothing gets better. In fact, many things would benefit from not being decentralized, and we're not going to be able to think about this critically and see what things should be decentralized and what things shouldn't be decentralized unless we know really what it's for. So this is kind of a rundown of what I'm going to be talking about right now. We're going to give some definitions about decentralization, and we're going to talk about the different forms that it can take place in, because there is more than just one form. Really, when people say the word decentralization, they mean many, many, many different things, because it applies to many areas of a cryptocurrency project. Then we're going to explore some trade-offs. So when you choose decentralization, it's not all positives. There are negatives that go along with it. And then we're going to look at a practical application and see how that can kind of help us as we look at cryptocurrency projects in general and evaluate them and try to think about them critically to see if they're doing something good or if they're just kind of wasting resources. And yeah, that's where we're going to go. And then from here, depending on time, I may give some light touching on kind of the world as we know it and how we're moving into a more decentralized place, because pretty much our world is very centralized, as is the name of the talk. So who am I? I'm Diego Salazar. I contribute to Monero, and that's pretty much everything you need to know about me. There's my Twitter. You can go to my Twitter. I don't do anything on my Twitter. I don't tweet hardly ever. So yeah, I have long curly hair, and some people like that. So if that's your thing, then give me a thumbs up in chat. Okay, decentralization. As stated before, this is basically just a new buzzword, right? We have all of these things that have become buzzwords in the world. Blockchain is the name of the game, but it is also a buzzword because, as Daniel Kim was alluding to in his talk, when people are like, oh yeah, we're adding blockchain to the automobile industry, and you know their stocks just shoot way up. At this point, blockchain is a buzzword. Privacy is also a buzzword, right? You have Bitcoin and all these transparency coins. They're like, oh yeah, you know, we're not a privacy coin, we're not privacy first, but we're adding privacy. Decentralization is another big buzzword, and it's probably one of the top ones. If you look at almost any cryptocurrency project, I can guarantee you that the word decentralization is going to be somewhere in there. These people, they just know that this is desirable, but they don't know why. So let's go ahead and do the definitions. And like all boring people, when I do definitions, we start with a dictionary. So decentralization is defined by Merriam-Webster Dictionary as the dispersion or distribution of functions and powers. Right. So then also we're going to define decentralize to move the control of an organization or government from a single place to several smaller ones. And this is defined by the Cambridge Dictionary. And I would also expand that definition somewhat. So it's not just a single place to several smaller ones. It can really be, from 3 to 5, from 10 to 20, from any smaller number of places to larger number of smaller ones. And so the word centralize is just the opposite of that, right? We're moving from many places of power or functions and putting them from many different places to less places. In the most extreme case, into one place, right? One person can do it. So we're going to give an example. We're going to talk about, we're going to move into why would we want to decentralize? What is the point of decentralizing? So in this example, we all start a club, right? We start a really cool club. We all love Twilight series. We all love the Twilight series. I can't think of a single person on this entire planet that has not read the books, watched the movies, wrote fan fiction, all these things, right? Everybody's crazy about the Twilight series. So we start our Twilight series club. And, everyone is either on Team Jacob or Team Edward. And we need to vote. We need to vote who is going to be the leaders. We need to vote on who's going to be the leader of our club, who's going to be leading this thing. But everybody is in these two very political parties of Team Edward or Team Jacob. And I am a Team Edward fan, maybe, and you're a Team Jacob fan, maybe. So I don't want the Team Jacob people to be in charge because they're going to cover our Twilight clubhouse in Team Jacob stuff, and that would be awful. I want Edward posters on the wall, so I want to make sure that whoever I'm voting for is part of Team Edward. So everybody's going to vote, right? Let's say we have 20-ish people. Everybody writes their thing on the ballot, and we all put it in the box. But here, a problem begins to arise. That jumped a little bit ahead. We have to count these votes. And who are we going to put in charge of these votes? In theory, this voting is anonymous. We don't know who voted what. But does it really matter what anybody voted? And let me tell you why. If we put one person in charge of counting all of the votes, and this person is a Team Jacob person, as signified by the J here, then they could just either not really count the votes or count them but not really care and say, oh, Jacob won. This guy from Team Jacob won. And we would all have to trust this person because we didn't count the votes. Right? And this is just not something that we want to do. So this is on one end of the extreme where we get one person to do it. On the other end of the extreme, we get everybody to stay. Everybody is staying here to count the votes. But, the kids are getting tired and, it's been a long day for me. I want to get home. I don't want to stay here and count all these votes. The only way to be absolutely sure with zero trust of who won this is if everybody, absolutely everybody stays and everybody takes out each vote, looks at it, passes it around, and everybody's watching everybody else to make sure we're not doing some sneaky substitutions or anything like that, right? So everybody has to stay. Everybody has to look at each vote and keep their own tally. Then we compare our tallies to each other, and if we all come up with the same thing, then there is 100% assurance with zero trust that we have a correct vote. That's the other end of the extreme. But that requires everybody to take their Saturday to stay here, and we don't want to stay here. But as we just discussed in this first example, if we have just this one person here, well, they can go ahead and report whatever they want, and we would never be the wiser. So what else can we do? Well, we can decentralize. So from this one person, we've now moved to two people, right? And in this case, we're hoping that one is Team Edward, one is Team Jacob. So that way we know for sure that, you know, they're not going to collaborate. Because what if they're both Team Jacob? Then they're like, okay, so we both want Team Jacob to win. So we're going to agree together that we're not going to really care about the actual vote count. This is just what we're going to be reporting. So we have to kind of make sure that we get somebody who's on Team Edward and somebody else who's on Team Jacob. So that way when they count the votes, if one person tries to lie, the other person is incentivized to say, no, that's not true. No, that's not true. But there are some attacks that can happen here as well. This is not a bulletproof, foolproof kind of thing. Because what if one of two things happen? I've got a couple examples. What if the guy that is known as Team Edward is actually a secret closet Team Jacob guy? Right? He doesn't tell anybody. He's actually changed teams recently, or he's been convinced by a family member, or he's just lying for whatever reason. And he is converted to Team Jacob. Now we have two Team Jacob people. I mean, it's the same thing that I discussed. They're just going to agree, okay, it doesn't matter what the vote is. We're just going to say that the Team Jacob guy wins. Alternatively, another scenario is the first Team Jacob person is quite wealthy or powerful or has a lot of resources, and they're able to say, hey, I will give you money, resources, whatever you want if you agree with me that it doesn't matter what the vote is, we just agree Team Jacob wins. And maybe this person cares more about the resources than about their allegiance to any particular team, so they are persuaded. Well, let's try to decentralize even further, because we don't want any of those attacks to happen. We want to make sure that this is a fair election. So we decentralize even further, and we say, okay, we got 4 people now. Hopefully 2 of them Team Edward, 2 of them Team Jacob. But now we get to some really interesting kind of game theory things that start happening here. Because what if we're able to get one person to our side? Either through either of the ways that we were talking about before, where we were able to convince them through resources, or they were a secret agent all along, whatever the case may be. Now we're kind of this 3 against 1 scenario, and these 3 people can threaten this person. Hey, if you don't keep quiet about this, or if you don't do what we say, then we're going to burn all your posters. You know, in real life scenarios, it can be things like they can threaten violence, they can threaten family, resources, whatever. And now this person is going to have to go along with them because they have the numbers advantage. So we've decentralized into a place where, in theory, it's like, okay, 4 people is good, but not everybody has to stay and waste their time counting all of the votes. But we have enough people that we can trust that nobody's going to do anything weird. But in this scenario, it's not enough. So we can do this again and again and again and again until we're all the way back to everybody having to stay to count the votes. So if you're seeing a pattern here, I hope you're seeing a pattern here. And this pattern is that the more we trust people, the more convenient it is for everybody. Because if we only have one person counting those votes, that's a lot of trust placed in that individual, but it's the only person inconvenienced is that one person. It's much more convenient for everybody else. They get to go home and watch television, right? And the less trust we have, the more inconvenient it is for everybody. And this is basically decentralization in a nutshell. This is going to apply everywhere across the board. When we look at blockchain, we are decentralizing a database, right? It's just a database that has ledger information that says this person has this much money and this person has this much money, but we're decentralizing it. So it's now not on just one server where we have to trust the system administrator is not going to do anything bad with that, or maybe they're not malicious, but they're incompetent. And so hackers get in and they mess with the database. No, we give the blockchain, we give this database to whoever wants it. And now because everybody has it, we don't have to trust anybody. So if I'm like, oh, do I have an accurate copy of the blockchain, I can compare it to many of my peers and say, okay, yes, it agrees with all of them, so we're all good, we're all fine. But it's much more inefficient, it's much more inconvenient, because if you want the most trustless option, you have to download the whole blockchain onto your computer. Now you have to take up your hard drive space, your bandwidth, your everything to be absolutely trustless. And when we start thinking about the fact that this is always going to be the trade-off, the more we decentralize, the more inefficient it is, the more inconvenient it is. We need to start asking the question, what things need to be trustless? This is the core question. What things need to be trustless? Because those are the things that definitely we can start to decentralize, knowing that there is going to be a cost. But not everything does need to be trustless. When we start thinking, okay, to give a very stupid example, and sorry to call people out here, there was a coin back in the 2017 boom called Campus Coin. And the idea was that Campus Coin was a cryptocurrency that students would be able to use to pay tuition or their meal plans or all these things, right? So we're trying to make paying our tuition and paying for our meal plans for our students a trustless endeavor. And I just didn't see or hear the outcry of students that were like, these universities are cheating me. I paid the money and they said they never received it. I don't trust them. We need to make sure that they're in check. We need to make sure that this is a whole trustless kind of thing. I didn't see this, right? This is something that does not need to be trustless. Same with Dentacoin, with paying dentists, right? How many people have been defrauded by their dentist? I mean, maybe there's some of you and you might raise your hand and say, I see a need for Dentacoin. But I think for the majority of us, we're able to pay them and they're like, thank you for your money. Here's your teeth cleaning and we're good. So kind of in this whole blockchain area, it makes sense in some spaces. For example, distributed ledger technology. There is strong motivation for people to try to mess with money information. Why? Because I can become a millionaire or a billionaire overnight if I have the capability to mess with the money situation. Or I can be malicious against somebody else and they have $100 and now they have $0. There's strong incentive. Money is such a strong incentive. So kind of this ledger-based information, there is a lot of reason why we would want to trust people less. So we may be able and willing to decentralize, become more inefficient, so that way we can trust people less. But I mean, if we just can't do that for everything. But here's the big thing about decentralization in terms of blockchain. It's, as I alluded to earlier, it's not just one thing. When somebody says we are a decentralized project, which you hear pretty much everywhere, what does this mean? We're gonna start kind of poking into many of the ways that a project can be decentralized. One way, who writes the code? Okay, all of these wallets, all of this protocol, all this stuff needs to be written by some entity, usually, like pretty much always by people, right? Who is actually writing this code? Is it one person? Is it 10 people? Maybe they have 20 CEOs and one engineer that's actually writing the code. Is this decentralized? They have 20 CEOs, so 20 people looking over, making sure the project is okay, or 20 people in high CT positions, CEO, CTO, these kinds of things, right? But they don't know the code well enough to be able to check on this guy or whatever. So functionally, there's one person who is writing this code. And he has no oversight, which means that this person can put back doors inside. They can, they can do whatever they want. And nobody's going to be around to stop them. Who's writing the code? Finances. Who has the money? Who's distributing the money? If there's like one guy or just a very small team of people who is handling the money of a project, then they can choose, like this, it gets a little subtle here and it gets a little not quite so on the nose, but they can hire engineers that maybe they're less than scrupulous, or maybe they're hiring engineers that are incompetent, or maybe they're hiring engineers that adhere to a certain design philosophy and not to another one, so that they don't have to have as much infighting to get the project to go in the direction that they want it to go rather than another direction. This kind of stuff is important, because when we're talking about decentralization, trusting less, are we just like, the development one is the one that's most well known. Who's writing the code? How many eyes are on the code? But the same thing with money. How many eyes are on the money? How many eyes are on the money who's paying to either hire somebody or fire somebody or to get this research done? What if, there's two research papers that are done for totally different directions that we can take a coin in terms of evolving the protocol? Well, the person with the finances decides to fund an audit for one of those papers, but not the other. Once that audit is complete, they can say, look, this way has been audited and they said it was good. This other one is unaudited, so I really don't think we should do that. Well, just like that, you have influenced a community because of money decisions. So it's also, decentralization also needs to take place kind of on a financial level. If there's only one group or a small group of people that has all of the money, that's something you also need to watch out for. Research. Who's doing the research? Because, you know, just as I alluded to in the audit thing, perhaps a researcher comes across 2 or 3 different ways that things can go, you know, evolve from a cryptographic perspective, and they decide to really pour their all into one of them that they think is the best and not put as much effort into the other ones. They're going to have a lot more. Do we trust this researcher? And many times, yes. Many times we think they're not malicious, right? But we can never be absolutely positively sure. When we're talking about decentralization, when we're talking about making things trustless, it's not just on the code. It's not just on the money. It's also on the science. Who's doing the science? And practical stuff. Who's running the day-to-day? Who's running the community management stuff? All of these are ways that decentralization needs to be looked at. So when a project says we are a decentralized project, maybe they mean in one way, like we have several different engineers, or we're open source. Usually what they mean is we're open source, which means there are several eyeballs on the project. But when you start digging deeper, you're like, oh, but we do have a small group of scientists that's pretty impenetrable, like as in it's hard for you to do your own research. And they're the ones that do the majority of the research. Oh, who handles the money? Oh, well, I see we've got this little group that's responsible for that. What kind of oversight do they have? Oh, we make sure they do good stuff. So they start hand waving a lot of the centralized areas. They start hand waving away a lot of the ways that they are centralized. And they're like, and we want you to only focus on the fact that our development is decentralized. Here's what I'm not going to take a lot of time to get into, but mining, centralization, decentralization. This is something that, you know, Monero tried to do with RandomX. ASICs tend to lead to centralization of mining over a period of time to particular people that are able to create new ASICs and stuff. And we don't have time to go over in that. Daniel Kim has kind of discussed this in his talk. So I would give that a look. But basically the goal is to explain to you guys that there are many ways that something is decentralized, and particularly when a project is centralized in many areas, I would even say in most areas, they do their best to divert attention to the areas, very few that do exist, where they are decentralized. And that's usually the protocol level, because blockchain by design is pretty much decentralized as long as there's miners and stuff. Like, it's just the way that it is. And they'll point all eyeballs to that and say, see, we're decentralized, when really everything else is centralized. So we've gone through the what. What is it? We gave some definitions. We've gone through the where, right? It can be mining. It could be development. We've gone through the why. Why would we want to decentralize? Because we want to reduce trust. Now we need to talk about the how. And so to discuss the how, I'm going to say that I start a new project. This new project, savethemarmots.com. It's not a real website. I mean, maybe it is. You can go there and check, but it's not something I've created. But we're going to say I've started a new project, savethemarmots.com. And you come in and you say, okay, I want to judge whether this project is worth my time. I want to judge whether this project is worth, you know, my attention, my money, whatever the case, whatever this cause is for. I want to make sure that I'm not going to be wasting any of my resources on this. So Save the Marmots, and I say it's very decentralized. It's very decentralized. And so you're like, ooh, decentralized, that sounds good. Okay, so that's a couple points in its favor. I may put some money in there. But we got to ask the big questions. Got to ask the big question. First of all, does this need to be decentralized? This is always, 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 always the first big question that you should ask yourself. When they say, we are revolutionizing the real estate industry, the automobile industry, the trash picking up industry, the dentist industry. We're decentralizing all of these industries. We need to start thinking, critical thinking. Does this need to be decentralized? Is this something that would benefit from a reduction of trust? Is this something where all the parties don't trust each other? Is this something where we would be willing to tolerate the inefficiencies? What are the inefficiencies? They may not be as neat on the surface. So like for blockchain, the inefficiency is it requires proof of work, which requires electrical consumption. It requires power to secure the blockchain. It requires the database to be on everybody's computer. That's a lot of space. right? So for blockchain, we might know what those are, but if we start looking at decentralizing other industries, we may not know, it may not be readily apparent to us what are the inefficiencies that are going to come from decentralizing something. We need to start asking the big question, does this need to be decentralized? But there are a few other smaller questions that we can ask, because that's a big question, and it's probably the most important. And maybe they're able to give you a good reason why they think that this should be decentralized. They'll typically say there is a good use case for this. Usually it's a bunch of bullshit, but that's what they'll say. There's a good use case for this. But there's a bunch of smaller questions that we can use to tease out whether A, this thing needs to be decentralized, and B, whether the project itself is decentralized. For example, who do I talk to get information? Who do I need to approach? Who do I need to talk to get any information about this product? If it is largely contained within one website, one person, one department, right? If it's only a small group of people that is able to give you accurate information about this, then that means that for the most part, the information is going to be coming from a select group that's going to tell you what you want to hear. Are there dissenting viewpoints? Are those dissenting viewpoints given a platform? Assuming they're not trying to spread misinformation, which I really feel sorry for everyone in this day and age of social media, where there's so much misinformation everywhere. There's so much noise. It's really hard to distinguish between what is signal and what is noise. But that is another talk in and of itself. But are these dissenters who have different ideas that are, in theory, in a perfect world, presented in a respectful manner, and they have good points, and they address people's points and stuff, are these people given a platform, or are they silenced? If they are silenced, then that says that this is a pretty centralized thing, because you need a certain amount of power to silence these people. You know, and if we look at kind of Bitcoin and BTC from the subreddit perspective, there was a group of people that didn't like the Bitcoin subreddit, so they made their own. They made BTC. And regardless of what you think about these two subreddits, I don't really care what you think about these things, but these voices were not silenced, and they couldn't be silenced. Like in one area they were, but they were very easily able to build a following, build a community of people who disagreed with the first one. Whereas many people, those things get attacked, those places get shut down. It's really bad if you start getting like some cease and desist letters that shows, okay, these people really do own pretty much everything, and it's not decentralized at all. Question 2, what is centralized and why? So this is a bit of a funky thing that I'm going to throw in here. It's probably best. No, let me take a step back. Maybe not probably best. Some projects may choose to centralize some things, and we need to understand why they do that, because maybe that's the way to go. For example, payments. Maybe it's just easier to get people paid on time in terms of researchers who decide they can devote their time and energy to this, or engineers, or people who are going to code full time. They say, you know what? We have decided to centralize the way we do our finances so we can pay people on time so they don't leave us. If they can give you a reason for their centralization, now at that point, you can kind of decide for yourself, well, is this kind of worth the trust? Maybe not. But if they're like, oh, no, that's all decentralized, and you're like, no, it's clearly not, right? They need to be able to point to parts of their project that are centralized, and honest people, which are hard to come by, will tell you, yeah, we're a decentralized protocol, but this part is centralized, this part is centralized, and this part is semi-centralized. And here are the reasons why. Okay, now at that point, we are armed with information. You can run it through your personal philosophies and worldviews to see if that's something that you're okay with, but it's definitely something that is rarely talked about. It's kind of hand waved away. Well, no, it's not really centralized. It is, and they need to be able to explain why. So talk to your projects, anything that you're interested in. And what can I learn from history? There is a huge amount of examples of not just blockchain projects, but open source projects, business projects, everything all over the world where they have failed because of centralization, and some have failed because of decentralization. There was too many people that you needed to get an approval from to make a decision, and so you missed out on an opportunity. right? You couldn't get all 10 CEOs to kind of give a check mark, or all 10 powerful board members to give a check mark, either because you couldn't reach them or they couldn't reach a decision. So you missed out on a big opportunity and they go under, right? So decentralization is not always blanket good. Sometimes it can keep you from doing things in a quick fashion. But it reduces trust. So there's a ton of examples. Please, please, please go look through failed businesses, failed open source projects, failed blockchain projects. Try to find out, why did they fail? Oftentimes, one of the underlying issues is that it was either centralized in some way or decentralized in some way that it shouldn't have been. I'm running short on time. So conclusion, summary, in closing, decentralization is this big buzzword. It doesn't, we really have to understand what it is, what its goal is, what it's trying to do. Because otherwise, when somebody says, oh, this is decentralized, we're just like, oh, yeah, that's great. When really it may not necessarily be that way. So yeah, that's my last slide. That's my last second. It's 4:30 my time. I'm an hour ahead of Las Vegas. So it's time for me to back on out of here. If you have any questions, I will be chilling around in the Discord. I'm more than happy to talk with you guys about decentralization, what I think about various projects and what they claim about decentralization, blah, 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 blah. So that's it for me. Thanks for coming to my little talk, my Defcon talk. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the conference. Go check out everything that we have to offer. MoneroVillage.org has the rest of the schedule for the rest of today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Diego. In 30 minutes, we will be having a talk by IDK about tricky bundles, smarter dependency management for ITP bundling applications. So stick tight.
This network with assurance that all sources of news will be properly labeled and will bring you frequent summaries of all information available. Exceptional importance and will bring you frequent summaries of all information available. Of all information available. Frequent summaries of all information available. Of all the left. All the left.
action of our world-famous show.
I want to play you another recording.
Really? Yes. Really? Yes. Yes. Yes.
I want to play you another recording.
Really?
I want to play you another recording.
Really? Really? Yes. Really? Yes. Really? Yes. Really? Yes.
I want to play you another recording.
Really? Yes. Really? Yes.
I want to play you another recording.
Really?
Hello. Am I live? Cool. Hi, I'm IDK. I normally work with the I2P project. Also work a little bit on IPFS, and I'm here today to talk about mostly what I've been doing with I guess a Monero linked project called I2P0. I'm not sure how closely you guys develop with them, but I think that they work with you pretty closely. Mostly about what I2P0 is, but mostly about what I did with it and what I think other people can learn from what I did with it. And I call it tricky bundles. So I2P's got sort of a bunch of different distributions, and they all connect you to this overarching thing that we call the invisible internet. And the core Java I2P router has this long standing we all kind of sign up for, where you have to install Java and a number of dependencies in advance of actually using it, and it ends up being about 25 clicks from standard Windows 10 installation to having a working I2P router and browser on top of that. But on the other hand, you get a whole bunch of other stuff with it, and all these things are sort of intended as kind of application primitives for building things with I2P, but they also present user interfaces that can be kind of adapted to existing apps as well. For example, we have a BitTorrent client, and we have I2P tunnel and things like that. But obviously the problem with this is that it's pretty difficult to install for new folks, and that's the problem that I2P0 addresses. But there's another problem. Oh man. Let me back up a moment. I like to refer to Java I2P as sort of the core utils of I2P, in that it provides everything that you need, but not a lot of people use core utils directly. They mostly use their file like that. It's all kind of wrapped around that if it is involved at all. So it kind of begs the question, should we be building out-of-tree apps that incorporate I2P as a way of providing them with something that they need? And I say something that they need because anonymity is a big part of what we do, but it's not the only thing that we can do for you a little bit more later. Okay, but there's a problem, and the problem is this 25-step installation procedure, which again, I2P0 solves. Let me back up again for a moment here. I'm not a great public speaker all the time. Because I2P is written in Java, which is obviously the JVM, for it to call between non-JVM languages. So if somebody wants to write their application in something a little more popular than Java these days, like say, for at least maybe getting started, like Python, then they have to count on somebody to resolve this dependency for them. And the bottom line is this kind of stuff, because it means that most everybody who might install your app is going to fail before they even get started because it's, because they have to install I2P. So, I'm just reiterating a bunch of reasons what you probably already thought of that are good reasons to make something like I2P 0, which you guys obviously already understand. But it also elucidates something about our architecture, which is that apps and routers are not tightly coupled. You join the network and your app requests resources from the network in the form of tunnels or destinations or bandwidth or whatever, but the actual interaction with the network, that's all kind of abstracted away and handled by the router, which is great, especially in the case of SAM, makes things very easy. Is that there are kind of a lot of applications that are not going to be distributed through, say, Debian main. They're going to be written by people who wrote them independently, and they're going to have kind of rapid development cycles sometimes. They're going to be distributed by anonymous people who can't maybe buy certificates sometimes. And all of this gets pretty complicated. So I think that we should develop a new set of best practices for embedding I2P routers in apps that are not necessarily I2P routers themselves. I2P 0 solves this issue. It only really solves the dependency on Java issue. It doesn't actually resolve the capabilities of the I2P router in question. So I took a stab at making that job a lot easier. Now, to talk about why this might be desirable. There are two sort of broad categories of out-of-tree I2P apps that that relate to the problem in question, and there are ones that bundle I2P themselves and ones that don't. And there is a torrent client that bundles a whole I2P router inside of it. They release every time. It's a complete implementation that works by linking to our Java libraries. And if you install it on a machine where there's an I2P router already, you end up with two running I2P routers, even though this piece of software actually has the capability to use the existing I2P router and thus less resources. But you have to go in and do it in the advanced configuration. And whether or not there's an I2P router capable of working with our app before we actually do it, or before we actually start our own embedded I2P router. Got a little ahead of my slides here. So how do we prevent this? Well, what we've got to do is we've got to probe for different I2P capabilities. And it turns out that there is, but I don't think any of them are necessarily 100% reliable. So I like to take into account each and every one of them in sequence here. First of all, we can check and see if I2P is installed to the default paths. Obviously, this breaks if it's installed to a non-default path. So we can have a little rule in there that maybe looks for it in a portable installation under a specific directory, but we can't handle every single thing this way. Moreover, it doesn't actually give us information about whether I2P is running or not. It's a useful thing to know, but it is not a it is not in and of itself enough information for us to use. We can look at the output of PS. It's simple enough to do on every platform. It gives us information about the installed state and the running state, but it doesn't give us any information about the APIs that are available, at least not without some extra effort, and really only on Java I2P as far as I know. It might not apply to I2PD. But it is. Also, some systems, GR security, will limit the output of PS by user, and obviously if it's a service install, you can't do that there, so it's brittle there too. So the next thing, and where it gets a little bit more interesting, is we check for a usable I2CP or SAM v3 port. And this doesn't have to be complicated. In terms of I2CP, there aren't a lot of libraries that implement the whole specification in other languages, so you probably will end up using SAM. That said, though, there's also a command line tool that'll do this that I wrote as part of this project. This gives you a lot more information about I2P, tells you that it's running, it gives you the opportunity to create a destination and validate that you are in fact talking to who you think you're talking to. That said, though, SAM v3 is not enabled by default on the core Java I2P router, so it might fail in that case too, but you'll always have an I2CP port, and that will always work. And then the last thing is to check proxy.I2P. And this is just an HTTP request over localhost 4444, just like the regular the Java I2P proxy uses for when you're configuring your browser, or, taking something over curl or whatever, to proxy.I2P, which is a loopback address. And as what it'll reply with is either proxy is ready or proxy is not ready, tunnels need to be built or whatever. And that gives you almost as much information as the as talking to I2CP, just for one request back and forth to validate that I2P is there, and it'll work everywhere. So once you've established that there's an I2P router running or not, I think that this should roughly be the when you start your application. So you should check for the presence of a running I2P router first, and then probe for the API capabilities that you want. If all you need is an HTTP proxy, only ask for the HTTP proxy. If all you need is SAM, only ask for SAM. And once that comes back, you'll either know whether the API is available or not. Just start your application. If not, check the default paths for I2P for an I2P router that's already installed by the user before we got there. If it's available, try and start it. If it's not available, go to the next step. If you can't discover an I2P router, go ahead and unpack a copy of I2P0. Start I2P0, then immediately start SAM. Use that to establish any tunnels for your application. I'll get to why in just a second. Now, I glossed over some details in this slide about waiting for certain things to become available. I would like to available for you to review because these are next to impossible to read on this TV, and I'm sorry for that. Now, there's still a problem with this approach in terms of the resources. It's not currently possible to run SAM freestanding of either the Java I2P or C++ I2PD routers. That said, though, I2P0 is pretty darn close. We can live with that for a while until until unbundled SAMv3 is a working thing. So what I created out of this is called Go0 and Zero Bundle, which is a library that supports it. And it all it does is treats I2P0 as a static resource, handles installation, start, stop, and management on behalf of the I2P router, or the I2PD router rather, from a Go application. These also all correspond to command line interfaces command line interface apps rather, that you can use to manage an embedded I2P, just about any kind of app, because we can generate a .a file and link it to a C program. It's huge. It will add some overhead to your app because that is a bit of a drawback, but it is exactly the same overhead that you would have added in another place had you bundled I2P0 with your app as a zip, which of course is also valid and possible to do with Go0. I2CP check is sort of a re-envisioned piece of the core utils puzzle for people who want to bundle I2P routers with their application in a zip file, in particular I2P0. What they do is they do this API probing and path probing to detect pre-existing I2P routers or determine if I2P routers are ready. So if you want to build a launcher script for your I2P enabled app, but don't want to actually embed it inside of the app, then you can use these to do all your discovery and API probing needs. And then lastly, the thing that I am beginning to build with this is a replacement for a somewhat ill-fated I2P browser project. For those of you that don't know, we attempted to build an I2P browser toward the beginning of last year, worked on it for about a year and concluded that the Mozilla code base was moving a little too fast for us to keep up, and also develop the Java I2P router at the same time. So I spent my time looking for ways to make that process a little bit easier for us to manage, and this was part of what I came up with. Because we're so decoupled from the applications themselves, I believe that this probing is kind of a necessary process. We actually multiple I2P routers on the same machine during the I2P browser process, and at the time I was developing on an Acer Aspire C720 with 4 gigs of RAM. It was not fun. It was very challenging. And so that was a thing that we needed, that we never got around to doing in that one, but this project. I really want to see I2P0 in all the things. I want to see it in every app that uses I2P right now that does not does not bundle a router with it. I think that it stands a really good chance of smoothing over our install issues, and if done properly, we don't ever have to worry about using too many resources on the well, I think that is about the end of what I have. If there are any questions, I'd see them in the Jitsi, maybe.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm looking to see if there's any questions. I don't see any on YouTube or IRC. Thank you so much. I'm looking to see if I also don't see them on Discord either. Looks like it was pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, nothing too complicated here. Very, very useful from my point of view, but nothing terribly complicated in this presentation.
Got it. Okay, I guess, how familiar are you with the efforts to like integrate I2P in Monero at a deeper level? I know it's integrated in, through I2P 0 with the Monero daemon and Monero CLI to some extent. Are you aware of those efforts? Do you communicate with anyone that works on those projects?
Myself with those efforts, I would say. I've been getting myself more familiar with them over the past 2 months as our browser project is kind of, well, my browser project at this point. It's a mistake to identify it with I2P exactly at this point, because this is something I did on the weekend. But yeah, I've been familiarizing myself with the process there, and I think actually to making some suggestions. It could be scripted already, but I'm not sure that that's something that is something that people want to do yet.
Okay, cool. I don't see any other questions coming in. Do you normally post your slides anywhere?
I don't have them up yet, but I will put them up as soon as the presentation's over. I got to reboot this other laptop.
Got it. I'm wrapping up my trivia thing that's on right after this. I'm writing a last final question.
Let's see. Okay.
All right. Well, if no one else has any questions, gave it a bit of time. Well, then I'm going to say thank you so much, IDK, for joining us. It was great to have you describe what you've been working on, and it's always good to hear what other privacy projects are going on. I know it was really useful for me to have known what I2P was before I learned about crypto, because we've had these decentralized systems out for a while, and sort of people are like, oh, Bitcoin is the only decentralized thing, and they kind of forget everything else exists in a comical sense. I think the community can definitely learn a lot from looking at I2P just because you've been around forever.
Yeah. almost they'd be we could, if it were a person, we could vote. It's about 18 years now.
Crazy stuff. All right. Well, thank you so much. I guess we can start to transition the event. Next, we have the final event of the day. I will be hosting a trivia session. So I'm going to be going through like a bunch of like switching stuff around. There we go. All right. So we're doing trivia. Woohoo. So I'm going to start my screen share. I'm going to start all that super fun stuff. You all be ready. Get your phones. You're going to need to have your phone out, and you're going to need to have some view of this live stream at the same time. So yeah, super awesome stuff going on here. I promise you are not going to, actually I'm going to make sure my sound is okay first, because everyone needs to be able to hear me really well. Okay, it looks like I'm a little, actually this seems to work. I'm going to turn it down a tiny bit. Okay, perfect. Okay, let me start with this trivia, because I know this looks super fun for everybody. Let's play this. All right, let me host. Let me get this over here. Actually, I'm going to change the screen so it's not like a weird display setting. Let me make it actually 1080p, because you know, that's the way people roll. All right. Classic game. Let me mute this tab. I don't think I'm going to get the music going on here, but let me start the streaming. All right. Screen 1. Nope, screen 2. All right. Here we go. This is what you can do to join the live stream. All right, you can go to Kahoot.it, or you can download the app if you really are into apps for some reason. And then you join at the game pin 354661. Of course, if you choose an inappropriate name, I will kick you based off my entire sole discretion, because I'm hosting this. So, you know, trivia at XXXX. Trivia is at right here, right now. So join in. You need to go to Kahoot.it and join at the game pin 354661. There we go. Censored? Yes, that is the right mood for this conversation. You know exactly what's up. We're getting some familiar faces in here. Excellent, excellent. I wonder if I unmute this, if it'll go through. It's not worth it. You all will have to just listen to me rather than the music in the background. Actually, I could change that. Give me 1 second. Let's get the same music. Instead of the Kahoot music, we can just get the background. Okay, let me know if I'll lower it a little bit. We have a little bit of music in the background now, that open source music. Open source is great, of course. DSC knows all. Perfect, perfect. Well, you will be put to the test to see if you get every single question correct here. Just to set some ground rules or expectations, I did actually review the questions this time, unlike the last one. So as a result, hopefully there will not actually be any incorrect ones this time, because that was a bit embarrassing at the Monero-versary. There are, Creative Commons need money. You are correct. Someone else knows their stuff better than me, and maybe should be the one running the trivia, but it's me instead. But I did review the questions this time, so hopefully there will not be any incorrect ones that result in me being a big embarrassment to my entire family for generations to come, as is in that one song, the I Lost on Jeopardy one. In any case, people coming in, awesome. This is on a live stream, and therefore there is a delay. So you have 30 seconds to answer each question. There are, I believe, 13 questions. The last one is worth double points. So, of course, anybody's game until the end. But you should answer as quick as you can once you know the correct answer, because you get extra points by answering quickly, and because there's a delay. So you'll expect about a 5 or perhaps a little bit longer delay, just so you don't accidentally get your answer in too late to get any points. So get those in as soon as possible. Okay, 7 players. Yeah, we'll still give it in a few minutes. We're still early. And yeah, I always like doing these. Good thing Diego's not on here because he would know most of these answers. You all have a fighting chance. Although I think last time he didn't win, so someone else that got one of the first answers incorrect won. But they also got everything else correct. They got the correct one incorrect to get points. Okay, we have 17 concurrent viewers, but only 7 people in the game. Come on, get in, get in, get in. Join, join, join. BitConnect, perfect, perfect. Perfect. Cake is in. 9 players, perfect. But only half of you that are watching are in. Come on, we need more people. Andres, perfect. Come on, we need more than this. This can't be like the meme competition where only like 2 people vote or 3 at the best case. 10 players. Scott, awesome. 8-fold path. Okay, more and more people. 20 people watching now. We have more and more people coming in. Join, join, join. Again, go to Kahoot.it. The game pin is 354661. 12, excellent. We have a decent showing now. Just give it another minute here or so because can't hold on for too long. People can, of course, join in later using the game pin, but, of course, they will be at the disadvantage of not being here at the beginning to get the first few ones correct. There are exactly 12 Monero community members, Doug. Exactly 12. No more. This is what $1 billion project will get you. 12 people that will play a game once in a while. Okay, it doesn't look like many other people are joining, so again, just a few seconds here. I will get started. Of course, this is the last event of the day. However, Monero Defcon Village is still online tomorrow again, starting at 10 o'clock a.m. Pacific time, running through. I'm giving a talk tomorrow, so of course you're going to have to see that one. And there will be recordings, but you should definitely see it live, so you can comment and talk about it. Yes, Monero cryptocurrency. Yes, I did originally use this for the cryptocurrency subreddit, and then I got lazy like Doug. I took a play from his book and stopped doing these quizzes. I had a few people on certain times, but there are other times when no one joined, and that was kind of disheartening. Maybe I'll start it up again at some point. But otherwise, Monero community gets to benefit from me having a Kahoot license. XMR low, nice. Okay, 20 people, 13 players. This is your last second to join. Seriously, I'm going to start this game in well, not exactly 1 second, but very few seconds here. That's true. Need money, cash prizes equals participants. This is just, you get to show up somebody. Speaking of need money, who are you playing again? Are you playing as censored? I'm assuming you're playing as censored. Censored may be me. Okay, May. I see. May. Some excellent legal basis plausible deniability going on with him over there. That would definitely hold up in a court of law. Definitely not need money 90. All right, looks like no one else is joining. People can still join as the game is going, but I will get started just for the sake of getting us kick-started here. I always have fun doing these, so you all get to suffer as I go through them. Okay, let me start. Get ready. Kahoot. 2, 1. Question 1. For the Monero EAE attack, what do the letter E's stand for? Is it epidemic, exchange, elliptic curve, or environment? Of course, in all of these cases, you should select the best answer. On your phone, you just have the colors and icons. So you will need to look at the screen. There is about a 5-second delay, so get those answers in as quick as possible. I'm actually seeing more like a 6-second delay. You're almost out of time. Wow, okay, yeah. For the Monero EAE attack, the correct answer is the exchange. EAE typically refers to a single user, at least in the case of EAE, with just one letter A in the middle, where a user will take funds from one exchange and send it to another colluding exchange. It does not have to be an exchange, but however, that's what the general name comes from. The idea that you are KYC'd on two exchanges that would collude to potentially understand that the Monero originated from the original exchange and ended up at the second exchange entity. So exchange is the best answer there. Elliptic curve is a cryptography term, and all the fancy schmancy people chose that one, but I think that, the EAE does not refer to cryptography. It just refers to a limitation in targeted surveillance in Monero. If you are interested in learning more, there is a Breaking Monero episode on EAE, or the poisoned output attack. A lot of these attacks are very similar. They're all derived from the same type of idea where you are engaging with colluding entities, so you should be a little bit careful there. And yes, as Need Money 90 says, please like and subscribe. This is a typical shill channel. Let me insert an ad break here. Just kidding, we're not affiliated. I even turned off the setting where users on this channel, I don't think people see ads. I'm not getting any money from Google, but even if they did, they would not also see personalized ads. I am getting less money than I already am not getting, so you're welcome. Any case, let's see who scored well in these. Knack answered the fastest, so they are on the top of the leaderboard. They have 909 points. So congratulations, Knack. Censored got that correct. JW got it correct. JTBV, which is really hard for me to say because these letters are way too similar and too similar sounding. But 4 in the top leaderboard. Scott, for some reason, is still on the leaderboard. Scott, how did you not get that one? Come on, Scott, you should have known. Scott, I'm disappointed in you. All right. Also note you get extra points, not just for answering quickly and correctly, but by answering several correct in a row. So you got to get these long correct answers in a row here. Vic clearly is not as good at trivia as he is at making memes. So Vic, I'm watching out for you. You better get a few of these in. Scott is now banned from Defcon. Honestly, yes. Scott, come on, Scott. All right, question 2. Maybe you'll do better on this one. What does Monero most closely mean in Esperanto? Money, cash, coin, or private? Roasted, yeah. The whole point of this is basically just a Justin free-for-all roasting people. It's ultimately the entire motivation I have behind this. And no one else is in Jitsi with me to complain. All right, we got a nice split here. So I was playing the long con here, actually, for a few reasons. One, I gave this same question during the Moneroversary, at least if I have good memory. I guess you can check me on that. But most people got it wrong then, so I reused the same question now. And I also released a movie called Monero Means Money, and it does not actually translate to money. It does instead translate to coin in Esperanto. That is when Monero first launched. It did not launch as the name Monero. It launched as the name Monero. So translated, basically was meant to mean Bitcoin. Just Esperanto for some reason. Esperanto, of course, is the world's most spoken constructed language. It is not one that was just spoken by people for a long time. It's a relatively recent language, and it's meant to be one that everyone could use as a neutral constructed language. But coin is the best answer here. So let's see who got this one correct. Looks like someone else said that they got wrecked. XX, sorry, XXXX. But first place, still Knack, got that one correct. Censored, Need Money 90 still on there. JW killing it. Scott got that one correct, and they moved up from their undeserved 5th place to 4th place. And then JTBV on the board now. It looks like they did not get that one correct, though, because they got the previous one correct. So really, Scott was the one who answered that one correctly. All right, let's see how people do in the next question here. Question 3, what does the C in CLSAG stand for? Is it circular, compact, concise, or cooperative? People who were on for the MRL hour, office hours earlier, hopefully know the answer to this one. I always like watching these because, all right, I just want to point out that for my quiz so far, the majority of people have answered incorrectly in every single one of these. So clearly I'm doing something right. But in no cases has no one got it incorrect. Actually, this, if you chose compact, you shouldn't feel too bad, because originally in MRL they wanted to call it compact, but they got some pushback. They got a lot of saying, well, it's not compact technically, because compact technically is supposed to have these guidelines if you're following other papers, yada, 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 yada. And you're right, in a general use term, no one actually cares. But cryptographers are a bunch of picky bunch, and therefore they decided to name it concise, because it best met the other cryptography definitions. Concise is what it actually is called. So it's not cooperative, it's not circular. I did throw that one in there in case someone thought it would be related to the circular ring, but in fact, ring signatures are not actually the form of a circle. They don't store actual pictures of blockchains in here. Yeah, you're right. Knack probably got this one correct. If Knack did not get this one correct, I think we can make fun of him more than anyone else that doesn't get these correct. What? Doug, that defied your expectations there. I would have bet money. Maybe they went to the bathroom or something and weren't looking at the screen at the time, or misclicked as a result of you allegedly misclicking, Doug. But Andres got that one correct, Meow got that one correct, and Rotten Quincus got that one correct too. So, JW censored next. Still remain at the top though, but Scott was punched off the leaderboard. And yet Knack is a researcher, so maybe they would know. All right, so this is pretty fun. It's still anyone's game at this point. Of course, remember the last question alone is worth 2,000 points, so you never know. Question 4. In its entire history, how many Monero transactions have hit the sender, receiver, and amount? Is it about 6,500, 65,000, 650,000, or 6,500,000? What is the closest answer here? Not all Monero transactions in all of history, just ones that have hit the sender, receiver, and amount. Noting that in the past, when Monero first launched, up until Ring CT was a thing, Monero did not hide the transaction amount because it was just denominated pretty poorly, honestly. I don't know if everyone got the question, got things in time there. Make sure you are keeping track of the timer on the left, and note that there is at least a 5-second delay. So get those answers in as quick as you can. Yes, the answer is 6.5 million, which again, the majority of people did not get correct. Maybe they just saw the highest number and were like, nah, it can't be true. But yes, almost, at least as of last month, it was over 6.2 million. So yeah, about 6.5 million transactions in Monero have hit the sender, receiver, and amount. These are all Ring CT transactions. So that is pretty cool. Monero saying they have at least 2 million transactions alone. Well, if you did in fact have 2 million transactions alone, that would not bode especially well for traceability with low ring sizes. With 11 we're probably fine, but I would be pretty suspicious. That's pretty much attack level there. Maybe certain mining pools collectively have those, but that would be even ridiculous. Oh, let's see what other comments are coming in. Anyone who synced the blockchain on the terminal will know how slow the later blocks are to sync. Yeah, that's mostly a Ring CT thing, but luckily CLSAG will definitely speed that up for future transactions going forward. And even so, bulletproofs are much faster to verify. Sarang did this really awesome thing where he was just looking at code and was like, wow, I found a way to make all bulletproof transactions much faster to verify, even retroactively, by just being more efficient, because people just pull these optimizations out of nowhere when you're a genius like they are. Obviously, I'm not a genius. I just make quizzes for people and get them wrong half the time. So yes, 6.5 million is the correct answer. If you were watching some of my talks, in the past, one of which is on this channel, I did reference over 6 million transactions. So that's where I got the inspiration for this question. Yeah, but it should be efficient. We're doing our damn best to make sure it's as efficient as possible. Oh, JW got that one correct. Nat got that one incorrect. Oof. I don't think Doug got this one correct either. Need Money 90 censored. Totally not the same set of people. JW, I mean, I know that your life is basically just knowing crypto trivia. It's basically your full-time job. You don't need to convince me otherwise. I know. But Andres, you got the last 3 correct. So look at you. You're killing it, too. So still anybody's game rule here, really. We have a ton of questions left. Basically, yes, it basically is. Do not deny it. Question 5. Not how. What proportion of the total XMR supply do the top 100 holders have combined? 10%, 25%, 50%, or Monero says no? Okay, that's the freebie. I have to throw these in here a bit. What's the best answer here? Not how. See, I'm making mistakes all the time. It should be which. Or... Come on, get those answers in. Who's trailing? Get it in. And if you're watching now and want to join in this, I mean, I was going to call it fun, but I was instead should call it just rant/chaos. You can join going to Kahoot.it, game pin 354661. People are doing so poorly that you can probably still beat a lot of them. Monero says no is the best answer here. You know what? Need Money 90, that is not verifiable. So I'm going to call BS on that one. And I'm going to think that Monero says no is still probably the best answer here. This is just basically my low-effort shill here, just to give people some chance of getting on the leaderboard, and one person apparently threw that one away anyway. So a lot of people getting free points here, thank goodness. BitConnect is the highest climber, making their way at 5 places. That means they're going to explode over the next few rounds and then die when I'm not getting anything correct. So there's that going for it. Yeah, they still top of the leaderboard though. Still only like 3, within 3 questions. It's already last for 2,000 points. So let's see what the next question is. Question 6. What is the name of Monero's current mining algorithm? Is it random X? Okay, hopefully I'm back. I don't know what happened there, but luckily no one got it correct, so we're fine. We're fine. Damn NSA, screw you. Okay, it should be screen share. I'm gonna give it a second to make sure it updates. Okay, so we had a question that came in. It was, what was the name of Monero's current mining algorithm? One person guessed by just clicking a random button, and they did not get it correct. I genuinely don't know what happened. My internet just totally dropped out. I think the stream was out too. So very odd stuff. Gotta love Comcast. I had to switch to Comcast after I moved. So gotta love that. I know a lot of people probably would have gotten this one correct, but no one did. So it did break everyone's streaks, I guess. So if you did have a streak, perhaps Andreas, you're most negatively impacted that one. Yeah, see, Vic, the reason it crashed was actually because I knew you would get it right and I just couldn't let you. So it's the real reason. Sorry about that, everybody. Luckily, that doesn't change the scoreboard at all. You know, it resets your streaks, but I guess that's more fair anyway. But I'm just glad that one random person didn't select the first option. We have to decentralize Kahoot. Yes, I need to have a Kahoot satellite, satellite internet connection, and we all need to be connected to each other, of course. Otherwise, we're just going to have to be dealing with this BS that's going on. Yeah, again, I don't know what happened to my internet connection there, but good thing it happened to me now while playing Kahoot instead of when it actually mattered, when someone else's talk was on. Okay, looks like we're back to normal, though. I'm going to move on to the next question 7. We're halfway through. On what day will the next Monero network upgrade occur? October 1st, October 17th, October 31st, or November 1st? People getting their responses in pretty quickly. That's good. Remember, there is a stream delay. Okay, October 17th is the correct answer. It is not 31st, it's not the 1st, it's not the 1st of November either, or October, whatever. That was a tough one, Wownero. Yeah, you need to pay attention to what's going on in the Monero community sometimes, not just Wownero. We're fun sometimes too, hopefully. We aspire to be fun sometimes. How about that? Congratulations on guessing correctly. Redacted made its way up 6 places. You know, they're trying to eventually compete with Censored. JW is still in first place, but Censored moved up. They're beating NAC right now. So just because you're a smart researcher does not mean you waste all your time on Reddit all the time, apparently. You know, maybe they're not all the same. I've got a message. It's probably someone complaining. Oh, NAC was answering how to answer trivia. So it looks like they figured it out, hopefully. Or else maybe they just been randomly guessing. No, someone said they misclicked. That was NAC. RIP. Well, you'll have to fight your way back up to the top here. Okay, next question. Which of the following was implemented in Monero most recently? Dandelion++, Ring CT, Pruning, or LMDB? I think you will notice that one of these future questions absolutely gives a little bit of extra advantage to others, to a certain user compared to others. But I'll leave it to figure out who it is. Most people got this one correct. Cool. Ring CT is definitely not the right answer. That was implemented in very early 2017. Pruning is more recent than Ring CT, but Dandelion is the most recent. That was implemented earlier this year with the actually. I mean, it was a network upgrade in the sense that there was a major release, but it actually was not a required network upgrade. It was Monero's first major release that did not require a network upgrade. So that's pretty exciting history for everyone there. Pretty cool stuff. Monero is stabilizing as an ecosystem. So yeah. All right, let's see. Most people got that one correct. Looks like no one on the top leaderboard did not get that one correct or answer slower than someone who was not there. So we'll have to take this leaderboard into the next round. JW is still on top. Question 9. In July, NAC proposed a radical idea, their words. It proposed doing what? Separating Coinbase and non-Coinbase ring signatures, binning decoy outputs by block, preventing the spend of all pre-ring CT outputs, or tagging outputs with a sub-address hash. Now, granted, I will admit I did not know NAC would play this game, but it may... Some people who want to point fingers might try and claim that I'm biased towards helping them out. I don't know where they're getting that from. I don't think that's a fair assessment. But yes, the correct answer is tagging outputs with a sub-address hash. This is meant to be the hardest question of the quiz. Nice even split there, but no one thought that they would bin decoy outputs by block, which I'm a little surprised because that's something people have proposed at certain times. Maybe people acknowledge that that is not a potentially radical idea. It's one that's been proposed a few times. In fact, in many external research papers in Monero, they do talk about binning, which basically says, you know, when you choose a decoy, choose it in relation to your actual spend in a way to, you know, conceivably choose decoys under certain scenarios. But yes, this is purposely meant to be a tough one. Tagging outputs with a sub-address hash is the actual answer. Again, this is a very controversial idea. It will not necessarily be implemented. There's a bunch of potential advantages and disadvantages. So this one will go through a ton of discussion before anyone even moves on it. So this may have changed up the leaderboard. Let's see how people, how much people are paying attention in MRL meetings. Of course, JW got that one correct. In fact, it did not change the leaderboard at all. And of course, Knack got that one correct. You're welcome for the free points, Knack, to get you in closer striking distance of Censored and Andres. But people further down must have gotten that one correct, which means, Meow especially is at higher risk of being overrun. So we'll see what happens there. Yeah, someone's sending me questions on Defcon, but it's not relevant to trivia, and that's all I care about at the moment. So, JW also has a streak of the last 3 in a row. Let's see what the next question is. Question 10. What was the original name for the Monero Community Work Group? Was it the Marketing Work Group, the Outreach Work Group, the Developer Work Group, or the Website Work Group? Keeping in mind that the person who started this initiative was not me, I cannot take credit for this, it was Diego. Okay, at least half the people got this one correct. It was originally the Marketing Work Group. The Outreach Work Group is the name for a later formed and currently existing work group that took off up a bunch of the initial ambitions of it took up a lot of the initial ambitions of the Marketing Work Group. Now, at the time when this work group was started, the idea of marketing in Monero in general was very controversial. A lot of people hated the idea of talking about Monero in anything other than like an academic or developer sense, because they felt that anything else would diminish Monero compared to all the other shitcoins, so-called, or scams that were out there, perhaps. And so, the Marketing Work Group initiative at the time was very controversial. And so we made very clear that the main focus was education to begin with, but even so, a lot of people did not like it. And after we started, it wasn't that we didn't want, we purposely wanted to drop these initiatives. That was not the case. But we felt that there wasn't a group that actually just brought people together and talked about stuff as a community. And so we renamed the Community Work Group in order to best fit what we actually do. And then later down the line, the Outreach Work Group came up and took the torch for some of those initial ambitions. Definitely was not the Developer Work Group. Website Work Group, I threw that in there just because someone may have known that Diego joined the community based off their desire to improve the website to begin with. And as Andres says in chat, the Monero Enterprise Alliance Working Group, the Monero Enterprise Alliance was not a thing until, early 2017, it must have been. Yeah, it was during Consensus Consensus 2018. Sorry, it was Consensus 2018, so early 2018. You could argue, there was an initial working group. It was some investment-focused Monero work group that charged dues and things. That was really the first of its type, but they dissolved very early on, and certainly did not ever call themselves the Marketing or Monero Community Work Group. So definitely very unrelated. Okay, let's see who got this one correct. Let's see if the top leaderboard changes. It does quite a bit. Knack is on fire. Looks like JW got that one incorrect. So Andres is within striking distance. So is within Knack. They're all within one question of each other. And then within second place, within striking distance on one question, you have Censored and JTBB. So definitely fun competition going on here. And not too many questions left either. Question 11. What year did Monero first have a Defcon village? Because, of course, this is the Monero Defcon village. Is it 2017, 2018, 2019, or 2020? Note that I am not interpreting this strictly. I am not saying that, it was the Monero and the Because village. No, I am counting Monero in that. I'm not saying Monero Soul village. So hopefully someone was not trying to be ew, well, actually this. Nope. I am being honest here. 2018 is the correct answer here, yes. In 2017, it was very unofficial. There was not an official Monero Defcon village. In fact, you just had a number of individuals who are interested in Monero that attended Defcon, because as you can imagine, well, if you answered before the caveat, 2019 would have been your choice. Wow, Monero, so no, no, you could not. 2019, it was the Monero Village. 2020 was the Monero Village. 2018, it was the Monero/BCOS Village, which is the blockchain. I actually don't remember what it stands for. Yeah, it's on me for not remembering what it stands for. 2017, a lot of Monero Monero community members were at DEF CON. I was not one of them because I was not in that hemisphere. But it prompted people to be like, hey, wish we could have a Monero village. And at the time, DEF CON seemed very uninterested in having a cryptocurrency village. But in 2017, for that latter half, it exploded, of course. And Monero had a very large representation at DEF CON, and therefore were able to make this wonderful thing that we have right now out of it. So that's really cool. So let's see what 5 people got that one correct. Cake is the highest climber. You made your way up 3 places, so you're doing something right there. Censored moved their way up into 3rd place. They must have answered quicker than Knack. Remember, you do get extra points by answering quicker. So if you know the answer, get that in as soon as possible. Otherwise, you are giving up 3 points, and you don't want to lose. So, but it's certainly still anyone's game to see who will win this. Question 12, which of the following was never a Monero minimum or mandatory ring size? Was it 3, 5, 8, or 11? Okay. Majority of people got this incorrect, but the most chosen answer was the correct one. Yes, it is 8. For some reason, the Monero community is allergic to even numbers. We only choose odd numbers, and we only choose prime numbers. The minimum / mandatory ring sizes have only ever been 3, 5, 7, and 11. It's just the way it works out. So, you may argue that 0 was the initial one, was the original minimum ring size. Actually, no, 1. 1, actually. 0 doesn't make any sense. It would have been 1. So, unless you're talking about Coinbase outputs, and then they're treated kind of technically differently, and then if you want to get all super, super technical about it, but really, the best answer here is 8, which 6 people got correct. It was good while it lasted. Oh, Andres, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I have to say 8 was one of the numbers I recommended when we learned about the possible impact of chain split attacks in Monero when, splitting coins is a really popular way to pump and dump something. I recommended a move to ring size 7 or 8. And we ultimately chose 7 for the additional efficiency, and also because we have a rule of prime numbers allegedly. But when Monero goes to triptych or Arcturus, we might not actually go with the prime number. We might go with like 128, which is divisible by 2, and of course other numbers. So we may be shortly dropping this, depending on how quickly certain improvements are made in the Monero protocol. We may no longer be able to say this. But in any case, Andre still stays in 1st place. Scott makes her way to 5th. So that's pretty cool. So yeah. Is it a ring if it is just 1? It's more like a point. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if you can actually really call a transaction with only 1 input a ring, really. It's like a very sad ring. JW is still on top here, but you have to remember, and Cake has the longest streak with 3 in a row, so they might be making their way up. They're going to get the most bonus points if they get the next one correct for the longest streak. But the next question is worth twice as many points. It is the last question. Winner takes all. You all best be prepared. Be ready to click that button once you know the right answer. I don't know if it'll be easy or hard. I mean, I do know, but I'm just going to make it stressful as a result because it's fun for me to draw this out. But let's see what it is. Last question for all of the bragging rights. What is it? True or false? Double points. Monero offers ubiquitous privacy. True or false? True on the left, false on the right. What is it? For double points. Someone answers one way, I'm just gonna like, you deserve not to get these points, I guess. Just for all intents and purposes, mandatory. Used in all transactions. Oh, goodness. Maybe I chose a word that... Oof. Vic read it wrong. We actually... This is actually the reading comprehension quiz. Oh, wow. Okay, well, apparently this is more of a trick question than I thought. Ubiquitous means like common or, implemented widely, or, every transaction would have this type of privacy. It's meant to say that every transaction has privacy. I actually like you calling it ubiquitous rather than mandatory because, I mean, Monero has mandatory network privacy, but you can still opt out. So I usually try to refer to it as ubiquitous because it's, every transaction has this feature. Breaking Monero. I'm going to break down this community by just using apparently fancy words here. But it is... True is the correct answer. Apparently, I'm an English teacher that just likes to annoy people. Google Trends for ubiquitous spikes. Yeah, the like 14 people that participated in this game are gonna set off the ubiquitous. Yeah, that's funny. All right. Well, we get to see who finishes in the podium here, which apparently ended up just being an English test. Let's see who finishes on the podium. In third place with 8 out of 13 correct, Knack. Second place, also 8 out of 13, but with more points. Definitely not Need Money 90. And in first place with 9 out of 13, Andres. So, wow, JW must not have gotten it correct. They were a runner-up. Wow, after all that time, on the top of the podium, they didn't know a word. So darn, wow. Wow, it really did shake things up there at the end, more than I was expecting. Y'all are gonna be so angry with me as a result of this. Oh, goodness. That is hilarious. That was a lot of fun. Okay, yeah, so Andres, you offered some great advice during the meme competition, and you, as a result of helping us out then, you deserve first place. Everyone's saying I have a trick question. Ironically, the intent of the last question was actually to get one that everyone would get correct, so they would feel good about themselves. But I think here it just gives people to rant, I am utterly shocked that JW did not finish in the top 3. That is awesome. Well, now you learned a word. How about that? Well, the whole point of this is to have fun. We've actually increased the number of people that have watched the stream as we've continued, at least on YouTube. So thank you everyone for participating. Please, please, please tell everyone that you had fun with Monero, because you gotta define your prize and wow. Okay, I see. Persistent. I don't know, persistent. Known. What if you have quantum computing that comes out, it might not be permanently persistent if you want to be all technical about it. So, or what if all of the ring members that you participate in just happen to all disclose information, and then do you really have persistent privacy? So, I don't know. I think ubiquitous is a better term. Maybe standardized is a different word. Pervasive I think is a good way to put it. I'll think about using pervasive, but you better all know for next time. In any case, thank you everyone for participating. This was a ton of fun for me. You all made it really fun. Thank you so much for yelling at me, commenting, all the whole it is a blast. DEF CON is fun when it's fun for everybody. So, well, widespread. What if someone that doesn't imply 100%, Andres? I have to really point out that everybody does it, which maybe ubiquitous doesn't either. But in any case, I had a ton of fun. Thank you everyone for joining. It was great. I will see you in tomorrow, hopefully starting at 10 a.m. Pacific. Be there or be square. So yeah,